Alright. Great intro track, indeed. Welcome to the stream, everybody. All we need now is this collapse. Actually, I tried this collapse. I didn't like how they look. The military signs looks like gray. And I don't know, it just it didn't ring my bell or something. I don't know how you exactly say that. So just keeping it vanilla at the moment. Right, this stream we have great plans. The great execution of those plans remains to be seen if that all will happen. A giant space platform design and doing like rocket parts all in one stream. It might be a bit ambitious, but I did some prep work, so maybe we will make it. In the last stream we did nothing at all. We built a new coal mine over here, which is now supplying coal to feed this, to help out feed this thing and make 4 belts of compressed coal in a completely normal way. This is a standard belt merger. which you can find in any blueprint book, one of those standardized things. So nothing weird going on here. Then we did the Dutch thing. I cleaned up the map text. I literally spent like 20 minutes cleaning up map text after the stream, but now it kind of looks normal again. I also moved all the weird text, or the text of the beginning of the streams, the beginning of the series, out off to the side, because it's not really relevant anymore. We have made new discoveries, we're following a different path. We are no longer trying to get off of the planet and leave it to die. In fact, Novis is gonna remain our main base, and I think we'll go for all the research has to be done on this planet, so we cannot leave it behind to die. We have to take care of Novis and just send the science packs from the other planets to here. For that, this lab setup is completely the wrong way to set up labs, but yeah, I was just planning to feed 4 science packs into it. Red, green, blue and space, and then just get out of it when I started building all of this. Fortunately, we have bots now, so it's not such a pain to deconstruct and redesign and rebuild it in some different kind of way. Right, at the research point we are busy researching some laser damage upgrades. The more we get of those, the better. And then it's off to 16 or 17 hours of research for the rocket silo, during which we need to set up the rocket parts, processing units, low density structures and rocket fuel. Unlike the rest of science, rest of the base, that does not need to be a giant setup like we have for science, because we are not going to be launching a ton of rockets from Novis to other planets. In fact, we are only gonna launch rockets to build space platforms, get iron from space to the planet. Let's release the fish into the adjacent chunk again. And yeah, we're not really gonna be sending up rockets regularly and shipping stuff off to other planets, I don't think. So we don't really need a rocket launching facility that can keep up with science. We just need to be able to send a good bunch of rockets into space to build our space platforms. Still gonna be a lot of rockets, but we can, unlike for science where production has to be constant, for those rocket launches for the space platforms we can simply store up all of the ingredients, like a couple chests of blue chips, low density structures and rocket fuel. We'll just produce them slowly right now, then we'll just stash and stash and stash, and when we need to launch our space platforms up, we'll have like hundreds of rocket launches of materials available. And once the space platform is up, we no longer need any more rocket launches really, except to build the occasional spaceship, I suppose. So I think it's going to be a quite tiny setup, quite compact setup. Unlike the space platforms, I did a little bit of testing, and my god, Factorio does not like giant space platforms. So if you remember, one of the ideas to save on Novisian resources was the free iron from space. I tried setting something up for like 5 bells before, but I've done a bit more experimenting and I've got a setup which can do 8 bells. And this is not even the entire setup. It's already 13,000 foundations. It's gonna get way crazier than that. 8 red bells of iron, that is 16 yellow bells of iron. And if we look at iron production and consumption right now, 16 yellow bells of iron times 900 items a minute, that is 14,400 iron a minute. We are using 20,000 iron a minute, so that is like 3/4 of the entire iron production could potentially come from space if we somehow manage to get that giant platform built. The platform gets so large that we run into all kind of weird problems, which is why I tried designing it off cam really. I have to say space platform design is for me, one of the least enjoyable aspects of Factorio. There's a lot of testing, a lot of waiting involved. You cannot really do it during the game because, well, you can only like place ghosts in space once you have the rocket silo researched, etc, etc. So you kind of have to do it in a separate save. So I have a couple of tests. I tried a couple of things. Let me just go through it real quick. Let's just first load up the working design so you can see how it's supposed to look like. We can build multiple of those, but I'm not sure what is better for performance. Just one giant platform that does this, basically make compressed belts of iron from asteroids, and then just do all of the this is like real time, 240 iron a second, and it is being sent to Novice. The hatch doesn't even have time to close. I will have to research stack inserters or bulk inserters to get this done. Just because I need the stack size of 2. You can get a stack size of 2 on normal inserters, of course, as well, with the second inserter capacity bonus, but that requires bulk inserter anyway, so you might as well go for bulk inserters then. I heard tall is better than wide for platforms. Alright. I tried going tall, but the problem is you can only go 200 tiles up. And then you can no longer go up. There's a limit to how far you can go up. And my platform is not 200 tiles from the center to one side. In fact, it is 13,000 tiles from here to the very edge of the platform. On the map view it kinda looks like this. So this is the part of the blueprint. The blueprint ends over here. Somewhere over here. This is the blueprint part. Alright, the edge is not even visible. It is like pixels. There is stuff here. If you try to make the kind of problems you run in, if you try to make a blueprint off of this thing in one go, the game starts telling you things as ordered to create blueprint with unreasonable size. That is how crazy large this blueprint is. The game just blatantly refuses to make a blueprint of it. It's of unreasonable size. So that let's just scroll from the right edge all the way to the center. Then you can kind of get an idea of how large this thing really is. While I keep talking a bit and read chat. Hello everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good everything. Yeah, I don't think space platforms are designed to be 27,000 tiles wide. It does really weird things to the asteroids as well. All of them fly horizontally at this point. You can see all of them just go horizontal. Yeah, we're still scrolling. It's gonna take a while. It's better than crashing, that's true. There is 720 asteroid collectors on each side of the space platform hub. And I measured, before I had yellow bells on here, it took it took over 2 hours for the most distant asteroids to be transported to the center. That is how stupidly large this this thing is. 2 hours to transport something on a belt to the center. We're still going. Alright. At some point we get here. Okay, we start getting into the center, and this is the entire center. There's the planet, and we're off to the other side. And it's the same duration to go off to the other side. So yeah. Another fun statistic from this one is I hooked up a belt reader. There's currently 28,000 asteroids on those belts combined. So on those input belts combined. 28,000 asteroids are laying on the belt. Those are the kind of scales we are thinking about, really. quite a pain to set this up. So before I was planning to get only the iron ore from space and just smelt it on Novice. I tried designing something else. So the basics of the design was basically this thing. This thing over here. Which is basically a crusher. The asteroid belt comes down the middle. We take the asteroids, we put the small chance of the byproduct asteroid back on the belt. The reader we don't need, that is an artifact of something, some old part of the design. This thing can keep up with 16 furnaces, but I can only fit 8 around, so rather than ratio that out perfectly, I just have an extra crusher. And so 2 crushers instead of 1 to supply these furnaces. Direct insertion, the iron goes on the belt and the iron gets transported here. So we got 96 furnaces on each side, which is the amount you need to make 4 red... Sorry, we got 192 furnaces on each side. That's 4 red belts of iron. After that I just kept stacking on these asteroid collectors off to the side until the area was large enough to actually bring in enough asteroids to keep all furnaces busy. Which turned out to be 700, over 700 per side to get all the asteroids we need. It is absolutely insane. I even got a warning. This blueprint, the blueprint uses like 12 megabytes of memory by itself. Just this part, the central part, this part. We can still get a count of the entire thing though, if we just like copy and just go over the entire area. You can see it will be 51,000 space platforms, 1.4k asteroid collectors, etc, etc. We just cannot make a blueprint off of it. And it's all run by only 300 solar panels, surprisingly. So if we look at the power, everything runs on efficiency modules, the quality Mark 1s. We are using less than 50 megawatts. Got some accumulators just to carry the... just to catch the power spikes of the asteroid collectors. If too many of them grab it at the same time, we can get a momentary brownout otherwise, which slows down the furnaces. But if we look at the production graph, you can see it takes a while. It goes up from 0. It takes about an hour and a half or so before it gets to 14.4k, but once it gets there, it stays there. So it's a reliable method. I just don't know what the effect on performance is gonna be, because I can only speed this up to like 3.5 times game speed. That is the maximum I can do at the moment. So yeah, I'm not really sure that's worth it. Also weird stuff starts happening. All the asteroids kind of spawn in from... I think the game tries to spawn as many asteroids from the side as from the north. So all of the asteroids get like clustered on the end here, which is why on the very end I've went out to the full width of the platform again and put some rare asteroid collectors here for the extra range. So I can grab also the asteroids which come in at some angle. Some of those go up slightly, like this one. You might be able to grab that one with this asteroid collector, even though it goes at an upward angle. So that kinda makes the most out of that. Also means most of the asteroids are gonna be making that full 2-hour journey. It's now a 1-hour journey since I upgraded to a red belt, which is twice as fast. So over an hour on a red belt to get to the center. It's absolutely stupid. So there's a giant concentration of asteroids. The further we go inside, the more thin it becomes. Until there's like barely anything left, but some of these asteroids, they come in at a shallow angle. It will miss this asteroid collector, this asteroid over here, but then the next one will probably grab it. Maybe I could do with less asteroid collectors in the middle, but some of these asteroids, they do come in at still kind of a steeper angle, so I think I'm just going to keep it like so. The only flaw in this design is so a lot of asteroids are aimed directly at the hub. That is a game mechanic which Factorio SpaceX uses to make sure your spaceship gets destroyed if you mess up. So some of the asteroids which actually spawn over here are aimed at the hub, and those are not in reach of one of the asteroid collectors. It's just a minor amount though. Yeah, we're throwing the excess asteroids overboard, as I don't really have an idea how to back up the belts and still have space for the output with this kind of a design. I tried holding the belt if this inserter holds an asteroid, which frees up space, but it doesn't help if everything's already backed up. It just doesn't move them, and it's still gridlocked. So I'm just throwing the excess asteroids overboard. You can see it's not that many which were thrown overboard, and instead of giving every crusher like a one belt tile with like 4 or 5 asteroids sitting on top of it, so even the irregular belting in of the asteroids is still caught by this small buffer over here. So yeah, technically I can get rid of these things. Since they're not doing anything anymore, the belt will always be free since we're tossing the excess overboard. So that's the plan. This is the most I can do with bulk inserters without arm upgrades. This exactly draws empty a red belt with the stack size, with hand size 2. But yeah, I'm not sure. It's going to be pretty hard to build this in the actual game, as here I can just force the blueprints down and generate the terrain as we go. And I can actually, I'm physically in space now in the editor mode. We are in editor mode. So I'm physically in space and I can generate terrain by just moving to the side. I cannot do that in the actual game, so it's going to be a little bit hard to actually build this. I'm not quite sold on the structure just yet. What is the performance impact of reading the belt? I don't... Yeah, let's see. I don't think it will be much. Entity time usage. Yeah, circuit network. I don't see it at all, actually. This window changed, didn't it? Alright, if you saw it, you saw it. I don't see it. I don't think it's a lot. Where's even the center? I just cannot find it. Right, so it is possible to get iron from space, but at what cost? That is the question. Even the performance was entirely due to the space platform. I've killed all enemies, I've deleted my entire factory, there's nothing anymore on the Novician map. So yeah, this is not great, being able to run only at 3.5 times speed. If we check that with the actual save where we're at. So this is my entire 1000 signs a minute factory. Try to run it at high speed. I can do more than that. I can do almost 4 times, right? Even when looking at the map, if I'm looking somewhere else, we can get over 4 times game speed. So that asteroid collector thing uses more update time than my entire factory right now, which is a little bit worrying. So maybe we won't go for iron from space, or at least not in stupid amounts. Transport line 0.3, it could be transport lines. I think transport lines is just the transporting of just the belts and the items on the belts in general. I'm not sure if the circuit network reading the belts is counted for that. I'm not gonna launch copper cables and produce space platforms locally in space. I know it's cheaper, but I don't really care about that. It's going to be very slow to produce the steel in space, because if you just make a normal space platform, like there's not a lot of iron. Like a normal space platform, like this small spaceship here, does like 100 iron a minute. That's like what? 30 steel. That's like 1.5 platform per minute. 20 steel, 1.5 platform per minute. A chunk has 1000 tiles, and you get 1.5 tile per minute in the beginning. So no, I'm not gonna wait for that. We have a giant base, so what we are basically doing is we are just chesting a whole bunch of steel, as well as copper cable over here. This can hold about 750k, but I think we need to upgrade this storage to uncommon chests. At the moment we've got 650k steel, 680k copper cable in there, which is enough for 30,000 platforms. We need we need about 50,000 platforms, as we just saw, if we want to build the entire thing. So we need to up this storage to like a million. A million steel, a million copper cable. That's not something you easily produce in space. I've been collecting steel all game long, basically, specifically for this project. The space platforms are just prohibitively expensive, man. 100 iron for one tile of landfill. 100 iron plates for a single, just to place a single belt in space. There's got to be 100 iron worth of landfill under that single belt. And my platform is 27,000 tiles wide. I don't think we're going to produce that in space. We're just going to launch it up. We will need to match every piece of space platform. We can only send 50 space platforms up per rocket, and every rocket requires 50 blue chips, low densities, and rocket fuels. So basically we're going to have to save up 50,000 of those things as well, or at least produce them, to send up all the space platforms, and then still the infrastructure. But the space platform is kind of slow to build in real time. Let me actually try that out. It is going to be very hard, I think, to do that. Let's have thrusters researched. So now I have thrusters and rocket silo researched. Get out of editor mode. No, stay in editor mode. We can make a space platform now. Test platform. There it is. We've got a space platform. Alright, now I do not want to go here. I do want to give it infinite power though. Let's get back to Norvis. Okay, now I'm in Norvis, so we are here at the platform, alright. So let me see how much of the blueprint I can place. Okay. That is not a lot. All the red part of the blueprint does not get pasted. So we only have... I cannot even scroll to the edge of the screen enough. So it stops here and it stops somewhere off screen. There's 52 furnaces. We've got 192 on the blueprint on the right side. So yeah, we're going to have to wait, I suppose, until the space platforms build out far enough before we can paste the next bit. So if we are in editor mode, If we are in editor mode, we can actually just we can just place this. It still has the same part which will be placed, but as soon as I place it, a new part will be generated and become green. So I can just keep clicking. I can just keep clicking. And more terrain will be generated on the sides. And if I speed up time, I can just click everything into place. Just keep clicking. Alright, and that's the entire thing placed. Because I instantly built everything. I guess we gotta have to make a new space platform now. But now I gotta add on the... Now I gotta add on the 700 collectors per side, which I probably... Yeah, there's like literally like 1 or 2 chunks next to the... Oh, that's gonna be a pain. So if I do that from Earth, Novice I suppose. Let's go back to... Let's pretend I have some platforms in here. Alright. So let's go back to Novice. And leave editor mode. Alright, so it's starting to make some iron from the asteroid collectors that are here already. Okay, now I cannot move farther to the right than where I am now. If I now build a blueprint, this is the speed at which the platform is going to build itself out to the end. That is slower than a yellow belt. And I suppose once the platform goes far enough, I can place the next stage of the blueprint. But it won't let me place more than this at a time. So I will have to place, I have to wait until it builds, until this physical part of the platform gets close enough to the edge for a new chunk to be generated. What if I build a radar on top? Alright, this is why I do the stuff off cam usually, or like why I did the space platform stuff off cam. Let's stop this for now. I have rare raiders. What if I... Oh, is the heat working in map mode, man? Alright, so now we got some raiders in there. So again, I need to go to Novice, out of editor mode. Yeah, this is just space platform design. It's just testing. A lot of designing, then testing, a lot of waiting. Alright, looks like it has made the end. So the next part of the blueprint... Okay, looks like I can make 2 more green asteroid collectors at the end. The rest is blocked off by the map not being generated. What if I put a raider here? Will that help? Do raiders in space do anything? Can you even build them? Alright. Let's see if we can now build more. Alright, now we can build 4 of them. Okay, it does work then. 4 of them are in the field of view. So if I just make a blueprint which includes a radar like every... If the blueprint includes a radar every like 4th or so asteroid collector, I can make this process already 2 or 3 times less painful. Still a lot of pain. A little bit less full though. Okay, and then the radar will... okay, let's see it happen. So at the moment I can place only 1 extra. If the radar gets placed, let's see if the other ones pop into existence. Come on. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it works. Again, 4 of them. Okay, so maybe that's an idea. Change the design. Temporary radars on these platforms. And then just later replace the radars for asteroid collectors. Once it's all built. But yeah, we're... How many is this? To the center. There's 24 asteroid collectors, only 696 to go until we reach the edge of where we need to be. So yeah, I'm not really sure yet if I'm gonna do it, but at least I've got a working proof of concept, which brings in all the iron I need. So I did try... I did try making it like a cross instead of a line. But the game doesn't like it. As you see, there is definitely stuff here, but there is nothing on the map. So the map doesn't update. I don't know what's going on here. Asteroids now probably spawn otherwise. This is the 200 tile up limit. So I used to have a furnace stack on the top. Just a 2-belt furnace stack on each arm, which looks like this. This is the maximum height approximately, and it still goes out all the way to the side. I tried to make it go down all the way, but the map stops updating at some point. So I decided to stop here because the game obviously does not really like that. It's probably not intended to make a spaceship with a perimeter of 25 by 25,000 tiles. That is... So I switched to horizontal only after that. So that's the catch-up of the stuff I did off-cam. Yeah, I never tried to make a platform that big. All kinds of weird things I've been running into. It's good I didn't do it on stream. It was really boring. A lot of resetting, a lot of testing. If you reset... I saved one of the issues just to showcase it. Alright, so I tried to just reset the entire thing by Control-Zing, just deconstructing everything on the map view and Control-Zing it into existence, which works. It's a lot of entities, but it works. But we get new kind of problems when doing that. Like some of these asteroid collectors, they get stuck in computing navigation mode and they never leave that mode, so they don't work. They are fine. Everything is fine with these things. They just are stuck in this step of progress, probably because I undid and rebuilt 1500 asteroid collectors in the same game tick. Some of these just get infinitely stuck on this mode. Once I just delete them and Control-Z them back into existence again, they work. So yeah, lots of... Don't do this, basically. Don't do this. That is the moral of the story. Don't do this. Will I follow my own words? That remains to be seen. But yeah, that is the preparation I've done, just to see if it's viable. Because I needed to know, because we need to start designing the area as well for for a rocket silos and for the landing pad. And if I want to do like 8 belts of extraction from the landing pad, I better have a lot of space around. I suppose I cannot select it. I can. I better have a lot of free space around that, so I can also offload 8 red belts of items. So I shouldn't build it like scenically next to my spaceship, because that just blocks off one side of it, and I don't have space for roboports and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So that's kind of where we were at. I did not save that, right? Don't tell me I saved and invalidated my achievement hunting. Okay, no, everything is in order. Let's check in the achievement again. It's still valid. Alright, this is the actual save then. Let's go watch laser damage 1 getting completed. It was 40 seconds. I'll re-chat a bit and then we'll start doing stuff. Do you plan to use asteroid resources on planet as well? Only iron, really. A moving platform. Actually that could be. But you can only move platforms after you have a planet unlocked, right? But if you move the platform, you also need gun turrets and ammo supply and that kind of stuff to shoot the asteroids. And actually, I don't know if I'm at a net positive for destroying asteroids, really. Suppose we can have a look at that. Let's see. We need these chunks. These chunks give us 20 iron ore a pop. These chunks are gathered from small asteroids, which break into 2 chunks. So we need to shoot. We first need to shoot these with gun turrets. That makes 3 small asteroids. That's 400 health. My ammo at the moment in a gun turret does only 7 damage. I think 7.2 damage. I have 2 damage upgrades, which is already a luxury. So back to asteroids. My bullets will... $400 health. My bullets do 7. Can I not use this at the same time? That's annoying. Ah no, it just closes. Yeah, right. Okay, my bullets do 7.2 damage, but the asteroids had a 10% damage negation. So 6.48. They have 400 health. Which means we need more than 6 magazines, so that is more than 24 iron already. Just to shoot the medium asteroid, and that breaks into 3 tiny ones. We need to shoot those as well. So it breaks into 3 tiny ones. Those have 100 HP each. No resistance. So that is plus 300 hit points divided by the full damage. So we need to spend 104 bullets. Let's round it up to 11 magazines then. That is 40, let's say 42 iron. 42 iron, 105 bullets. 42 iron. And then what do we get back from it? Okay, we get back more from it, right? Yeah, we get back more from it. If we only target the metallic ones, we get back more from it. But we cannot target only the metallic ones. We need to shoot all the other ones as well, because they damage the spaceship. So if all asteroids spawn an equal amount, we actually will need 3 times that amount, which is... Ooh, that's already like over 30 magazines. 30 magazines is 120 iron. That's exactly break even, I think. 120 iron. This breaks into 3 of those, and those break into... Sorry, this one breaks into 3 small ones, 3 small ones break into 2 chunks. So we get 6 chunks worth 20 iron each. So we spent 120 iron to get 120 iron back, plus of course the coal and ice which we get. Maybe these are a bit more common, so we might make a small profit, but yeah, it's pretty hard to justify making most of the iron back into ammo to shoot the asteroids again. Space is really balanced, I suppose, around more damage upgrades, but yeah, we couldn't research those until now. We got military science, but even now it's like 300k for 400k. That is like most of the rocket silo worth of research just to get a little bit more damage. Let's keep it in line. Not sure if that's a good idea. Repairing walls is cheaper than ammo. Ah, right. But repair speed is pretty slow in space. I could of course use a big ablative zone with space platforms and walls, which just get obliterated and slowly replaced and repaired, but in general it will get obliterated, but it's okay. If we stop from time to time to let it heal up, that could be better. But then we need to send lots and lots of walls into space, which I think I do not want something which requires a lot of attention, which is why I just want to go with the stationary platform. I can just build it, it will deliver 8 bales of iron, and I don't need to look at it ever again. It will probably never run into trouble because nothing is messing with it. I don't know if multiple smaller platforms would be easier. I just have the same problem, but I need to do the same trick over multiple platforms every time. Yeah, I'm not sure. I might actually need damage upgrades. I might need damage upgrades just to be able to stay in orbit above one of those planets. So with the all of these asteroids spawn in medium format. I cannot see that right now, can I? So it kind of depends what ratio those asteroids spawn in, but if not at least 1/3 of the asteroids is metallic ones, and I grab every single chunk that flies off of it, which is extremely unlikely, we might not even be able to stay into orbit with just gun turrets, because we need more ammo to shoot all the asteroids coming in at the ship than we can possibly make back to shoot more asteroids with the current damage upgrades we've got. So that is kind of what we're looking at. So if we go there, we probably need to fly over there, drop ourselves onto the planet and send the spaceship back to Northeast so it can stay in orbit around Northeast, where there are no big asteroids around Northeast, so we won't need to shoot anything and we can slowly replenish the ammo again. Yeah, kind of weird things we have to take into account with such a we are basically going to be a low-tech, spacefaring, one-man civilization. The asteroids will not be destroyed, so... Right, the asteroids won't yield the... If we do the ablative wall and space platform stuff to do the asteroid destroying, they won't break into pieces and harvestable chunks, so we actually need to shoot them to be able to get iron. I think it's just going to be the simplest way is probably just going to be making the giant platform, if we do it at all. I kind of have a little bit of doubts about it, given the performance impact. We still need to unlock 3 or 4 new surfaces in addition to that. Vulcanus, Gleba, Fulgora and later Aquilo. All of those also will require pretty sizable factories, so I'm not really sure the giant space platform thing is going to be viable. And we can always build it for now and then later destroy it, I suppose. And just throw away the 5 million iron in resources we spent for it. I guess we can dismantle it and send it back to the planet and use it to build other platforms, but we won't ever use another million steel worth of space platforms to build spaceships, I don't think. But yeah, we could use it temporarily. If performance starts to drop, we could just dismantle it and start just mining iron. And that kind of could bridge the gap between us having access to like resources from other areas. We could unlock the foundries, and the big mining drills, which doubles the yield from the ore patches yet again. So we kind of could use less iron on Northeast for quite a while until we unlock the giant mining drills from Vulcanus, as well as the foundries, which then can do the better recipes with 50% inherent productivity bonus. We can unlock the EM plans in that time frame, get like 50% productivity bonus on every single step of the way. That is a huge discount for blue chips. 50% extra blue chips, but we also get 50% extra red chips to make the blue chips, which also requires green chips. So that's 2 extra. It's just stacks and stacks on top of each other. That's going to be a huge boost if we want to make yellow signs. It's probably like almost a requirement for yellow signs to unlock the EM plans if we want a chance to build 1k SPM on Northeast, because we're basically using most of the accessible resource patches at the moment. And yellow signs requires 3 times the amount of resources that blue signs requires, if you don't have the EM plans and stuff, that is. Lasers could be done as well for the medium ones, but that requires a lot of power, which might become a problem if we go to Fulgora, because power in space there is like what, 60% or something. Mod does not include foundries, no, not yet. Right. I'm gonna stop reading. Yeah, Fulgora Surf is 20%, but the space I think is 60%. I'm gonna stop reading back up through chat because we'll never get started with the stream. Here's the planet. Solar in space 120%. Alright, so in atmosphere 20, in space 120. Northeast in space is 300%. So it will still require quite a bit of solar power. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's gonna be like 70 kilowatt solar panels to fire mega joules worth of laser turret. So that is questionable. Given that we also need power to like smelt iron in space and make ammo and all that stuff, doesn't seem feasible to do laser turrets in space just yet. Right. I made some notes. Things I need to do first. I noticed a problem with during the experimenting. There's a little bit of a problem with copper for green signs. Not really enough to cause any immediate problems. But I think my Gordian knot of splitter combinator things here is kinda prioritizing the wrong belts. This needs to be full, this half belt of copper here. This is green signs. This is just for the base. We are currently using that for making solar panels and whatnot. I don't know where all of this is going. It's going to red signs or where? Oh, it is going to red signs. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we just are out of copper then. Okay, this copper belt, copper belt. Now there's guardrails on it, so I know I am following the correct belt. Yeah, it is this one. Alright, this one it goes to red signs. This one think this one just goes here. Yeah, so we're smelting this copper to make solar panels and green chips at the moment. So I probably should prioritize this copper to go to science instead, because we need close to 1.5 belt of copper for green science. 1.5 belt without the productivity modules. Looks like we're still okay. But, oh yeah, we're just feeding from over here right now. Not sure which belt of copper this is again. Ah, this is the same belt of copper. Alright, so it already does go to green science anyway through this backup. Through this backup over here. Except now we are smelting it in the steel furnaces instead of in these. So I probably still want to switch that over. Alright, so we gotta fix green science. Like I said, we gotta up the storage over here. Gotta look at uncommon chests. How much? 62 storage slots instead of 48. We got 160 steel chests right here. So currently we've got 4800 steel per chest times 160. 768k steel of storage. If we go... That doesn't work. It works. If we go uncommon chests, how much will it be? Almost 1 million. We needed like 51k space platforms, which is a little bit more than 1 million, but I guess I do not want to invest the resources to make 160 rare chests. That would be a bit ludicrous. That would be... How much steel does it even cost? 160 chests. I suppose we need matching copper cable chests, so that's another 80. So we need 240 chests, that is 2000 steel. 2000 steel. I do not want to spend more than half my steel to make rare chests, so we'll make some uncommon chests instead, I suppose. Technically there is space to make more storage chests, but of course I do not want to deconstruct my old coal mine. I'm very attached to the thing for some reason. Alright, so we need 240 uncommon steel chests. We need to fix science at the start. What else do we need to do? Yeah, we need to make some belts. We were out of belts at the start of the last stream. Alright. So I am going to load the start of stream save. No, making steel in space is cheaper, but it's also a lot slower. Whereas now I have my stuff prepared and I can just mass produce. I can just mass produce all the platforms I need from my buffer. Instead of having to very slowly produce it in space. We're going to need 5 million iron worth of space platforms to build the entire thing. That's going to be very, very slow to produce in space. Right, so this is basically all belts I have. My mall is empty. Let me just make... Just grab this, let's see what I can make. 5, 6, 7, 8 red splitters, maybe 10 more undergrounds, and then a bunch of normal undergrounds. Right, that will kind of do, I suppose. Alright, I still have a bit of extra splitters which I don't all need. Let's first go fix that green science problem we talked about earlier. Before doing that, we gotta do something important. We gotta check our luck factor. We've got 37 out of 1.3k. Okay, 38 out of 14 34. $38 out of 1434. This better be 3.2%. It is 2.6%. So we're getting seriously screwed over by these quality modules. They are only posing as rare quality modules. They're actually performing exactly. Wow, that's a tough sentence to say. They're actually performing exactly as uncommon quality modules with 1.3% per module instead of 1.6. What have I invested into these things for? Tell me, please. That is just crappy. Factorio teaches you that gambling is just not worth it. Don't do it. The odds are always not in your favor, and even if they are displayed to be in your favor, they're not. They always are misrepresented. Right, green stuff, important stuff. Fix the signs. Don't look at this contraption too much. It will hurt your eyes. I'm gonna make it hurt our eyes even more. And I stand here. So we want to prioritize this iron, this copper to go over there. Suppose we just do this then. We keep input priority on there. And then I need to do it again. Let's make it more cursed. We output priority a fish on the other side. Alright, and that means no copper ore will go from this splitter into there. Output priority to the left here as well. So now these belts will be full. There's no more gaps in the science belts. They get filtered out, and only the surplus copper is gonna go to this copper smeltery over here, the old one with the steel furnaces. So that is one thing done. We also how is this looking here? Don't really want to overproduce these chips anymore, because we're usually using the better quality ones for any project we're building with right now. Yeah, I got one chest at the base. Because I noticed pollution is a little bit of starting to be a problem, like right here, that is not looking very good. Pollution is starting to spread into these chunks over here, next to the biter base. So I either gotta somehow tone down usage from this mine, or I got to change the modules out again for more efficiency. For now, let's just keep an eye on it. I will definitely not forget to keep an eye on it, to see if it doesn't spread onto the biter bases. But this is the closest, most critical pollution that's going on at the base right now. Yeah, it is this spot right now, and it is because of this iron mine here, I suppose. Right, so maybe I'll just switch that off. We'll just let this chest fill up. We'll grab the good ones which come out of here. Solar panel production. I was already at 4.2k, that is the amount I wanted. So all of these will have stopped now. Let's just leave that for now. So we do have enough solar panels to build 12,000 of them right now. That's the amount I was aiming for. So that's good. Right, Next thing on the list was the uncommon chests for the space platform area. Also, if we ever want to research the elevated railways, we will need 2/3 of a million in steel for purple signs. Purple signs actually not too hard to make a small amount of, because we have a giant stockpile of steel as well as a giant stockpile of red chips, I suppose, which are the most expensive ingredients for purple signs. 340k at the moment. So we could research elevated railways if we choose to go Fulgora first. Right. Uncommon chests. 240 times 8 steel per chest. 1920 steel. Let's make him. Not gonna overspend. It won't line up because 100 is not divisible by 8. So we'll just throw it in. Once the assembler stops, we'll reset the recipe except for 1. Then just throw the rest in there, and that should give me 240 chests I need. I'm a professional hand feeder. Right. So then we can do the upgrade. Hello? Okay, it is in there. $1 million steel buffer for space platforms. If we don't use it for space platforms, we will use it for purple signs. But we might need to save up yet another $1 million to do both elevated railways and the space platform for the iron. I just love the new bots, man. They really became so much more useful in the early game with the quality stuff, especially the quality bots are awesome with their tripled flight distance, which was already doubled from Factory 1.1. Right, so now we can store up another 330k steel. Was that my list complete? I think so. No, the priority splitters, they are like a hard, there's a hard limit. If there's a symbol set on one side, like if I set uranium fuel cells on here, it will just block everything. Anything that is not a uranium fuel cell will not go through there. Actually, I could set a fish on the other side here as well. And then nothing will ever get onto this belt. Unless a fish ends up on this belt somehow, of course. Alright. So what do we have to do then? What is on the to-do list? First thing on the to-do list, or like one of the things on the to-do list, is prepare for rocket parts. which is basically we need to automate some amount of blue chips, low density structures, and rocket fuel, because we will need to stash up as many of those as we need space platforms, and we will be doing 50,000 space platforms. So let's add that one in there as well. So if we build this early, we can start stashing up 50,000 of those in chests, and we can just mass launch rockets as fast as we can produce the space platforms, I suppose. We're gonna need to design the rocket silo area. Where is it gonna go in my base? This is basically just a big question mark. Design. I suppose we gotta do that before. We gotta do this before doing this, because these ingredients will need to go into the rocket silo. Then we've got some more trivial things to do. One of the things is building my 10,000 uncommon accumulators somewhere on the map. I'm not really sure where, but we made them. We need those for the laser assault, which is upcoming. Where are those things? Production. 10,000 built. So that is one of the things we need to do. And I suppose we last time depleted most of our landfill. We're now just waiting for the biters, they already started, to make new expansions in this terrain, so we can determine the next set of biter expansion chunks by hovering over the nests and determining how far those expansion chunks will stick out. Let's see if one of them happens to be blinking. Maybe one over here. Okay, I don't see it. Not all the chunks are visible on the map though, so that is not a sign of anything. We might need some more landfill mines, because the landfill we started with is basically running out. There's like 2 more miners active here. 4k and 8k. Then there's some more under the biter base, which I cannot get to until we get to Vulcanus. Not so I can remove the biter base, but the big mining drill can reach to the center, I believe. This is also run out. We've got 20k landfill left. We spent like 70 or 80k in the last stream. So we might do that. So basically, landfill mines. New ones. That's a very tiny mining symbol. And of course, we kind of have the issues with resources now, I suppose. We are kind of running out. 700k left only. This is fragmented already. So maybe we need to connect up some new ore patches to replace these ones, because these are starting to be really poor. Do we need to do that already? Maybe not quite yet. And maybe we'll ignore that until we can laser some nests. If we laser some nests, we can mine with quality again. Like if I neutralize this area over here, I can mine this with full quality instead of 1 efficiency, and we can mine this copper with full quality as well. Because the distant mining patches, I cannot really put quality on those. There's too many big biter bases around, so there's only a limited amount of patches where I can get quality from still. Maybe we need to hook up this ore patch as well, which is unfortunate because it's right in the middle of a good green chunk area. But then again, we made a ton of those green chunks on the lake last stream, so maybe we should hook up this iron patch and maybe this copper patch or something. We cannot really do this one with quality, but we can just to bring that to the base for green signs. Because we're gonna lose our 1k SPM thing if we ignore it for too long. So let's add that one to the list as well. Basically, green signs need some new iron and copper. Okay, so those are the 5 things we need to do. Ideally, before Rocket Silo starts. Because once we have this technology, I think we're powerful enough to start at least trying to assault some biter bases. If we want to assault some biter bases though, we better get our accumulators down. So maybe we start by designing accumulator stuff. And then we'll try to get on to the rocket silo stuff, but probably we'll be interrupted by, okay, green signs is running out, so maybe this is the order, we'll see. Alright, accumulator design then. Time to design accumulators. Have you revealed what the first planet will be? No, I still want to do Fulgora first. I'm not really sure. I will. Vulcanus is just too good, man. Vulcanus is too good, especially for this challenge with the foundries, the tungsten, the cliff explosives, and of course artillery, which we need to get the achievement. We already know which biter base we're going to annihilate. It's going to be the biter island base, which tried to let these biters infiltrate into my base at some point. So those are going to get it. That is the one base I will destroy for the entire playthrough. I'm going to keep all other bases intact for the entirety of the game. That's the plan at least. Alright, so designing accumulators. Let's just grab a couple. Some power lines. Let's also grab some of these and these and these, and we can just see what our options are. I think rare steel power poles are going to be too expensive to mass produce for the accumulator powering only, so we'll see if we can do something with uncommon steel or like uncommon wooden poles. I think the blue poles we don't have enough of them. Let's just start with the simple one. Okay, so if we just make it as tight as possible, we can get away with this design that I don't think that tiles infinitely. It tiles like this. It does not really tile like that. There's a small gap in the middle here. Or there's a big gap like so. Yeah, that does not really tile. It's also not great, only 8 accumulators per power line. Okay, let's check one power line bigger, what that can do. Again, let's start placing around it. Okay, so now looks like we can make a square. Squares are good. I think squares should be tileable. So this design should be tileable. In both directions. Yeah, it is. Alright, so this design can tile in both directions without additional gaps. I like a square that's a little bit tilted in terms of how it looks. I kinda designed myself into a corner here. Alright, then one tile bigger even. So this is not viable, but I believe steel power poles are just like one tile bigger range than these ones. So this is basically an uncommon steel power pole, the rare wooden one. So we should check that out as well. Let's start with the same square, I suppose. Okay, and then we can add 6 more. That's even more. We went from 8 to 16 to 24. Again, I don't think this design is infinitely tileable. We're gonna have those gaps in there. Yeah, we're gonna have some gaps in there somehow. Probably like this. That's not the end of the world, but maybe just a 1 tile gap, like so. 2 tiles of gap, so that's an option. I would rather go then with the gapless variant, where there's only power lines. It looks a lot nicer. Right, let's throw that one over there. And finally, the last option we got is this one. I think that one is just a 3x3 square. So that would actually be pretty good. But I think the price of the power lines is going to be too expensive. So this one will tile the same. Just like this one does. Just a bigger square. So it's a little bit more efficient. But then again, 36 on 1. We need 10,000 accumulators. That means we need about 300 of those power lines, I suppose. That is 600 rare steel. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do that. 600 rare steel is a lot. Similar to like, I don't want to spend like 2000 rare steel on chests. I don't really want to spend 600 rare steel on power lines when a free option is basically available, which is only marginally less efficient for something not really that important. Yeah, Control Z, Control Y, Control C, Control V, everything is in the game. Everything you use in Microsoft Word you can use here as well. I think this is going to be the winner. 16. We will need approximately double the power lines. I suppose that was predictable. Do we got 600 of those? I think we've got those. Yeah, we have those. Of course, we have chests more wood, so we can We can just keep rolling for better quality power lines like we've been doing. And just stash up even more chests of failed results, which I'll never use. Didn't power lines used to have a fuel value in the super olden days of Factorios? I think you could burn them in furnaces, right? I think that that property is gone, unfortunately. Would kind of come in handy right now. I guess we got recycling, but of course we do not have the recyclers. Until we go to Fulgora. Alright, so this guy, this guy, and this guy are not the winners. The winner is this guy. That's gonna be the basis. Alt F4 probably works as well. I'm not gonna try that. No way, infinite fuel source. Like, you... maybe, yes, maybe, but not at an infinite rate, right? Like, there's a difference between having access to, like, something being infinite, like the lowest percentage an oil well can go to. This has reached its infinite minimum production state. So we have infinite oil, but we don't have an infinite rate of oil. That's very different. You can have access to an infinite amount of water and still die of thirst if the rate at which that infinite water is made available to you is like 10 drops per day or something like that. It can make 10 drops per day for all eternity until the protons decay in the universe after an ungodly amount of years, but you will still die in a couple days with your infinite water source. So it's not really a problem to have access to something that is infinitely reproducible if it's only infinitely reproducible at a small rate. Right. I guess so much for the philosophy with Michael for today. Right, so we have this one. Let's switch off the bots for now. Let's put this one in the copy. This one. Exponential growth we've got here. Right, now I've got all of these in my queue, so I don't really need to make a blueprint for this. Could make a blueprint just for this guy and put it somewhere. So now paste, I can just switch between all sizes quite quickly. Alright, so that's step 1, I suppose. Step 2 is deciding where the heck are those things gonna go. Let's just get a general idea. How many fit in a chunk? This looks to be about a chunk. And that is 256. Which means we need about 40 chunks worth of space. That is a lot of space. 40 chunks, that is basically two entire screens filled with accumulators. That's not something we'll quickly just find anywhere. Thanks Blake Dog and Miguel Ruiz Dev for your Prime subscriptions. Yeah, I don't have any tricks up my sleeve for Gleba just yet. I have actively avoided doing anything Gleba, even for testing, since the new player experience. I know nothing of Gleba. I have no idea how I'm gonna do it. I'm scared. I'm not gonna go there first. I'm probably just gonna go there last. Once I got the means to deal with at least the attacks from the biters, because I have no idea. Does this can you do stuff like this on Glebber? Or do you have to deal with the attacks? And if you have to deal with the attacks, I cannot go there first, because evolution will be 1,000 times faster than in your default settings run. So you just will get overstomped really quickly there. Okay, we got our design. We gotta find a space. Let's have a look here. Is it going up? Ooh, it's going up. That is not good. It is not good. This has kind of stopped producing though, so maybe we'll stop using a lot of iron from that iron patch over there. It has the lowest priority already, I think. We're sending in 2 belts. They are flowing constantly though. Are we basically out of enough iron then? We might be out of iron for green signs. It goes here, here. Yeah, this is we're using all of that as well. This should be the 5.5 belts of iron that are coming in. We are currently completely feeding that off of this almost. Oh, maybe we need to go hook up like a distant iron mine or something. We have some more easily accessible iron. Okay, all of the access is going on this belt, so that is... Anytime this stutters, all goes on this belt, so that is not really... something we can use still. Where are all my distant iron sources anyway? Looks like here is one. Half of a belt. Half a belt there. Oh, we got this giant area over here. Maybe we should hook up this guy. 1.5 belt of iron. Maybe even 2. It looks like more than 1.5. If we can get 2 belts of iron off of here. There's also oil. There's also copper. If we can get 2 belts of iron off of here for green signs. Perhaps half a belt of copper as well. This does not look like 3/4 of a belt. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe it does if we mine off of this chunk only. But maybe we should install that with some priority. Because this could be a major problem. The problem is we've got big biters, but these biters spawned when the nests were still young. And they didn't grow up. They may be old in the game, but still young of heart. And they only need 4 pollution absorbed to be sent into an attack. And this base happens to be straight in the way of these guys. So they might just come in here, start attacking these walls, and unleashing these biters here, which are quite more heavy in the pollution cloud. That could end very badly. I think I just need to go and efficiency module this mine, to be honest. How many do we need for that? 300 modules. Okay, let's just go do that real quick, because that looks like to be a critical situation. We won't be in time to fix that. Yeah, let's just run over there. The 5 million iron inside your controlled area. Yeah, maybe. Lasers, no, lasers are, we are finally transitioning towards no longer thinking about defense as much. Like passive defense, no active defense, but we are now starting to think about offense with those laser turrets. Suppose we need an upgrade planner again. That should hopefully do it. It will bring pollution per drill down from 7 to 2. And also less drills will be active because they mine both faster and they don't mine quality ore, so they will fill up the 2 belts that can escape from here with a lot less mining drills. So probably about a quarter of the pollution from this mine compared to how it was. Yeah, maybe we can just mine this 5 million iron. Merge it with this and then merge it into here with priority. We might actually, or just put 2 belts, 2 additional belts down there, because we have 5.5 belts to fill and there's not too much iron on here. Copper should be good still. Yeah, now copper is not moving. Now we've stopped producing solar panels. So the belts are backed up. So maybe we don't need copper just yet. We also have this copper still. There's copper under here. Right, let's just do accumulators first. We'll monitor it. Let's figure out where the accumulators go. We'll monitor the situation for the pollution. If it goes up, where is it? Over here. 8.6. Okay, that is looking dangerous. 8.7. 8.7. It will probably continue to go up for a little bit more. Ah, wait, we got a new smallest symbol. Ah no, it has the gray square around it. Okay, 8.9. I already saw 8.9. Okay, we might be too late with the switch. If so, then we gotta go over there in person. So let's stay on this area for now, so I can react quickly. And in the meantime, we're gonna figure out where the heck are we gonna fit all those accumulators. So we need 40 of these squares to be placed around the map. Ideally in places where I don't need to mine, where there's already red chunks around, so not like here. So they can continue to blink. I want to settle right next to my base here. So also not here, because that will destroy those chunks. Also we would like a place with not too much forest. So basically we gotta scout our wall area and just see where we can fit them. We might be able to fit some of them here if we flip it around. This is all deep red already. There is not a lot of forest, so we are not sacrificing too many trees. I want to keep at least 1 tile clear of the wall, if I can. So let's just Start pasting some and see how it ends up. Gotta go up a bit. I do not really want to make landfill chunks for this. Maybe we can go a bit bigger now. Thanks Coniferous for the Prime subscription as well as Misk Go, sorry I missed you. Should we go in the forest here? We might sacrifice a couple trees. Alright, we can move the radar and the solar panel. And this area is not very critical for pollution. So there's only these mines which are here. The base pollution is not even here. These mining patches have limited pollution output. I think we can chop this tiny forest up there. Yeah, I don't really want to go into the big body of water though. Because that's gonna be the northernmost we can get. Let's see, can we go down here still? A little bit. Kind of looks like a weird, I don't know what it looks like. It looks weird, that is for sure. What if I did? Some sort of a bay here in this land area. I don't think I can continue the pattern all the way up. Maybe we can do something like this and then just put a little bit of landfill. It's a tiny bit so we can walk around. How many accumulators is this? 2.6k. Alright, that is like a quarter already. That is not bad. I thought it would be less. How is that? Is that 10 chunks worth of... Might be... Am I crazy? 260. How is that 10 chunks worth of accumulators? Maybe it is. Hey, OG Shrooms. A good name. Thanks for the Prime subscription. What a misalignment. No, not if you switch off the chunk grid. See, nothing wrong. It's just like we are eating up this biter base right here. Alright, that is one area. Let's look, after everything we find, let's look here. Pollution value. 11.2. Okay, it's going up. It's only that one, right? Yeah, this one is 0.7. Yeah, I cannot really do much about it. Let's hope on the next look it goes down. If it doesn't go down, we're in trouble. If it reaches 15, and then it will spread to Then it will start to spread onto the biters there. Alright. Let's find some other areas. Technically we got some space here. There's no forest there either. But it's pretty close to my solar panel area, so maybe I'll fill that in with solar panels instead later on. So let's keep looking. Here's a lot of cliffs, so that is not really great. This area is very green. Suppose here is some space. And we got some space here under these biters. This is 250. This is 1000 of them. This should be 1000 accumulators. Maybe we can fit 2k in here as well. That is right at the point where I start to cross for the landfill as well, though. I suppose it's fine. It would fit like so. One more blob would actually fit on top. So that's like 2k already. I think we'll just go up a little bit then. Alright, that's 2k, then we're up to 4.5k, about 5.5k to go. I don't really want to block this area, because there's more patches which we might have access to later on. Here is a lot of... We might actually have a lot of space on this side over here. This is all red. And it's desert land, so there might be less trees, or not. Oh yeah. Okay, it's going down, 10.5. So that's good. It went up to the maximum, now it's going down again. So hopefully we'll see that trend continue. Then we can just continue with the... Yeah, we can continue with the... Yeah, it's definitely going down. We can continue with the accumulators. Actually, I might just bring one more belt from this mine out of here, because there's definitely enough drills on this patch to bring in one more belt of ore. You could even upgrade one belt to red just to get that done easier. That would be a quick fix for green science iron, because we... Is it backing up? Okay, no, we are backing up. Alright, so we are not... We have enough. For now. Until this starts drying up even more, I suppose. Okay. So, order at hand. First focus, focus, focus. This could be a great area. Okay, laser shooting speed 1 is done. An hour and 40 minutes and will be powerful enough to start shooting biters. We might just get some extra damage upgrades in there then, or shooting speed upgrades. Especially the shooting speed upgrades. I think those are better value than the damage ones. Let's not think about that. Focus. Another 1k. Well, we could fit one between these cliffs here. Can we do it so that we can walk on the top side as well as on the bottom side though? Will we be able to walk between here? I don't know. This will probably be blocking us off. What if it's tilted the other way? If it's tilted the other way, it will fit. Okay, maybe we should go here instead. If we tilt them the other way, this might end up way nicer. Let's try the other way. Okay, that fits better. Okay, let's just start as close to the biters and as close to the cliff as we can without actually interfering. That would be something like so. Okay, so we would have to go up 3 tiles, I think. I think we're gonna lose vision now. Yeah, alright. We'll come back the next day. It is nighttime. The raiders are... Holy moly, that's close by. I think that's a new expansion there. But let's confirm. Okay, 7.2, it's going down. I think what I will do... We are gonna grab that third belt. Okay, that can stretch to there, so that's good. Now we have to feed it in here as well, actually. The quality iron still in the belts here. So basically... I made a weird splitter from this. We can make another belt like so. This just merges with the quality belt. Okay, so if we do additional belts, it's got to be down here. So that all needs to be red, and from here on out everything can be yellow. So we can bring this yellow belt to the base as well. Suppose we have vision again. Let's continue this part. All over the place. What else is new? Let's try to use the big one. Okay, now it fits. Does it fit here? It does. Exactly. over the pipes as well. 1 tile space for the wall. I think we can sneak past the cliff. We are not over the biters. That's pretty good. Now can we align this? That's the question. Very important. One. Three. So that would be aligned. We can. Right, one big square and a small square. And the power pole pattern can even continue. Here we would miss one accumulator at the cliff. Let's go for this for now. This is 3.3k, okay. 3.3, 5.3, 5.9, 7.9. We need 2.1k more. 2.1k. I think we could just make a blob up there as well. A similar blob like this one. Can we tilt it the other way? That would be nice. Then we have like a map with those frowning eyes. Not frowning, the other one. Let's try it. So it has to be at least... This is the top maximum where it can go. And then the second one next to it. Okay, that fits. We can just go a little bit more central then. Something like so. That's probably going to be the rest of it. 2k. Right, that's enough. That's enough. So maybe we can not do the top part here with the landfill. We'll do this one last. We'll make exactly 10k because that's the way it has to be done. We could do this, some sort of elephant or whatever this is. 2.4, and then we'll just add some bits and bobs until we got exactly 10k. So that's where the accumulators are gonna go. All right. While we are going out there, let's take a look. We are using all the south stone already to make walls. There's some stone in the base, but that's in the green chunks. I think this is right in the middle of the green chunks. Not quite, but there is no way out of this green chunk area. So that's why I'm not using the 7 million and 3 million stone there yet. This is biters, this is nothing. Yes, it's okay patch, 2.4 million, 1.3 million, okay as well. Suppose we'll get rid of those chunks in the process. There's a bit up here. Maybe we'll make landfill from all of these like fragmented stone patches here in the north. I think in the north we also have the pollution space to do so still. Kind of. Maybe this one not quite, but it's only a couple mining drills here. We can easily lower this pollution cloud by not putting speed modules in the oil. So I think we will first just do the accumulators though. Let's bring one more belt of iron back, because this is now definitely going down, right? Okay, 0.8. We're back to 0.8. This is at 9.1, so pollution is already no longer spreading into this chunk. The real edge is now over here. So I think we can actually bring one more belt back to the base. Let's do that on the way back to the base then. That way science will continue even if the other miners start to deplete a bit more. Right. You know, I bet if I just mix it in with that belt over here, that could do it already. I probably should just split this off. Right. Because now this iron will mix in with that belt and all these 4 belts will be full because now they are definitely not full. I think it's going to be easier. Yeah, let's do that. For now, I want to get on with it. I don't want to build iron mines. The quality mining, no. The quality mining is just to make rare ingredients for everything I turn out to need, like rare armor, rare bots, rare robots. I can just make that on demand now. The byproduct is like we've got tons of uncommon ingredients, which... So what is the ratio we produce plates in? Specifically iron. Eight from 60. That's actually not bad, I think. So 1 in 6. Yeah, about 1 in 6 of our iron plates is quality. You can see the quality drop now that we are no longer using that from that mining patch over there. So I would like to reinstate that as soon as possible. And that might be pretty soon. We might go there to try out the laser stuff. Right. Then it's time to grab our accumulators and power lines and be off. So we are not using these, we are not using these. I already made way too many of those. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, we're going to be using these. And we're going to be... I guess let's keep that. We'll revert that change in the future. What else do I need to take? No belts. No, 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 no. No. Yeah, I need some of those to connect it to the actual power network. No, 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 no. Why do I have a blueprint of this? No, 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 no. I don't think I can carry like half of them. We need a little bit of inventory space. Let's bring those, and a little bit of inventory space for other stuff. We can bring exactly half if we do this. Now we have 10k accumulators on us. We need to remember to keep the 1. I'll just place it here, unpowered. We need to remember to keep 1 for the steam power plant. We cannot do the traditional way where we use steam as a backup for accumulators in a normal way, but I think I'm going to do something with that. Alright, off we go, I suppose. Yeah, the quality stuff, I basically have access to way more quality stuff than you would normally have at this point in a run, because we're mining the ore as quality. We don't have recyclers, we only have the cheap Mark 1 quality modules, but we are basically using 1,000 times as much resources for science than you usually would. So that means I'm mining 1,000 times more ore, so as a result of that I get 1,000 times more quality ore out of there as well. So because the tech pace is so enormously slow and enormously expensive, I get way more quality ore per unit of technological progress, I suppose. The car. Yeah, it is not so much that the car is super expensive anymore to research. It is right there, 100k. It costs like, the problem is it costs an hour and 40 minutes at the moment. So the resource count, 1 million resources, it's not so much. 100,000 red and green signs is a million resources. It's less now with the productivity bonus. So let's say 800k maybe. But an hour and 40 minutes for the research, man, is well, basically that's now more a matter of time than anything else. Let's check one more time. Okay, pollution is retreating now. Despite the third belt, which now should be flowing as well. Alright, so now these belts will be full. Two. Yeah, already the belts are stuttering, so all of these 4 belts are full now. Alright, that will do. Let's not worry then about green signs. I think we're fine. And pollution will be fine as well. I just want to get the quality back into those mining drills as soon as I can. I still have the quality problem. Like, quality is basically sort of a mini Fulgora, right? You get different results and different ratios, and you just gotta deal with it, and none of them can back up or everything stops. That is the deal with quality as well. So I'm doing the early game Fulgora thing for that. But basically using chest buffers and manually ferrying it in and out of there to get that done. Alright, so first of all, let's just place 1 accumulator at each end, and then I can just delete it all. So the bots won't go crazy trying to place everything. I suppose this is enough benchmark. We can do this. Gotta take care of my bots' batteries. Alright, so nothing is marked for deconstruction anymore. A good thing about this is the power network is actually right next door. So now something is gonna happen which is opposite of a normal playthrough. Even though it's daytime, we're gonna be using steam power to power up those accumulators, I'm pretty sure. We cannot stop it, they will just take up 400 kilowatts each, or 390 I suppose. Let's place the radar maybe up here. Shouldn't I have a radar which covers this area in general? I do. Not quite yet to the edge though. Alright, let's not worry about it. Okay, so we're gonna start like with smaller blobs. I think this one was 256. I think we can do that. We had this pattern over here which went like so. I think I'm just gonna place it in small blobs and see how that goes. So I don't want the bots to drain my battery. They'll do that really fast if they need to charge up. But if they fly out only a certain distance, then they won't. I need to wait for them to come back. So far so good. Okay, that was probably too much. No? Alright, that's okay. Four blobs placed. Alright, that's the first half, and I've accumulated myself in. Alright, it's getting night, so we're gonna run steam power anyway. This is probably not the moment to try and charge my accumulators. Let's wait for the daytime. We have another blob to place, so... Alright bots, alright, here's your repair packs. Go and fix it. As long as you don't deconstruct any of these walls, I'm happy. So I probably can just do 1, 2, 3, 4 then. Bike mod. Yeah, human powered. Then I need to eat fish to power up my stamina or something. For the bike mod. Would be a very Dutch mod to introduce. Yeah, that should be then 2048 accumulators, I think. Since... Yeah, that's 64. So it's a multiple of 64. Right, cool. Where's the power network? It is right there. It's also right here. Maybe we'll do like a double connection here. Double connections are for people who value safety. And things like being fail-proof and all that kind of stuff. We gotta wait for for solar power to kick in. It's not gonna end well with my steam tanks. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're just converting the steam into battery power. We will do that anyway, if it's daytime or not. We're gonna draw empty the steam tanks. That's fine, because then we'll have the power stored into accumulators anyway. There we go, first accumulator field up and running. You can see the steam just immediately shoots up to max. It will do that anyway. These 2000 accumulators can absorb, I don't know, like a half a gigawatt of power or something. Sorry, for 5 gigawatts of power. Can they though? Why is it 1.7k? Oh wait, I need another line next to the... Yeah, well, I missed a spot. How is the steam tank doing? Oh, it's still pretty good actually. Alright, that was the powering up. Solar panels down. 18 gigajoules. Yeah, steam is actually... I forgot, steam is quite an effective way to store power as well. As you see, that one single chunk of steam, I made like a dent in there, but it was not that we completely depleted it already. Okay, exactly next to the water. Let's go. Alright, yeah. We indeed do not want that one radar connected, you're right. Because of the solar panel, mostly. I don't know, heat pipes might be able to store even more power than steam. I don't actually remember. You know what, I think it is time for this radar to go. We'll just place an actual radar here, you know, one of those rare ones. I could actually do that maybe down there. And just connect some of the missing stuff at the bottom of this mine. Then we just have a little bit left over out of vision here. This will be visible every time. This one can go then as well. This one can go because we got this one there. This one is probably part of the grid keeping this in vision during the day, so we'll keep that going. Alright. Not too bad. Bots are too fast for me. I think it's good I kept the area next to the land. Let's check that I not accidentally select the wall for deconstruction. Thank you, bots. You're very useful. Heat pipes don't lose heat, but you cannot infinitely heat. If the heat pipes are in use, you lose 1 degree per tile of storage capacity. Not exactly like that, but you can imagine it to be like that. So but you don't actually lose energy from the system, which you need to keep replenishing. Even on Aikido you don't. On Aikido just everything has like a small energy draw even when it's idle. Where is that radar which I needed to pick up? It was here. Right, I think we're off to the second batch of make this peninsula mistake again. The second batch of accumulators. We need to go over there. Looks like we're walking around the lake. Let's go with the running armor then. Yeah, if you just, even on a kilo, if you just put a single heat pipe down, not connected to anything, its temperature will not change. There is no such thing as heat loss in Factorio. Okay, let's also... We'll mark out all 4 edges this time, since I clearly cannot remember how large these grids should be. Alright. Alright. We can get rid of these old anti-biter expansion things. This one was supposed to go in this direction, alright. So for the rest on a kilo, it looks like heat loss, but it's not really heat loss. It's basically the same what happens when if you leave inserters powered and they're not doing anything, or assemblers powered, even if they're idle. Where's my factory? It should be sizable. So all of these machinery, you can see they have a maximum consumption and a minimum consumption. The minimum consumption is what they use when they're idle. So they will still use power even if they don't do anything. So there is no electricity loss in Factorio, but these machines use a little bit of power if they're connected to the power network, even if they're not doing something. So they're eating up the power. Same goes on a kilo with the heat pipes. All the machines just eat up a little bit of heat, even if they are idle. But if the heat pipes are isolated from any machinery, the temperature will not change. Okay, more repair packs, looks like. Right. Should I hide those things away again? Where's the power network here though? Nowhere. Down here? Okay, I guess we'll go power that from there then. That means the steam tanks will probably have enough time to fill up again, I hope. If only I could find my base. No, actually... yeah, I don't know. We are actually not ferrying quite enough coal to the steam power plant to eat up these massive gaps. That's what these accumulators are going to be for. There is no passive heat consumption outside of a kilo because there's a mechanic specific to a kilo that everything needs heat to not freeze so it can operate. So that mechanic has no... it's basically the idle power consumption of a kilo, a second idle power consumption, which machinery inherently has on a kilo. Right, the second grid. 2Ks, that's 4K of those things. Where are we gonna go with power? Is there any patch? There's a patch there, which we might take in the future. So I think we'll just grab this edge, draw a power line straight down, something like that. We do have a couple of those ones. It's actually quite far. Alright, so that is field 2. Suppose we'll watch it from a distance. There we go. How much power draw does that do? 2000 accumulators. A lot. That is a lot of megawatts. Basically, that is not even limited by the accumulators. It's just my maximum production is now going. So solar and steam. So now we are drawing empty the steam tank pretty fast, I suppose. It's not that fast. It's getting night now though, so we'll see how that goes. $41 gigajoules, alright. And I suppose there's the next batch. That is all the way out there. Looks like we're gonna go back to the base to resupply. Don't think we can carry all of them then. That's unfortunate. Unless I clear out this entirely, which maybe we should do that. So we can pick up some landfill now. Oh hey! Hey SDB! Welcome back, good morning, and thanks for the 5 gifted subscriptions. Holy moly. Right, so what have we been doing so far in the stream? Not too much. We've been worrying about pollution, reducing pollution next to this mine. No more quality over here. And we have started designing our accumulator fields, placing about 10,000 accumulator ghosts in the world. Now we're building them, because this is the last technology we need before we are hopefully powerful enough to take on at least some of the nearby bases. We can try out those lasers a bit. I think we're gonna do that in this stream. I was not planning to, I was planning to build rocket stuff. I think we're gonna try at least lasering, like neutralizing this area, so we can put quality modules back in these miners. Perhaps even start mining this copper as well. Looks like if we just take on these bases, this is all medium worms, there's only big worms, like one big worm over here. This is big worm nests, but this is all mediums, so that should hopefully be okay. This is a quite large nest though, so maybe not. We'll see how that goes, we will try it out at least. That's the plan for today. I cannot switch off the steam in the usual way because my power plant is not built. The boilers are not separated from the steam engines, so I cannot control that flow. And I do not have the live, I have only half the boilers and like a third of the coal input towards my power plant to produce live power from nothing. So I could, if I let it go completely empty, it cannot produce the power it should produce in an emergency. So we're gonna be relying on steam power for a bit still. I was gonna go, I suppose we can pick up a stack of landfill on the way out to there, yeah. Still need to pick up 1 stack of landfill. How much does nuclear cost on 1000 times science cost? Almost 1 million blue science. Is 800k for nuclear power and 100k for uranium mining. And Kovrex, you don't need Kovrex enrichment to run nuclear power. Nuclear power is basically free. There is no way, if you run any kind of normal playthrough, even if it lasts hundreds of hours, there is no way you're going to deplete a uranium patch. Not even one. You're not even gonna deplete 1 uranium patch. Not even close to. Like, this is enough for all your nuclear, for even if you go like a mega base, this is gonna provide all your uranium. Which you need for fuel cells for the first couple hundreds of hours. Right, the laser turrets are done. I think it's time to check the results. We made 2000 laser turrets, so now we can check how lucky we really are. 52 out of 2000. That is exactly uncommon module performance. What the heck, rare quality modules? I'm going to replace them. Gotta replace those for some other ones. These are defective. That's exactly 2.6%. 52 out of 2000. 2.6 on the mark. They have betrayed me. These rare quality modules. Uncommon. I'm going to call rare. No, I'm not going to do that. Call rare quality uncommon quality. It will get even more confusing. But no, definitely underperforming. Is there like some speed module nearby and a beacon? I don't even have beacons, but what's going on with these things? That should not be. Okay, let's restock. We can drop off the wood. Looks like I picked up a single pipe. Bunch of stone. I'm gonna try to carry everything, but I don't think we are able to. Let's see, is this far away from existing power? Yes. No, kinda. The stone mine is there. And this is the last block, right? This is the last block. It's also very close by power. So we don't need that many power lines. I suppose if I carry 1 stack in here and a full stack in here, we kinda should be good. Walls. These radars are obsolete. Probably should keep this on as though. We can get rid of this for now. Just plop it in this chest. Repair packs. They go in here. Just think I can take everything in one go with a little bit of luck. Let's count exactly how many power poles we need. 208. And 152. Uh, 260. Alright, so that's basically just 6 stacks. There's nothing much we can do about that. And then the rest is going to be accumulators. Tell me it fits. It fits. It fits. We can take everything. Alright, that's good. We don't need to come back then. Yeah. Alright, we're off then. This plate quality is fake. I think I just got unlucky. Somebody can calculate what is the chance of getting only... I did get shorted quite a bit. How much should we have? I have 52. We should have 64. So I got 12 less than expected. I think that's normal statistical variance. There is I just by coincidence. That's exactly uncommon module performance. Quite funny, but I don't think it has any deeper meaning. Was a chance to get only 52 out of 2000 results with a 3.2% chance for having the rare result. I'm gonna say it's probably at least 10% of the times that you get that result by feel. I don't know how to calculate that though. 5%? Oh, okay, that is pretty bad. So 2000 attempts and I got 52 good results, and the chance to have a good result was 3.2%. A few balls. $108, 360. I see. You're right. Let's go back then. 2 more stacks. Thanks. Okay, under 7%. So single digit percent chance. But we started off bad at the end of the last stream. I think we had, I don't know how many it was, like well over 100 results before we got the first rare one. So results were already skewed in our disadvantage. I am updating Factorio. I've updated to the latest stable, which has the military science changes. Precisely because it has the military science changes. Red ammo now only half a steel and 1 copper a pop instead of 1 steel and 5 copper a pop. So that's quite a significant change, which is why I updated before designing military science. So instead of using this giant copper mine over here, we're using like half a belt of copper out of here to make military science now. The science still good. 2 stacks more power lines. Thanks guys, that would have been annoying. This is not a hand placeable design. If I would have made a hand placeable design, I would have placed it in straight lines, just like the solar panels. We're not going for maximum density when we do hand placed designs. That's also why my mining patches look like this, instead of looking like what was the design again? And then the underground belt and the power line, and then this, stack it on top each other, and then this. Yeah, have fun building this by hand. That is absolutely horrible. So if we do hand build designs, we are designing them to be easy to be hand built above anything else, really. Yeah, 7% is like, I mean, if you play a dice game and you roll like a natural 12, that is like half the chance of 7%. That's like 3.6%. But still, you roll 12s every now and then, or 2s. Basically, the chance to roll either 2 or 12 with 2 dice is the same as my laser turret luck in this run. So I won't send official complaints to Whoop just yet. But if they pull it off again on me, I might think about it. I was supposed to pick up some landfill, but I suppose we're not going to do that now, because we're already here. Where am I going? We are going the wrong way. What is new? Nothing is new. Hurry up, bots. Why am I not wearing my running armor? What's all the ocean landfilling for? Biter expansion manipulation. So it makes the biters skip a lot of expansions. That's basically what it comes down to. Alright, let's again place the corners. think that's a good strategy. That one fits as well. And this one as well. This one is aligned as if these cliffs were not here. It can later connect actually. Looks like something went wrong here. That was placeable as well. Alright. Now prepare everything. Undeconstruct everything. Let's start with a small one. This radar is probably part of the precise radar grid thing. That is... Is it though? Yeah, it is. We could actually put it in this chunk with a rare radar. Over here. And just use one of those. That will have the same effect. Or I might just actually... We'll connect an actual rare radar in this very chunk. So that one can go as well then. Alright. Here we go again. It's already getting hidden a bit deeper into my area. Copy paste queue. Field 3. Here we go. Hello E. I remember your username. That's a good username if you want people to remember your username. How do we get so many uncommon and rare stuff without recyclers? Play 1000 times science cost, put quality modules in your miners and you'll get 1000 times as much quality plates out of there in relation to the technology level you are at. It's working pretty well. I don't think that's a good strategy to use in a default settings run. Probably. Okay, that's the smaller square. Icosaplex says, diagonal accumulator square is pretty. Your name sounds like almost one of those old Greek names for what could be a shape like this. It's not quite there, but it almost sounds like it's some... It has that dodecahedron vibe. Isopaplex. We're going to force delete these pipes. Man, those new functions for the blueprints are absolutely great. If only you could place blueprints in the fog of war, that would help me quite a lot with the space platform dilemma. But that's going to be pretty annoying. Alright. Starting to run out of accumulators. Once we place all of these, we're done. Okay, we align with the corner, so we didn't make any mistakes yet. Let's wait for the bots to come back. Let me just try the bigger one in one go. While I walk upstairs, let's see if the bots lock me in or not. There's a lot of blinking items on screen, sorry about that. I think the bots are gonna charge up too much now. No? Hey, there they go. There goes the battery. Right, that's dangerous. The battery goes really fast once they start doing their charging thing. We want free energy. We don't want that responsible energy, responsibilities and stuff. We just want the free stuff. Free energy. Okay, that is a lot of accumulators. The funny thing is we can actually connect those with these power lines without breaking the pattern, I think. I think I spaced those correctly. But do the power lines fit though? Probably some power lines will be on the cliff. I think that's a nice connection through the opening in the cliff. So where is the closest power? Is either here. You know what? We want a power line out here anyway, because these nests are probably the first two that we're gonna try out the laser stuff on. So we're not gonna power it down here, we're gonna bring power to here. You know, actually, power lines have the good range now, right? The full chunk range, right? Yeah, they do. So actually, I could change my wall so that each corner of the wall has like a power pole on the chunk border, and I could have power all the way across my base if I would do that, and the power network would become redundant automatically as well. That's maybe something to keep in mind. Alright, so that radar should get powered as soon as we power up the field here. Go straight, probably meet this power horizontal, right above the chunk border as soon as we are under the copper patch. I'm gonna run out of power lines, and I don't have copper on me this time. One chunk higher. Okay, that's correct. See if you can make it. There's my last power lines. 46 remaining. I think we just might have exactly enough. Still don't have gates. Anyway, I walked through my wall at different places every time. Okay, I think we made it. That's gonna be accumulator field number 3. Steam power activates again, maximum power. It looks like good radar coverage now there. We're up to 74.24. So we need to place slightly over 2.5k. So it looks like we need to place a little bit more than we have blueprinted here. So I did need to pick up the landfill after all. Well, let's go do that then. We're gonna need a little bit of landfill to pull that off. Hey C-Rex. Do the hydrate already. Thanks to the walling up the nest is gonna be a lot nicer now. Actually, let's just grab a bit. We'll store some at home as well. Not like a full inventory, but maybe like 2k or something. One stack I'm gonna have on me. Gonna need some. Yeah, something like that. Alright, then we need to walk all the way over there. So let's change clothes. "36 minutes until we are becoming OPSF. Not quite yet, but we are coming PSF without the O. Frequently asked questions, no. I'll just answer them every time. We need to go around this lake this way. We have, yeah, we have access to uranium, we just cannot mine it. Supposed to go around this as well. Yeah, this base is blocked off. We are pretty close to some active biter bases right here, so I have to take a little bit care. Like there they are. It's not too far away. This is the last spot for the accumulators. We have to place all accumulators we've got on us, and then things should be good. Am I gonna just drain my armor? I probably should not do that. This one has a more complex shape. I want to keep some markers at least. We're gonna drain our bot armor on this one, aren't we? Looks like we're gonna drain our bot armor on this one. So at least this corner here, this is all same. We might get away with it without a full drain. Alright. That's probably the best I can do. I do not want to take out the roboports because they take forever to recharge. Let's switch off the bots to begin with at least. That's my, my grid. Suppose we... yeah, let's just go in. That area gets placed. Let's wait here. For those bots. And run after the other ones. And they blocked me off. No, this is not gonna go well. Come back. I could have brought them back. No! Oof. I could have brought them back earlier by switching off the roboport. I forgot about that function. And just let them fly out a bit. Whichever bots don't complete their task, yeah, you get called back too far. And then they don't charge back up. No power loss there. Why do they fly out so far though? Some of them should be placing this stuff. Right, we can still cheese it despite the large area of stuff which should be placed. We only just drained the battery, we didn't drain the actual roboport's internal storage just yet. Right. Back to charge up for free. Alright, no more poof, go battery. And this is too OP, man. I might get away with it now. Alright. Yeah, just barely. Okay, so that's all of the stuff placed. I think we've covered all the area. Okay, so battery, not poof. Let's fix it up now. If I can still find it somewhere. There we go. I guess we'll be only using this sized block. Over here. I think I went too far. I'll just copy this one. again, so it's in front of the queue. Here's some coal rocks, which is a bit annoying. That means another 37 bots or so will fly out to pick up all the coal. Let's put the accumulator count on here. Let's see how many we have left to go. Why are we still using coal? Because we don't have enough solar panels and accumulators yet. Especially solar panels to run full on solar. So basically now we're using steam power. We don't need more solar panels than we actually need power to run the factory. Because we don't need to charge up the steam, the boilers at night with the solar panels. They produced power from coal. But if we go for... sorry about that, that track is a bit too much. If we go for accumulators and solar only, you need like 50% more solar panels, so you have enough power to also charge up the accumulators during the day, or you will be running out of power during the night. We're still gonna keep the steam for the time being, because we're gonna be lasering soon, and that will cause some giant power spikes, I imagine. So I do not want to switch off my steam and then just die to the biters because I'm out of powers. Alright, 337 left to go. Where is my reference? Okay, I've referenced myself in. Wait. I think we were temporarily connected to a single solar panel. This accumulator has 23.7 joules of its 10 megajoule capacity charged now. Alright, so we need to place 143 more. Probably just gonna do this. 64. Another 64. Now it's just 15 more pieces. Which is basically a super tiny blob, I suppose. -1. Where would that look the least stupid? Nowhere. Alright, we're just placing it here. I cannot come up with a good solution, so let's just take down the last couple trees and call it a day. And we should be up to 9,999 accumulators as soon as we connect it to the power grid, which should be trivial. I'll probably just want a fixed radar in here as well then. Thanks Peter Rek for the Prime subscription. Right, some of those independent power networks can go. Eventually it will be good for performance to disconnect all of those again. But that will be quite a while into the future. It is time for field 4 to connect it. Another save on my pile of hundreds of gigabytes of Factorio saves. Alright, there we go. Another giant field. 9,999 uncommon accumulators are now connected to the power network. The last one will put at the steam power plant. 100 gigajoules, look at that. That is nice. 10 megajoules a pop. Okay, I hope that will do. I suppose the bots did a good job placing all the solar. Let's give them to repair the walls here then, which they so desperately seem to want to do every time. Thanks Nulligon as well. A lot of people redirecting Jeff Bezos' money, that's always good to see. If you also want to pickpocket Jeff Bezos and redistribute his wealth, and you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to one streamer every month for free. It doesn't cost you a thing and does help the streamer. It doesn't need to be me, but if you have it, why not do it? Why not spend it and let Jeff Bezos sponsor your favorite streamers? Alright, we are prepared now. We have done everything we need to do for the laser turret ordeal. Was not the focus of the stream, but looks like we're gonna do a little bit of it anyway. Because, you know, when a man gets some new toys, he needs to try them out. That is just how it works. I cannot possibly research this, have the laser turrets, have everything, have the technologies, and then go build some, like, new landfill mine. What? No, that cannot be. Thanks. Hey, Icosaplex transferred over to the other side. Thanks for the Prime subscription as well. Icosaplex, I probably butcher your name. Right, I need to get up and stretch though. I was gonna do that after the next landfill mine. Look at my giant iron mine, bringing in all this iron to the base. Oh, there is still some over here. Go iron, go! You can do it. Yeah, this used to be a 7 or 8 million iron mine right there. And we even use the quality miners on there. Before we go, let's check how much military science we still have left. 52k. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. 52k there. Check if these chests are not overflowing. Okay, that's still fine. We've got 336k in here. How is the steam tanks doing after charging up those accumulators? Back up to 23k already. It's getting night though. But that's not bad. Labs are doing great. If we do more technologies in terms of shooting speed, they're going to be the 60 seconds technologies again, which doesn't really influence us in tech speed, but it does influence us in power cost. It will add another 54 megawatts to the balance, and we don't really have that amount of power. Actually, this is also 60 seconds for science spec technology, so we're kinda maybe starting at the wrong time to do the laser stuff. Until we got more solar. We're gonna do it anyway. There is one more technology we could research. It is damage too. That is the last 30-second per science spec technology. So maybe we'll do that one as well. Just so the labs don't use those 50 megawatts of extra power, which we will likely need to run the lasers. And keep the accumulators charged. Thanks Redcrafter and the meal as well for especially taking action, especially for me, and doing the Prime subscription thing. Thanks a lot. Right. I'll reorganize my inventory. We've got another fish. We gotta save him. Throw him in the pond with the rest of him. Yeah, we're gonna go fighting. 1,000 hours of landfill. The landfill didn't take that long. Were you here for the early game? I've literally had like 6 streams in a row where I fought biters without doing anything else in between. Landfill, repair packs, solar, raiders. These power lines, we spent most of them. At least we spent them. It's good that we actually spent some of them. More pipes. Gonna get another 100k fish lake. Maybe. I don't have the pure Spidertron deconstruction power just yet though, but I mean, there's bound to be some downtime. And we've got a lot of lakes around. And even some of those lakes have become suspiciously accessible for us to fish them empty. So yeah, we might have another black blob of a lake at our starting batch. Especially with landfill now being removable, it is a lot easier. Okay, obsolete raiders go into this chest. Okay, then I just need to carefully pick up the pieces again. Gun turrets and walls. Gun turrets here. 2 stacks of walls. Almost, so I can pick up some and still put it away. I think that is how it was. And then just a random stack of those things in there. Right. Inventory redone. I suppose we will place the last accumulator. So we have 10,000 accumulators. I'm just gonna place it at the Steam just without hooking it up to anything. For those of you asking, you will here quickly find out why I cannot do the hook it up to Steam thing. We can do the reading of the accumulator. Read the charge level. But we cannot separate the boilers from the steam engines. It is just not hooked up that way. This is basically an afterthought. It was just added on at some point. And I have too few boilers and not enough coal incoming to actually run off of steam for more than a couple minutes. So if I do it on this side instead with the water, all of this will completely dry up. And when I need the power, there will be no fluid, no steam in the system, and I can only produce just a little bit of power live. My buffer is this, so this power plant has way more steam engines than it can handle. That's the problem. So I would have to empty this out and then pump it from the reservoir into here, but I cannot really do that both ways. Especially not, we will need like over 10 pumps I think to move this amount of fluid around. So we cannot do the traditional thing right there. Alright, I'm gonna get up and stretch now. Let's walk back. Let's just walk in the labs then. 83%, 16 minutes, and then we can play with our new toys. It's gonna be good. I'm gonna get up and stretch. So now we got 10k accumulators. Let's make a save. So that's actually 20,000 accumulators worth of normal accumulators, I suppose, because the quality ones have the extra, the 100% extra capacity, which is quite nice. Great quality before getting recyclers. Yes, because 1000 times science cost. Recyclers are a little bit far away. And it is 1000 times easier. You're basically playing 1000 times easier quality because of the 1000 times science cost multiplier. You get 1000 times as many quality ore per technology researched. Cut the engines from the main. Did I cut the engines from the main grid? No. Everything's still running. Still 1k SPM. Let's check the 10-hour graph. Okay, this is the quality iron ore has severely diminished. Okay, there we go. That is not bad. Once this wrinkle 15 more hours, I hope 15 more hours, and we will have a definitive 1k SPM graph for 50 hours. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. If I don't majorly mess up, we should get a 50-hour 1k SPM graph. That would be cool. Not perfectly flatline because of the difference in research time per science pack. So sometimes when I switch from 60 to 30 seconds, we temporarily research more as all the labs are full, and if we switch from 30-second tech to 60-second tech, we get a dip in there because only half of the labs are full and the other ones need to fill up. But on average, it should work out to be exactly 1k SPM over a long period of time. We can maybe make a fish train, take it out of one side of the lake, put it back on the other side and have them swim across. We can actually make a maze or something for the fish. Not now, when we are running, when we will inevitably run out of things to do, we can spend our time on that kind of thing. Make a maze for the fish, and if they reach the end, an inserter will grab them out of the water, we'll try to insert them on the other side again. I'm not sure if we can though. We would need an inserter with a hand size of 5 and a long-handed inserter. I think we tested that Warptorio where long-handed had a hand size of 5, but the inserters cannot put the fish back into the water, despite even if they are able to carry 5 fish. That's probably not possible. Right, I'm gonna take a sanitary pit stop. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Potato quality, well, at least it's happening during a tiny break this time instead of during the most important part of the stream. Yeah, it's going up and down a bit. Like not during the first attack on the vitals or something. Can't you connect wire to a pump for steam? No, not with this setup and not with this size of a steam tank. You need a lot of pumps. And placing a switch, I don't have a power switch, we don't have circuit network. That's another 1 hour and 40 minutes of research deviation if we want to place a switch on the steam power thing. Yeah, so now the steam power plant is automatic. By default, the steam power is basically accumulators are a last resort. And that means steam power is still going to be active in the night, and we're only going to be using accumulator power for catching the laser turret spikes, I suppose. We're gonna see some dimples keep the laser turrets powered. That is what the accumulators are mostly for at this stage. I do intend to switch to full solar power later. Maybe even this thing. Who knows? Looks like I'm not gonna go according to plan anyway at all. We were supposed to be doing blue chips and low density structures and all that kind of good stuff, but we're not. Okay, internet still switching between OK and potato, just oscillating up and down. Let me have a quick look if I can see. It just started to happen. Bitrate a bit wobbly. Right, we're not reloading though. Should I change the title of the stream? Can I even? I don't know if I can. On Twitch it's easy, but how do you do that on YouTube? Let's be optimistic. We'll get around to doing blue chips and low density structures. That's only a couple battles. At the moment our goals are basically just clearing out a little bit of this side, maybe this nest and this nest, maybe not even all of them, maybe all of them. We'll start mining this copper as well. We have a new iron source here, a new copper source here, but we can probably just use this iron still for a while. Yeah, I would like to use this copper source for green signs as well, because all of these patches are running out very fast now. They're like all under 1 million. It started at 10 million, it's now at 1 million. This is at like measured in Ks already. So we're gonna need some replacement before we're doing any sort of sizable project, I suppose. So let's just hook that up for green signs. And I want quality in there. So yeah, maybe we're gonna just take this area right here and then call it a day. It is 6 minutes before D-Day. Okay, let's get prepared. Let's get prepared. Where's the chat? There's chat. Quality seems fine. All right, that's good. Please start screaming again if it goes south. Let's grab our supplies. 52 laser turrets of rare quality. Let's check the range difference. I don't have any normal ones, but this is a bad place to check the range. I'm not outside of my base. Alright, so this one has range until the chunk border over here. And the rare one has range of about 2 tiles more. 2 or 3 tiles more. 26.4, 28.8, 2.4 tiles extra range, of course. Squared. Because it's 2D. I suppose we can see the original laser turret's range as well. So that is like 2.5 tiles shorter. I think it's actually a significant change. Rare ones would have been better, but we cannot afford them, so even at 1000 times science cost. Those are going to go along with the good accumulators into a chest, which probably will be used on spaceships and whatnot, where every single tile of every single belt will need 100 iron worth of space platform under it, so it would make sense to save some of that space. To save space in space. That's really weird. Normally should not be where space is really big, that's why it's called space. Okay, what do we need? What do we need? Let's focus. I need to put away... I'm gonna take 1k laser turrets to start. We're gonna take these, 1000 repair packs, which are all hide in the trash slots. So the bots don't fly out repairing turrets when I don't want them to. We made a blueprint already when we tested all stuff. Now it's no longer going to be tested, now it's actually going to be built. So let's check out how the bots do it. I can just do this. If I have my bots on. And I'm wearing the right armor. We're going to need a hotbar for this. We did use this one previously. This is just a bunch of random... I don't think we're going to be using any of this anymore. Let's go hotbar 5. What do we want first? Maybe the blueprint. Laser Annihilator 2000. That doesn't fit in the mouse over description, but that's fine. We'll put that on here. We want to see how many laser turrets we have. We want to see how many of these we have. I think we also want to see how many bots we have. Just to know if they're all back in our armor or not. Let's even keep a bit of space there. Maybe a repair pack count on there, so I can even see that I have my repair packs in my inventory here. As a failsafe, probably it's not going to work, but it's going to work like this. Bots are flying out. This should be 200, 1k and 200. At least 200 bots. The rest is not going to be constant. We're going to lose some lasers. We're going to use some of those to bring power over. Maybe manually placed lasers. Maybe I should have some in case I get chased or something. Put the walls in my inventory. On 3. I think I'll put these on 4. I usually have power lines on 4. So I can panic connect. If some lasers get disconnected, I can just panic connect them. So let's place these on 5 then, I suppose. Okay, that's going to be my hotbar setup. I don't think I need anything else. We got the personal flamethrower. 99%. It is time. Dramatic music. Unfortunately, it doesn't play while I save. Laser time. Okay. Question is, which technology should I go for? This is almost 3.5 hours to get this. Maybe we just go rocket silo. We go rocket silo while taking out the easier nests and building up resources. When we have rocket silo, we can start the space platforming stuff while researching more laser damage, and then while we research the planet discovery, we can do the more powerful version of lasering the bigger nests even. And then when the planets are researched, we can F off of this planet. I think that is kind of the general plan, so probably I should prioritize rocket silo. Let's do that then. That means all of the labs will be switching on again. Bring more walls. Yeah, we need some walls as well to wall off the biter bases. That's a very good point. I remember I have like 62,000 of those in storage now, so should be good. Yeah, we're gonna have the laser show. Yeah, I won't be doing space platforms in space. It's indeed gonna be too slow. For my liking. Take a shotgun and ammo and medium pulse. I cannot damage the biters with a shotgun anymore. Okay, there it goes. The labs will slowly be switching on now. We're dropping to 500 SPM until all the labs are active again, which should automatically happen. The average should still be 1000 SPM. Man, this is such a nice site. Let's just go double speed through the night. Alright, here's rocket silo. Remaining estimated time 31 hours. It's going down though. As soon as we're back up to 1000 SPM, it's gonna be 16.5 hours or so. That means we will have rocket silo research at 218 hours about. I think that was some prediction over here said something like that. 228 hours. Oh yeah, 228 hours. That does indeed look very much like what will be. And then we leave for Volgora 18 hours before we research rocket silo. Yeah, this one is clearly obsolete. 3 million iron for 600k steel for the space platforms has become 5 million iron for 1 million steel for space platforms. I did not do engines in space though. We could do engines in space, production of engines in space as well. I think I won't though. Let's keep it simple. Just bring the iron down and redistribute it from there. Right, line 3 of the labs is almost on. We're not gonna stand here all the time. We've got stuff to do. What else could I possibly need? Except for walls. Power, walls. Maybe a deconstruction planner. Which deconstructs only lasers and power lines. That seems like a good thing to have. Actually a good thing to have close by as well. Oh yeah, and of course we need the biter blocker 2000, except we need the one where the walls are on the outside. So this one, I suppose. I don't think I'm gonna emergency place walls. I'll probably emergency place laser turrets before placing walls. Let's... And that's dangerous. I might get annihilated. Especially the roboports will start consuming all the power. We cannot do the free charging stuff with the roboports this time, I think. I think I don't need anything else, really. I have repair packs, I have lasers, power lines. We just need to pick up some walls, which we already started stashing quite a while ago. Let's take a look how it's going with our storage. 680k steel is going slow now. Copper cable will fill up pretty soon. Maybe I should then, if I'm having a copper problem, I should not be doing this from green signs. Let's switch that off. Then we'll be doing it only from over here, which is the extra belt, the extra half belt we have left over from red chips. Copper cable has overtaken steel now, so that is okay. Right. Military science cliff. Right, yeah, walls, interruption, sorry about that. We've got 62k of them. Walls are prioritized to go to military science. Still no gaps in the bricks belt, so that's good. How has military science production been going? We switched it on almost 10 hours ago, and it looks like it has been steady ever since. Yeah, this will flatline a bit until the belts fill up for the fourth line. Okay, the fourth line is getting active as well. So pretty soon we should be back up to 1k SPM. Right. I think we just do like this. And that's going to be our setup. Let me read chat if I missed. If I missed something important. Shotgun, we cannot damage behemoths with shotgun. It's for the nests, not the biters. I'm not gonna kill the nests. Power lines to block biter spawns are no longer a thing because only the small biters can spawn in those partially blocked areas where walls or pipes don't fit, and they can no longer spawn from the nests. Yeah, I think I have all that I need. What about inventory space? Yeah, we should... we'll definitely deconstruct a bunch of inventory things. We will lose walls in the process though, so we still should be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... We have 8k walls exactly like this. Let's try it with 8k walls. We'll just fill this up, and this is our inventory space for trees and rocks and whatnot. Right. We're ready, let's go. Prepped for war. It's been a while. Let's hope I still remember how to do this. These guys are gonna be first. And then it's quality modules back in these mining drills, which actually I might want to take then. 150 of them. 9 slots of quality modules. We can stash those in a chest. It is meant to be. Oh, so the Johnnies. Ooh, just in time. We can take 9 stacks of quality modules to change out the modules in those miners. And then I'll just leave the efficiency modules behind in a chest at the mining drills. Let's go. We are no longer scared. Being scared is a time of the past. We have won, I think. I think we have won. Have we won? I know, let's find out. Last lap line, slowly getting up to speed. Man, I love this base. Such a unique base this has become due to all kinds of weird limitations we have been putting ourselves through. Alright. It should be night soon for our first laser show. Laser shows are best viewed at night. Where am I? Where am I? Am I? I'm here? Yeah, we're on course. Let's go faster. Alright. I've got chests. We've got an upgrade planner. Actually, I don't have it anymore. So I'll make one here then. Back to... back to polluting modules. Here we go. All of them. This time. All of them. Full pollute. That was a mistake. There goes my battery. Should have done half and half. Okay, it's not too bad, not too bad. But I should keep wearing this armor then to charge the battery back up. Let's leave those behind. We've got the power line prepared. We're gonna do combat to the left. I suppose it's the best direction. We've got the minimap blocking the view here. North and south is limited in general. Because of the orientation of the screen. So, wait, what the heck happened there? That's a weird bug. I noticed that before. Okay, now it's going on me again. It happened before as well. That the map orientation got like offset by a set amount. Every time I would open the map, I would be a certain exact distance away from my position on the map. Okay, looks like I cannot replicate it though, so don't really have basics for a bug report. Alright, let's go. I mean, I have the correct armor on. How do I approach this? I should be able to stand over here. I think we don't really need to worry about anything. So what I cannot do is already place the pipes on the nest this time, because the bots will start flying out to place them, simultaneously to placing the laser turrets, so I have to do that after the fact. I think we are just gonna start with a back wall of laser turrets and just bring that closer. Let's try 1, 2... Okay, so I should definitely not be overheighting any of that structure over there. So... Yeah. Here we go. Probably I should just hold this on the blueprint. I'll just place one layer at a time until the biters attack, and then I run back because they are gonna annihilate me. There's actually no behemoths. No pre-spawned behemoths in this nest, so that is not too bad. The worms do outrange my my turrets though. So I probably don't want to spend too much time. Okay, there we go, there we go. Should be easy so far. Okay, just observing what was going on. It really spawns very slowly. There's a behemoth biter. Let's see how... Oh, that takes a while. That takes a while. But he goes down... It goes down fairly fast. The behemoth biter went down fairly fast. Okay, there's two of them at the same time. Okay, yeah, they do get damage in, but not too much. How's power? Oh yeah, we're definitely like spiking. I'm not actually using... Okay, we're using the accumulators a little bit. Every time it goes to max here. Okay, this nest does not look very threatening. Chance for behemoth spawns 34%. So 1/3 of the spawns are gonna be behemoths. But I remember there's quite a cooldown period after they spawn. Okay, let's go in. Let's go in for the kill. First battle. Change bots. Yeah, maybe I should have. For like the uncommon quality. Oh, wait. In one go, one smooth motion. One set. Another set. Another set. Keep going, bots. I'll just... Holy moly. Oof. Okay, nothing got destroyed just yet, so I suppose I'm happy. I need to be careful to not walk through the asset. Okay, let's just try going around. Stay outside of the range. Just letting the bots fly out. We gotta... annihilate all the worms. Okay, so far it's going well. We have lost something. 2 laser turrets are down. That's the cost of doing business. Okay, I think we've got them surrounded. Right, we've got ourselves our first laser zoo, I suppose. We actually could use a structure like this to... not even a dimple in the accumulator field. Of course, this is not a super large nest. But that is promising. How is the steam tank doing? That thing might be empty. 18k. Okay, that is why... That is probably why... that's probably why the accumulators haven't been working just yet. We've been running off of the steam tank so far. Alright, so we are sustaining some damage. The spitters go down quite fast. Do we send out the bots with repair packs now? I think no, they'll fly over the nest. They might be targeted. I don't mind losing turrets as much as I do mind losing bots. So I think we're just going to start with the walls. That is going to be a bit dangerous. Unless I don't force blueprint, we can just first... Oh, this is going to be beautiful. If I don't force blueprint, the laser turrets and power lines especially will not get replaced. This is so much nicer than building it by hand. Holy moly. Okay, but this is gonna destroy my battery. But I suppose that is how it is. You can't have everything. Alright, let's go for the last one. Yeah, my speed is down to 0. And that should be it, right? That should be it for the spawns. Unless I missed a nest. Okay. Success! Nice! Nice! Oh, and this is actually pretty cheap on walls as well. Because we're using the absolute minimum now instead of absolutely walling and the biters like we did before when we had to do it by hand in the midst of gun turrets. And man, what a difference it was, man. Battle like this, and just like basically we have promoted ourselves to general and are just giving the orders from behind enemy lines. Alright, that was just 2 losses, right? Losses in the last 10 minutes. 2 laser turrets. This is not too bad. No bots were lost. Just some uncommon laser turrets. Those are replaceable. How's my battery doing? He's not too bad. Not too bad. It's gonna take a bit of time to refuel. I probably do not want to change to my running armor at all. So let's for now put the legs there. So I can switch between legs and panels to charge up the robopods faster again. Because we aren't moving faster anyway. Suppose release the repair packs. Yeah, this is a better soundtrack for a victory, not the Aquilo one. Right, that is even more charging of the bots. Ah, we're almost there. It's getting night though, so that is a bit unfortunate. Now we get to the difficult part. 10 repair packs were used. We actually cannot deconstruct this just yet. We need to place the blueprints. I think what I need is... I need to stay away a bit more from the nest. So if I force blueprint this on top, which will probably spawn biters. Yeah, like so. We are not disconnecting our power network from the entire back half of the nests or something. So let's just go around and make sure we have some redundant power. I guess here we're far enough away. Yeah, we should stay, if we can, we should stay a bit further away. That's a bit too far. I think that should be good. Okay, what's this? An isolated power network, huh? Okay, that is not great. So I if that happens mid-battle, that could be bad. Alright, I'm gonna stand at a safe distance again. Somewhere over here, I suppose. Let's force blueprint everything on there. Whoa. Jump scare. Okay. Couple ones over there. Yeah, that's not too bad, I don't think. Oop. Insta-kill. Was that a beam biter? No, it was a spitter. A spitter spawner. Alright, what did the lasers consume? It's not hard to say, but we should look like right after the battle and then like a minute of time. Right, suppose second repair round. In the back there's nothing to repair. Can I safely walk here already? Maybe I should not be so cocky. Let's start retracting then. The next nest is down there. We'll probably And we got a lot of almost disconnected power networks here as well as a complete zigzag. They don't really want to connect in a logical way, I would say. Next nest is this one. Suppose we are going to... Well, we come in from the back. We still have... We spent most of our laser turrets actually. Wait, this one is damaged. Oh, stop that, stop that. Right, if I place them myself, they don't have the filters. We are prioritizing the worms on most of them. Some of them prioritize the biters in ascending order. Yeah, okay, so we do need to collect the lasers. We don't have enough to do like 2 nests at a time. 697 lasers have been placed here at the moment. All right. Let's gently retreat. Let's first try to take this out of there and see if any biters spawn. Alright, I think we should be good with legs again. I can keep the bots close by now. That's good, we don't destroy trees more than we need to. I have a chance to outrun some of the biters if they actually will spawn some. If I forgot to like do one nest. I like to stay a bit in the safety of my laser turrets. It will cause the bots to charge up again and deplete my battery, but I suppose that's better than getting obliterated. That's a clean operation, actually. We might be able to use this as the base of attack. Most of the worms are in the north as well. So... if we just keep some of the power lines in there, that should stay connected, I hope. Maybe not. It's connected in a pretty weird way. Why don't you connect? Straight lines should definitely be preferred for connections in general, I suppose. No? That is bad. Right. That was battle 1. That went way smoother than it had any right to. We no longer need these pollution markers. We are no longer scared of polluting this nest. They can no longer send the attacks. This mine can pollute all at once. Quality iron. Show me the quality. Show me the quality. Yeah, there we go. Quality iron. We had to diminish it a bit because of the biters. But now it's shooting back up again. Heck yeah. There we are, 1k SPM. Estimated time on research 16 hours and 17 minutes. With all of the labs active, I suppose. Holy moly. And then we have thrusters, which is half of rocket silo, 500k. And then we have the planet discovery, which is another million. We're gonna have a lot of time, aren't we? We are gonna have a lot of time. 999 SPM is not a megapiece. I think we're not up to full speed just yet. What is going on here? There's something going on in the corner. Is it just like lag still or what? Oh yeah, just the blue signs hasn't reached the end of the belt just quite yet. We're still going up there. Basically approaches 1k SPM, it takes a very long time to actually reach it if you just keep spending the science life. But now we have one up tech and one down tech, like quarks. I remember I had a small like power mishap during the last 10 hours somewhere. I think it was right before here where the power went out momentarily. So looks like, yeah, not mega base confirmed, 999 SPM only. Dang it. Maybe I should be looking at these biters instead. It is night, let's do the laser show. Battle number 2. Okay, now I know how to do it. I hope. We're coming in from an unfavorable angle this time though. Here they come. I hope I put away the repair packs. I think I did. I want to show the lasers, but I also want to stay at a safe distance, which is a little bit of hard. Oh god, we're gonna run into that nest at the same time. Maybe not if we go the other way around. Let's wait for the bots. 200 bots on the counter. Let's go this way. Okay, we have another case of power line doesn't want to connect. I can do it from here, right? Okay, I can do this from there. Man, those bots and those connections. Why? Why is it that way with the power lines, man? Okay, 3 turrets down. That's fine. No bots. I suppose this worm is shooting my turrets without opposition. We need to see, can we do something about that? Let's just go in deep. So yeah, we should stay far away and we should go close by, I suppose. Okay, there he goes. He's targeted now. That guy also has 3 shots. Okay, so we should do this a little bit faster next time. There goes the last worm. 136 health remaining. This laser turret survived because it's an uncommon laser turret. The regular one would have already been destroyed. Okay, let's do it fast now. A little bit backup. I think we have a good ring of backup. I'm going to just force place blueprints straight away. I suppose I should stand somewhere in the corner. We'll start from the near side. Force place. Another laser. No bots have gotten destroyed yet. I probably should make some backup bots. It's inevitable that I will lose some. Especially at this tiny bot flight speed. There is power going around there. This is so much easier compared to the early game. No! 16 health remaining. Deconstruct it. Take it, take it, take it. I cannot. I'm too far out. Move in, move in, move in. Okay, there goes the last ones. Just take the turret. Take it. Somebody take it. Somebody take it. Somebody took it. Alright. Let's check. Nothing spawns anymore. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff. 3% of the way to Rocket Silo is done. Maybe I will not send out the repair bots. Maybe I'll just deconstruct the stuff. Okay, let's try slowly retreating while we take out all the turrets. So if I do the repairs, maybe I can do the repairs before each attack instead of after each attack. And I think the bots will first place the damaged turrets before they place the undamaged ones. Let me check that. Yeah, they do. Okay, so I can place all damaged turrets quite easily close by myself, which means the bots won't be draining my armor as much. Alright, this nest is done as well. Are we OP yet? Check the battery. We can check the accumulator charge over time. A small dimple. 99 gigawatts, gigajoules instead of 100. I think it's probably not very favorable if we do these attacks at night. Well, it doesn't matter, we've got the accumulators, so maybe that's okay. Yeah, maybe it's okay. Retreat. And keep on retreating. I guess we'll pick up everything now. Oh, if now behemoth spawns from that nest, I'm in trouble. Alright, looks like nothing spawns, so we're gonna go. We want to mine this copper. I think we'll take down these nests as well. Maybe we'll just take the entire peninsula up until this point. And then we can really just mine this without regard for anything. This is a little bit of an annoyingly placed nest though. There's cliffs, there's forest. Basically, maybe we should consider it a double nest. These are close together as well. Maybe we first take out this one, then this one, then this one. So let's keep going. Back to old walking speed. Early game walking speed. The laser turrets use 16.3 gigajoules. Where do you see that? Don't we need to worry about new expansions? Not really. Maybe they will happen in this area from time to time. There's a low chance though, because we got all the green chunks everywhere in the base. So most of the time one of our chunks gets selected, which is not suitable for expansion. Then most of the times when a red chunk is selected, it will just be a random red chunk anywhere on the map, really. Only very sometimes it will be a red chunk which is in one of these cleared areas. And then they still might not expand to that because they don't have a biter base within the 8 chunk range, so they will have to step stone closer and closer by. I think we're not going to have a lot of problems with new expansions forming in this territory. And if we do, we can probably react to it quite quickly. Maybe we'll drop the whole no base defense thing once we have proven that we are almighty on this planet. Let's make a save indeed. It's been a while. That was easy. It is really surprisingly easy. I hope it's not boringly easy. Here we got a cliff, so maybe we gotta do a bit better planning. We can actually put a radar on this power line as well. So we can definitely see the area even at night on the map. We gotta make sure our pattern does not have the power lines on the cliff. So something like this would be ideal. So we should start somewhere over here then. As a starting point. For the rest I think we're okay. Alright, and we've got a lot of damaged ones, another 54. So I suppose let's try placing those first without triggering the biters. That's all of them. Give them the repair packs. Oh yeah, this is pretty efficient, look at that. Zip, 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 zip. Everything fixed. Alright. Repair packs away. 25 of them were used so far. Actually not too bad. Hopefully we'll spend walls faster than we gain wood, coal and stone. Right, assault number 3 is a go. I'll try to do it faster this time and not spend so much time. Not give the worms so much time to shoot. There's actually a ton of worms in here, look at that. All of them are mediums though. No big worms, no laser resistant worms in here. Looks like we have to try to not go around the back because there's the next nest. This one doesn't actually have as many worms. Maybe we'll just continue in a whoa, 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 in one swoop motion. Okay, looks like. Kinda unplanned, but let's go anyway, I suppose. We'll take on everything at the same time. Let's go. Let's go. It's probably a dumb idea. Okay, do not walk through any acid. That's instant death. Stay in the back, stay in the back, stay in the back. $500 lasers remaining. I think we can not trigger those, just go around like so. Okay, what got destroyed? Another turret. Fine. I guess we don't necessarily need to follow the pattern, we can just stamp down a couple loose ones. Alright, let's give it a test. We'll go for the bottom one as well. I have only 400 laser turrets though. We don't need all of these ones, but we do need to keep it powered. Okay, they're still powered. This might be a mistake. Let's wait for the bots to return. Okay, don't preserve the forest. Don't preserve the forest. Do not preserve the forests. It's not important anymore. There's another base on the back side. Okay, turrets. Fine. Okay, it looks like I might want to bring some more turrets maybe. Okay, we just gotta do these long distance. Okay, that was not according to plan at all. Okay, I have 2 laser zoo nests now. How is it going with the power? Okay, we're using it now. Okay, so we're not as safe as I imagined. Steam is going max power. We will run out of steam power. Okay, let's just do a test. Unnecessary risks. That's basically what we're doing. Okay, 6.3k, so this is emptying out really fast now. How is power? The last minute. Okay, the lasers are actually doing 100 megawatts only on average. Like, similar to our labs at the moment. We're gonna get some solar in now. I think steam is out. I know, solar is replacing steam. Alright. So, accumulators back to max. Okay, so doing this at night is definitely a risk. I suppose. Okay, I'm gonna load that because I'm gonna lose more laser turrets by not neutralizing the biters. Do I have enough walls? I have enough walls, okay. I do have enough walls. Let's stand at an angle. Okay, we are covering everything. We gotta be careful though, we don't have... I think we do the thing where we don't force place blueprints, we just place them while leaving all the existing structures intact this time. Because we don't have a safety net for the power. This is actually quite fun, this combat. Yeah, we've got the relative setting on the blueprint. So we can start at any point and it will use that as a base to... okay, we missed a couple walls at the back there. Of course, it's exactly out of range because of the cliff. Alright, those should get placed. Let's go down to the other nest. The battery is dead anyway. Robots are still 3/4 full. Also here we don't really have the... I should probably just start where I am. And then I can walk in to place the distant ones. Gotta figure out this combat a bit. You can call it combat. Is this still combat? It's basically a steamroll. Alright, now we can walk in. Cover everything with a big green square. It's insane, man. We might actually completely run out of juice in the personal robot now. Let's stop that from happening a bit. Do the old trick. Don't charge, don't charge. Just pick up the bots mid-air and they won't charge more. Okay. What a battlefield. It is working exceptionally well though. I've got 200 turrets left. I don't think we are outspending walls in relation to picking up garbage. We can turn this into landfill at least. Let's do that. This is a tiny nest. I think we're just gonna pick it up. Pick it up, pick it up. Yeah, landfill expensive now. It's a little bit annoying. I cannot just pick it up. We gotta do the forced blueprinting. So let's start far away. And hope that the power keeps being connected. Mostly. That's right where I'm standing. That could have ended really bad. I definitely prefer to do the forced blueprint right off the bat though, because now I need to do all nests twice. So going forward I'm going to try to do it in one go. I think that's everything. We have juice. I think the biggest threat really are just like stray acid pools. Power goes around still. I think I'll start by taking stuff from this angle over here. These turrets are unpowered anyway, so I should not rely on them for my personal safety. Why did they every time leave one turret standing? That's a really annoying behavior. Let's go on the safe side of the cliff. I think we have fully retreated ourselves out of that nest. I don't know if the capture rocket invalidates the achievement. You can use the capture rocket, alright. Ignores capturing nests. Okay, that's good to know. Because that is something I could not test in editor mode. Because editor mode disables achievements, obviously. We still need to do the force blueprints on this guy as well. Yeah, the double step thing is a little inefficient. I would rather just, if I can, just do it in one go. Okay, this one is right where I'm standing, I think. So let's walk away a bit. Oh yeah, beam it splitter right out of the gates. Yeah, that is... Steam power though, steam power is saving us. Steam power is saving us. We should not think we have infinite power because of this tiny dimple during a giant fight. It is the steam power which we are running on. The steam buffer is gonna go first. The accumulator buffer is just what the steam buffer is unable to deliver in terms of power per second, or like wattage. And we're demanding more than 465 watts, including like megawatts, including what the base is using. That is when the accumulators kick in. That is the dimple we're seeing. We are not at all safe. Do not think you're safe. Okay, we got a big repair project to do now. So far no mishaps yet. That I forgot to like wall off one nest or something and all hell breaks loose. So far so good. Alright. We've got over 200 damaged laser turrets. So let's use the bots again to place those. Also damaged power lines, apparently. Still more. Alright. Still more. Okay, that's all of them. Let the repair fest begin. Is it nowhere visible? Looks like no. Right. That's also... There were some damaged walls. Those will get repaired. My battery is full again, actually. Those will get repaired. And we can take down the entire area again. So satisfying, man, those bots. It's the most satisfying thing in Factorio is these bots. Alright, so where are we going next? I think we're gonna go here. Take this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and we're done. Then we'll go do some serious stuff. So let's check the kill count. I lost 12 laser turrets out of the 2000 we made. That's a good KD ratio, I would say. That's why we went with uncommon laser turrets. Losing rare laser turrets would have hurt, man. But uncommon resources are disposable. You know what, we'll do this one last. We'll go around in a loop. Take on this one last. Because probably it's best to come in from the south. It seems there's forest here, cliff there. We can start from the south, go around this way. We'll start with that one. We'll just pick up the power lines and go from there. 200, so we haven't lost any power lines yet. 5% on the way to Rocket Silo, only 15 hours and 45 minutes remaining. Do I dare switch off steam power? I don't think I do. stupid idea number 769. Switch off steam power queue. No bad idea. I will tell you up front that is a bad idea. Should be fairly easy though. Just like click. And now this network only runs its own servers. And this network now runs off of accumulators. Now it goes down pretty fast. This is a bad idea. Life is full of bad ideas. Okay, day is coming. So if we try this out, it's probably now the safest moment to do so. Yeah, we probably want to make a good backline here. House power. Solar is kicking in, right? Yeah, solar is kicking in. Okay, we have all day time. Let's assault and see if the accumulators charge up to full during the daytime. Fly out my minions. Just pinpoint all the worms. Focus all the worms. It's only small worms, so they die fast. I think against the big and behemoth worms we're gonna have way more losses because they get way more counter fire in against the turrets. Then a big loop around, so we can do the super force placements. Still haven't destroyed a single nest. Is that all the worms? I think that's all the worms. We lost a bot. No, we lost a bot. One of our friends has fallen. It was inevitable, I suppose. Because I have the repair packs on me. And accumulators are not really charging when we do the laser stuff, apparently. $20 megawatts we are charging. That is not a lot. All right. Alright, we will redo that because of the repair pack stuff. Switch off steam power. It's already night. I should have done it a little bit earlier. Alright, there we go. Night assault. The repair packs are safely stowed away now. Keep them out of the line of fire. I can kind of decide where the bots are gonna be flying in from by walking around more smart. Again, I lost a bot. So I could save the bot by walking around more smart, but looks like I didn't. Oh well. This time it's gonna stay as this. How's the charge doing this time? Still discharging. So I suppose we are discharging whenever we have laser turrets active. By using the full power, accumulators are not really getting a lot of that, 4 megawatts or something. Yeah, maybe a bit more, 20 megawatts, but it's not really going up that fast when we have laser turrets active. That means during the night, of course, it's gonna be even worse. Alright, let's super force from the get-go. We build a good cushion of laser turrets around. Should be able to do this. The best bot, yes, he died in both worlds. The one where I was stupid enough to leave the repair packs in my inventory, and the ones where I just was stupid enough to not walk around carefully. It is misplaced. Where am I standing? I'm standing here. That's the last of it. Okay, we should be good now. Let's retreat from here. It's a bit dangerous. I have some juice in my legs though, so I can speed back to safety if I missed anything. Alright. One bot has fallen. 199 are left. We only control 192 bots at maximum anyway, so as long as we don't lose 8 bots, more than 8 bots, we are not feeling the effects just yet. I think I found a smart way actually now to repair my turrets. I can just do this. A big deconstruct at the end of it. Wait for the bots to come back. If I just control Z now, it should all be broken turrets. Or at least all my broken turrets should get placed. Yeah, they do. Alright, so that's good. Alright, and then just control Y. Hey, I know, it's 2 bots. I thought the same bot was carrying a repair pack and the laser turret at a time. Alright, 60 repair packs spent, 12 turrets lost, 1 bot lost. Not too bad. How's my inventory? It is about as full as when we started. Suppose maybe we'll just throw this in there for now. I don't know. Let's just keep the walls there for now. Right. Okay, I'm going to go in dinner break now. We will continue the rest of the onslaught here after the dinner break. And after this area is safe, look at that, the pollution is already pushing up against that nest. Which we just... it's already spreading onto that nest. 15.0, so yeah, there it goes, there it goes. That would have been unsinkable during the last 211 hours, but not anymore. Now we are polluting the biter base, which was a threat mere moments ago, and we don't care. And we're even gonna mine this copper as well. I'm gonna save here for the dinner break. I don't think I will reload after the dinner break if everything continues to go okay. Because, well, 15 hours and 39 minutes of reasons to not reload. Oh, we have lights there. It's a bit distracting. Let's put the spaceship up there then. Oh, what the heck did I do this time? There we go. There we go. Full uncluttered. There we go. Full uncluttered lab ASMR for a good 20 minutes or so, and then we'll continue. I'll be back in a bit. What did I miss? Broken something. Vitals. Or power. Ah, power maybe. Ah, power maybe. Brownout. Ah, alright. Okay, that kind of proves then my point that we don't have enough solar panels to run off of solar alone yet. Even without the lasers. Apparently. Wait, I'm still getting back in position. Power went out. Alright. Where's power at the moment? At the moment it's good. Accumulator charge was 0. Twice already. Yeah, that's the difference. We are using... So, while the factory is not using this much power, if we disregard the accumulators, which are using 50 megawatts, that 50 extra megawatts which we have during the day is not enough to charge the accumulators during the night, as is very visible in this staircase pattern over here. We are hardly charging up the accumulators at all, so we will need a lot more solar before we can actually switch to solar full stop without relying on steam as a backup. No, we no longer have these separate power networks. The radars are now on the main power network as well. 15 megawatts of power for the radars. 50 radars exactly. It's a tiny fraction at this point in time. It was different when we had only the red and green signs in that era. Radar power was quite a significant amount. But now it's like 3% of all power or something, 3, 4, 5%. Something like that. Right, so that means there goes my SPM. That means we're gonna just load the end of the save we made for the dinner break. Yeah, and to also do the laser stuff while solar running only on solar, we would need even more solar power. We would need extra power to spare, which we don't have at the moment. Alright. So let's first reconnect the power before the accumulators hit the floor. Yeah, we were just at the start of the steep downfall, it seems like. So now Steam is just suddenly taking over 400 megawatts of power generation right there, and we're actually charging the accumulators at the moment. And as soon as the sun comes up, it will just shoot up to full power again. Alright, we did this nest, which means we are just gonna go around this one, I suppose we'll hit the big one, and then this one for dessert. And then we'll call it good for the time being until pollution starts to do things on other sides of the map. But I think we can prepare for the rocket parts after we take this area. Yeah, I think we need to take this. I was thinking of skipping it, but if we put quality in here, and here's a big mine with quality as well, that's gonna stack up to a sizable pollution cloud if we mine more resources from there. So let's just go through with it. We have time. In fact, we have 15.5 hours of time. So I think we'll be fine. Okay, there's a bunch of... Ah, there's big worms actually. Ooh. There's a couple of them. Not a lot. But these guys have not only... So the medium worms have only 500 hit points. And 20% laser resistance, basically nothing. The big worms have 3 times the hit points. But they also have 50% laser damage resistance. So basically they have 3000 effective hit points, which is the same as a behemoth biter. That's not too bad yet. It will get bad with the behemoths. Behemoth worms, if we can find any. I can just behemoth worm click here. Those have 3000 hit points by default and 80% laser resistance. That's basically 5 big worms in one, 15,000 effective hit points. So those guys are really scary. I think this we still should be able to take on. Maybe my repair packs are away in some corner. Let's not give the bots access to landfill either. Okay, they don't. How are we gonna come in here? It's a tiny nest, so we can just come in from the top. Make sure to place lasers up front to target the big worms and then just go around on that side. I think we should be fine. There's not gonna be a lot of biters running our way. Looks like power is connected. Accumulators indeed skyrocketed back up to 100 gigawatts. So let's go. Let's try to get them to run this way first. Place them up front, place them up front. Don't care about the forest. A lot of turrets are gonna be distracted. Yeah, the worms take quite a while to get annihilated. Alright, we got it. But that was painful. Another bot has bitten the dust. I think we maybe need a little bit more laser support here in the back. Let's place a couple separate power lines around the back, so, which hopefully can prevent stuff from getting too destroyed. Unfortunately, we are gonna place that on the water there. We have not given the bots access to landfill, so they should ignore that. Alright, that should be everything. So I guess this should also include landfill tiles, I suppose. Tiles always include landfill. Okay, then we are deleting those ghosts on the water as well. Right. Let's try to not stay behind. Right, another one successfully nullified. Alright, then we'll do the repair trick again. We have only 35 damage turrets. So I suppose we don't need such a large area. We can deconstruct a bit more. There's all the damaged ones. Alright, I suppose we'll just go to the big one then. Let's cut right to the chase. I'm not just gonna leave my rare power lines behind. Those are specifically for the laser stuff because they have the mini substation kinda range around them. That's why we're using them. So I'm gonna be very stingy about spending those. Alright, the big one. I suppose I'll place that back. I cannot really miss the inventory slots. Right. There is nothing to take into account. There's a lot of nests, so they're gonna spawn a lot of enemies. For the rest, it's just gonna be a standard laser fest. Okay, I think one more and they will trigger. Let's wait for the bots to be back. Probably I should just start going around. Stay out of reach, let the bots go in front. Highly effective. Circle, strafe and win. It has been true since the olden days, the time of the first person shooters like Doom and stuff. Circle, strafe and win. Even works in games like Factorio. There we go, another biter zoo complete. No losses this time, I think, at least not yet. Maybe we lost one laser turret. Oh, we also lost one bot? 6 minutes ago, that was the last assault. Yeah, we didn't lose anything. Laser zoo complete. We are getting some damage in, so... But look at that power spike up, man. 600-700 megawatts. Blop blop. That's the reason we needed the accumulators. To avoid the temporary brownouts. Alright, I think we placed enough of a sick ring of... Wow, these behemoth biters, man. It takes a lot of shots to kill a behemoth biter, but man, he's getting targeted by 50 laser turrets at the same time. And the spitters, they do get a shot off. Okay, what is my coverage? Like, this nest is too large to cover in one go. So I suppose we'll first do the nests which are in this right chunk. and go from there. Zoom in just a little bit. Again going with immediate force please, so hopefully I don't disconnect power accidentally. We are all the way around with power though, so a single power line should not be able to break stuff by itself. I have half of the nest done. As well as my battery. It went poof again. Alright, so I wonder how it's gonna go with the big nests where we cannot really efficiently reach into the middle. All of the rest we had already. Okay, power is actually not connected all the way around. I know it is over here. Alright. Let's make one more connection. Okay, that should be good. No more laser show, so apparently we have everything. We are right here, right now. Two big worms and one nest. How hard can it be? It's probably just a matter of doing this. Actually, it's not two, it's like 4 or 5 big worms. Ooh, look at that laser power. That's actually not as easy. Holy moly. That's gonna be fun when behemoth worms come around. That is a lot of firepower required. And swoop complete. Retract like we were never there. Power almost full, it's getting day, so we'll soon have the feeling in our legs back again. Another 90 hours of fighting nests? No, I don't think so. At least not in one go. We have options now what to do. Unlike in the early game when there was basically only one order of operation. Now we have kinda got a bit more freedom. 7% hype. 15 hours and 23 minutes remaining. It's not gonna complete this stream, I can tell you that. I think I'm gonna give the bots repair the walls in this nest. Why don't I have this option on? Mediums doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't matter anymore. We gotta take this nest though, that is for sure. 78 damaged ones. Okay, that should be enough. So one more nest and then we'll resume base building business. No 90 hours non-stop. I'm not sure how long it's gonna take for me to build that space platform. We covered that earlier on in the beginning of the stream. I designed the space platform, for those of you who are not here, which can generate 8 red bells of iron on one platform while just being around Northeast, so not flying. There's one problem, and that is that that space platform is about 27,000 tiles wide in order to spawn enough asteroids to make 8 bells of iron. And the game doesn't really like space platforms that are 28,000 tiles wide for some reason. So we're not really sure how that's gonna go just yet. Oh, I forgot we need to do that one more nest. Oh, dang it. I didn't think we had about calcite from Vulcanus to do Norvesian resource smelting. That might be in the cards. Let's send the bot out to connect that, and then we can connect the rest ourselves to the final base. We should come in from the south apparently. Exactly where we left off basically. Oh well. Calcite is a meme. I haven't done the guesstimations just yet on what is a smart thing to do. This should be easy, right? It's all medium worms. There are a couple ones hidden in the forest, but for the rest, this should bring all of them in range if I just go on this horizontal. Right, final nest. A tiny one, so we can be a little bit more careful. Careless. Why am I starting all the way back there with laser turrets? I have no idea. Okay, that should get them all. Alright. Ah, I have repair packs on me still. Mistake. Okay, let's just hurry up, because there's not much I can do about it when they are mid-flight. Just have to overwhelm them with other tasks and perhaps they give up on the repairing. The bot is just waiting on top of the behemoth spitter for the lasers to kill it. Right, repair pack access granted again. That's the only thing that's damaged, so we are out. Out and away. That was the end of the combat. Look at that weird power line connecting. There's one connection here, a single connection there. This will come back to bite me in the behind at some point, I'm pretty sure. I wonder how much trust it takes to move that platform. I was wondering about that as well when I made it. I was tempted to put a single thruster on there and see if it could get moving at all. I don't know if there's like some sort of minimum force that needs to be conquered. I guess there is. There's the force of gravity, so to say, which basically adds or subtracts 10 meters a second towards the nearest planet. So I don't think we'll be able to leave, really. Alright, power the expensive rare power poles. We have not lost a single one. Laser turrets looks like we have lost 23. I don't see any which are remaining on the map. But that's a nice area cleared. I suppose this was the zone we were originally planning to clear first because of the resources. There's also this biter base, but it's still 1, 2, 3. The only 2 free chunks we still have to pollute there. So and those are forested as well. So it is a lot less critical than it looks over there. I think for the rest we are still fine. The accumulator grids are very recognizable from the map. The tilted squares everywhere. Alright, I think that kind of concludes the combat section for this stream, as this was not a combat stream, but come on. How can you resist? How can you resist not trying out the new toys? As soon as the research is complete. So I suppose it's back to the base because we need to resupply. We spend a weirdly low amount of walls. I think only 4,000 walls to wall of this entire area. All of these. Yeah, 4.7k walls. That's hardly anything. Yeah, my walls are not really to keep the biters out. My walls are more just lowering expansion values. I think we lowered expansion values here quite significantly now. Because we have placed a ton of walls around basically everywhere. So I think this area is quite safe from biter expansions. You can see 0.04, 0.06, 0.02. If we just go between any regular biter patches, it's 0.2, 0.17, 0. It's like an order of magnitude difference, really. So the chance that any of these chunks get selected for expansion is already kind of gone. Also, I don't need to be notified of it immediately anymore. It is fine. We have the means now to basically defend ourselves. If I just keep a stack of those and 2 stacks of laser turrets on me from now on, I can basically defend myself better than with the personal flamethrower, better than with the gun turrets. I think on a technical level now we can consider that we have won the challenge, really. Let's see if... I suppose we'll first have a quick loop around the base to see how science is doing and if there are any bottlenecks about to happen. Like these resource patches are basically done. I don't know how many miners are still active there. And time for 2k SPM. That might happen in the future. But I think we should focus on developing all the aspects a little before we go all in on just science, and then don't have anything ready to do with the science once we complete it. I've already been having that problem for the entirety of the stream so far, that I couldn't keep up with the brutal tech pace of 1000 times science cost. Techs would complete before I was ready to use them. That's probably about to change now. Technically we should have space to put those walls back and those chests below, because all of the walls should have been going towards military signs all the time. So the chests I took them from, yeah, still empty. Only the belt has been emptied. We only emptied out one single chest. Yeah, that is... Huh. I should keep those 2 stacks of walls or so on myself. Right. And the raiders. Suppose this blueprint, maybe I'll just put it here. Chests, right. Should I just put my military supplies here actually? We're gonna come back here anyway to pick stuff up. I think we might do that. So laser turrets, power poles, the good repair packs. We still have the crappy ones for everyday use. And then a bunch of garbage to take home. Can it even be called a base if it has no trains? No trains and no concrete. This is not even a base. Ah no, I did not pick up the efficiency modules on the way back. I think we'll go there anyway to install. We are able to draw more iron off of this simultaneously, which we'll need to replenish. Yeah, I think we should draw one more belt in. So, wood, tool, stone. Steam tank is empty, by the way. Oh yeah, we did make a significant dent in the accumulator bank here. Wait, no, this was the dinner break, right? Yeah, it was the dinner break. Okay, these are filling up now. I suppose things will go back to normal now. Let me grab a couple things. More supplies. I think this is spaceship stuff, so we won't use those. I guess it would be good to have more laser turrets, maybe more power lines as well, so I can do more nests at a single time. Without... if I don't need to do them one by one, it can probably go a little bit faster. So speaking of safety, I probably just want to keep... 2 stacks of those and 1 stack of those on me then. Instead of the gun turrets and the ammo. Something like that. So the gun turrets we can put away then. This time for good. Let's put them in the chest where the Johnnies live, because sometimes they like to eat one, especially when I need to grab my solar panels out of these chests over here. completing full Pianodon without train. Oh, that is insane. That sounds insane. That is really where trains shine the most. Like, if you saw Dosh Doshington's C-Block playthrough, with all the products and byproducts and multi-uses, everything has 6 different uses and 6 different destinations and 6 different byproducts. Those kind of bases are where trains really shine, because trains are basically just a belt, but basically a sushi belt which doesn't require circuitry and is very efficient at transporting stuff around. So whenever you have that situation where you have tons of byproducts and everything has tons of different use cases, trains really shine. And Pianodons is basically C-Block on steroids. Even more now with the inbuilt priority system. I don't really have a problem with trains. Trains can be quite effective. I'm just not as addicted to trains as most other people seem to be. Belts do the job just fine. Forever. Without fuel, without power, without nothing. You just lay the belt and it works for the next 200 hours. And for the next 1000 hours, there's not gonna be any problem with my belt. And if the mine runs dry, we'll just hook in another belt with this very standard splitter over here, very standard belt merger over here. So it just works. Without upkeep, without running out of fuel, without grid locking, no, nothing. Without killing the player when you walk over a belt. You won't ever get killed when you are transported by a belt. Yeah, trains do make funny noises. That's a good argument. I miss that noise so much that anytime somebody subscribes on Twitch, that sound gets made. Yeah, I'm kinda at a loss. Yeah, like that sound. Yeah, thanks Southern Pretzel. Great timing. Jeff Bezos money. I'm kinda at a loss of what to do next. I mean, we're almost about to hit rocket silo. Look at that, only 15 hours and 4 minutes remaining. Let's make a save. Post-combat. Looks like I didn't make a save at all. Post-combat. I think let's just take a look around the base. Is it time to collect some stuff again? Am I collecting too much stuff? It's getting out of hand a bit. It's getting out of hand a bit. When is copper ever needed? Never really, except for solar panels, which we might want to make for the spaceship. Nuclear power, no. Low densities. Not anytime soon. Alright, I'm just gonna do a little bit of chest reorganization. That's at least where the running armor. I can't because I just put it in that chest over there. Alright, this is already pretty full. Okay, actually I cannot put it in here because... Never mind. Never mind. I didn't even pick it up. I'm not addicted to putting stuff in chests. Shut up. We're not gonna do that. There's no need to do that. Those chests aren't even full yet. See? I don't need to do that. What we do need to do though is mine some stuff, I think. These bells are very thin. I could bring just 2 more bells and not mix them in. The 2 other bells, but just feed them into this this thing directly. So eventually then we will have the full 5.5 belts coming from here if we need to, because This is supposed to be 5.5 belt of ore, and it is clearly not 5.5 belt of ore. So might be a good idea. Alright, I'm not addicted to stuffing stuff in chests, but I need one more rare chest. Here, just give me a single second. One should be here as well. I can just dump my inventory. I do want to make some belt stuff where we're out of... My mall is out of splitters and underground belts. So we'll quickly make some more, including the red ones. We have red belts, but we do not have red undergrounds or red splitters. Now, everything is always based on the yellow belt. Yellow belt makes yellow undergrounds, and the yellow undergrounds make red undergrounds. The red undergrounds are not used in anything else except the next tier of belt. So, what kind of amounts do we want? Let's look at our total production. 510, huh? Alright, let's make... we did the entire playthrough so far with 500 red belts, alright. Undergrounds. And 100 splitters or so. Let's make 292 splitters. And maybe 1500 belts. 300 splitters and 1500 belts. First of all, we need to make normal ones then. I think I'm just gonna handcraft the underground belts, and then we're gonna do the splitters in here. Because that requires some more stuff. Now we can afford to empty these chests and use our steel furnaces and that extra mining patch to because we are no longer going to be polluting those biters. So if I use this a lot, like if I empty this out a lot, if the belts are getting crafted, we're basically drawing more resources from this mining patch, which was a problem. Because of this, we were polluting this nest. We are still polluting this nest. We're going to pollute it even more. So that is no longer a problem now. So we can now make tons and tons of belt supplies, I suppose. Okay, that is enough. Splitters to do the red ones. $292. Shall I just handcraft the red splitters instead of the bells? I think I'll do that. $292. I think we need more circuits. 280. Ah, we need more gears. Alright, we need more gears. Never mind that. That is fine. We don't need iron, right? We need gears. Yeah, I forgot about that. I thought we needed... 84. 94. 292. Alright. Nobody saw that. So we're done with circuits then. The rest is just we'll make a lot of those. Alright. I'll need another stack of iron. Alright, that's probably all the iron we'll need. From now on it's gears only, especially for the red undergrounds. There we go. Let me see your mall crafted so fast. Okay, I keep finding excuses to not build a mall. But it's really super fast production. 1500 I said. 1490 I suppose. Looks like we'll need another batch of that. This I want to turn into red underground. Let's use these. We're gonna need a ton of gears to do that. I don't know if I have enough gears for that. I'm not gonna have enough gears for that, I'm pretty sure. Because this is like 40 gears per craft. So you can basically keep throwing in gears. We might have enough. Still going. Already 5. I think we already spent at least like 12 steel chests of iron worth on these undergrounds. That's going to be enough undergrounds probably for the rest of our time on Northeast. I am expecting. This is all my remaining gears, by the way. Let's see if I can finish it. It's gonna be close. I think we need 25 more crafts. We're out of gears. Literally completely out of gears. I spent 8 full chests of iron gears. That's 16 chests of iron. Times 5k. So we basically just transformed 100,000 resources into red belts. 100,000 resources divided by 900 items a minute for a yellow belt. That is basically... No, I must be miscalculating that. I know, that's 111 minutes. Okay, I have a problem. That's basically 2 hours of production from a yellow belt. We have a problem. The problem is stone furnaces use way too much iron. Oh no. Oh no, it's falling, and I just ran out of gears. I'm panicking. Let's use that as my own fault. First of all, I'm using coal to power my furnaces. Second of all, this should have had output priority. That was mistake number 2. I think the easiest solution is gonna be just grabbing some coal off the belt. Which means I need an empty inventory. That is all into red belts, by the way. We are still short on gears. Oh, there goes the signs per minute. Oh no. Oh no. Sad. Let's go grab a little bit of coal. Sad face. We might catch it early enough that the 50-hour graph is still gonna be above 1k SPM though. Yeah, quality did make quite a difference. We also deviated to laser turrets, so we can actually claim more resource patches now. In fact, we already did. We just claimed this copper over here, which definitely was not very mineable with these biters so close by. Oh, that might have been a bad idea. Alright, so I suppose we have more coal troubles. Alright, I'll temporarily switch him over to steel furnaces, those use half the coal. This is just my OG stack. I wanted to keep it stone furnaces for the memes. Let's make all of them. Grab a couple more. We'll revert that change once we figure out the coal situation. Where is my other armor? I'm running around like a headless chicken. Oh, no, wait, this is the right armor. I have my bots. Like I said, I'm running around like a headless chicken. There we go. Half coal usage for here for now. Alright, that should be good. That should give me some time to fix it without rushing like a maniac. Let's put those here because we're gonna place those back at some point. Alright, so our mall is stocked again. We definitely won't be using that much stuff. I think we do want to make a couple more splitters, like normal splitters. Is there any logical number? Not really. 321. Let's do 321. That's 21, and then 300 is 1500 iron, 1500 circuits. Mixed with a bunch of belts. Alright. We still need a couple extra undergrounds. I forgot about that. 50. 56. Hopefully we'll have some gears again. Iron belts are full again, so that's good. Alright. 14k already. I guess we'll just make these as we go along. Excuse me while I satisfy my OCD. Oh, the bells. And the last of it. Did I do it? Did I do it? Did I satisfy my OCD? 2000 underground belts, 400 splitters, 1600 yellow splitters, 15,000 exact underground belts. Okay, the transport belts we're not gonna look at, but okay, OCD satisfied. We can continue in a more normal way now. Throw belts in here. Let's restock them all. And then we'll take stuff which we need accordingly. Red belts are supposed to be here. I suppose we have the 2 stacks on us. Let's place those back in here. Oh, this track is a little bit screechy on my ears. So let's skip to the next one. Why one when you can build 100? Can't watch this anymore. Sorry about that. We're gonna continue with doing normal things like normal people do. I can do it. I can do that. Sometimes. Not sure it's this time, but sometimes I can. Alright, so 2 stacks of iron, a stack of copper, a stack of circuits. 1 stack of gears will do. Very much. And our inventory is back to normal-ish. Alright, then we just take a stack of splitters, 2 stacks of red undergrounds. Maybe 4 of those. I think we can run around usually just with the 1. Right? So our standard inventory is complete. We can put the pumps there as well, maybe. We can put some more stuff there, which we basically never use. Unless we go specifically out to do something with fluids. Alright. Maniacal belt crafting session finished. Alright. I can be happy again. Regular mining drills, yes, I got those in there because sometimes I cannot simply deconstruct a mining drill that has run out, but I need to exchange it for a normal one in order to keep the biters inside. Which is why we're doing things like that. See, most of these miners are active now. We might start to run into resource trouble at some point. But maybe we can postpone like really hooking up a lot more patches to everything until we have the space platform up and running. Let's go work on that, I think. Let's go work on the space platform and rocket part stuff, so we can actually build it as soon as rocket silo completes. That would be quite good. Do I quickly just install that copper mine there? Only one belt is moving here. Which probably means we're still good for a while. Where does my stuff go? I don't know how my base works. Somebody please explain me how all of this works. Right, so the backup belt is basically almost not moving, so we are good. I'm not going to be making more solars at the moment. Alright. I think we should install a bit more iron. This is almost moving. This is moving almost all the time. So yeah, let's at least draw one more belt from that iron mine. Then we grab a couple more undergrounds. Got the splitteroos, we have enough belts, I think. Let's take a couple extra. So we'll just quickly go do that before... and then we'll start thinking about the rocket silo. And where to build all the infrastructure for that. And how much infrastructure to build, maybe, as well. Is there a reason why the bottom belt is flipped on the gear sometimes? Yeah, I'm only using the upgraded ones with the expensive productivity models now. Right, so this belt, let's zap that out to the right as well. I'm just gonna hope it connects. It doesn't connect. You can see it. Right, so... Ah wait, this mine can only support like 4 belts or so after a while, so I suppose this belt is going to be enough. I was planning to hook another belt in here. We've got like a belt of... We got like an infinite-ish belt coming, right, for green signs. We got alpha belt for green signs here, which is pollution neutral. Red signs, red and green signs. So yeah, we got like a belt coming for green signs. So maybe that one extra belt will do for quite a while. Apparently one of these belts still had quality mixed in. That is not very smart. Actually, no, I think I fixed that. I just left that splitter there to catch any ore still on the belt. I think I should probably redo this. Alright. My favorite part. That should connect. But we definitely have to do a check on that. I'm way too fast for my own good with this running armor. Now only one of the belts connects. Oh no, they both connect, alright. Tuck. It's actually fine. Smart bell dragging, man, such a nice addition to the game. Alright, connects. Connects. Man, how many forests are there still on the way? This is the last one. Alright. Do we still have space for some extra oomph in here? So I want to be able to supply like 5 belts in there. I suppose I should be looking into sending it in here. Which is exactly the horizontal they are coming in on, so I suppose that is okay. This power line needs to move out of the way. I forgot power lines. I have them in my trash slots. Alright. So that's 2 belts, 2 red belts, 2 red. That's 8 yellow belts. We need 5.5 yellow belts. So that should be able to just sideload this, even if... Let's just check that. Even if this belt is empty, we should be able to sideload everything from off of these belts. Let's not check that because this belt doesn't have ore. This is a yellow belt which is incoming. Yeah, we don't actually have 5 belts incoming, I don't think. So... starting to be a small Gordian knot as well over there, which is not great. So we can delete that contraption we made earlier. Over here. All the belts will just go straight. Are we gonna mix this? Yeah, I think we're not gonna mix that either. I think we solved everything now at the splitter, so we can delete all of this stuff. And now we will have a better vision of which belts are running low and which belts are just backed up. Hydrate. Yeah, let's do that. I still got a bit of coffee. That counts. Yeah, best planet does seem to be unquestionably Vulcanus. But we might not do that. We might just Might just do it differently. And how did this mining drill run out in the middle of the patch though? That is what I'm wondering. All of these still have ore. This one has run out. But these all still have ore as well. So let's grab them. Again, this one is out, but this one still has 127 ore. Alright, good to know. Ah, 12% research, man, yes. Only 14.5 hours at 1k SPM. But we got lasers now, so we can basically pinpoint precision assault new nests now, and we already did this area. So now we can qualitize more miners, because we can afford to pollute these biters now. Alright, we solved the iron problem. The copper problem did not need solving just yet. I'm not gonna pick up all the miners, because we're gonna pick up the miners only if we actually need to place new ones. Sentimentally, remember the shape of the mines by placing solar panels instead of the mining jobs. That's actually a good point. But now I've gotten too attached to my precise power placements of 10k uncommon accumulators and soon probably 12k solar panels. So I cannot just randomly add solar panels all over the place now while you're thinking. Yeah, after the silo it's a bare minimum of 1.5, I think. We need to get the thrusters for 500k and a new planet. Whichever one you choose is gonna be 1 million. So we are basically 2.4 million science packs away from the rocket silo. And we have produced in all the playthroughs so far 3 million chemical science packs. So about halfway. It looks like we're close by. We are just over halfway, I suppose, in terms of blue signs. Alright. No more postponing. We gotta go take a look at making rocket parts then, because if we want to send 1 million steel worth of space platforms to the skies, we better start also harvesting some rocket silo stuff. Do I take some precaution here? Yeah, I do. So let's just stash all the coal that comes in. If I had the circuit network research, I would place an alarm on these chests that if they run out of coal, I need to undertake action. But we don't, so that's too bad. At least all the coal gets buffered for the stone furnaces now. The steel stone furnaces. Temporarily steel stone furnaces. How about sending up copper wire? It's too slow. I need to send like 50,000 space platforms up. It's gonna be way quicker if I just prepare the blue chips, low density structures and rocket fuel and chests beforehand. And then just rapid fire rockets up into the sky with the platforms. Instead of sending up a couple and then waiting for the 3 asteroids per minute to spawn to slowly build up. It is 100 steel per single tile for the space platform, man. That is... Sorry, 100 iron for a single tile of space platform. It is going to be incredibly slow to produce that up in space. Alright, did I say something about no more postponing? I believe I did. Okay. Power lines. Yeah, I should have some power lines on me. I forgot about those. Okay. We're ready then. Rocket silo design time. Alright. This is not about efficiency, everybody. This is going to be about what looks nice in the base, as it is at the moment. I mean, is this an efficient lab area? Well, it was for the early game. It is not though if you plan to make Norvis your main base and you gotta ferry in 12 different science packs into this lab. This is not a practical lab area. But dang, does it look awesome. Rocket silos are gonna have to have a nice place in the base as well. Let's switch off pollution. Just have a quick look. I think we are still fine. The couple pain areas. Yes, it's incredibly how close the pollution cloud is to everything at exactly the rate of 1000 signs per minute. I suppose I would have used more efficiency over quality in the mining drills otherwise. So it was going to be like that anyway, but still. Alright, I kind of do want the rocket silo or silos to be next to the spaceship. I already thought about it a bit. We have this area up here. Okay. Okay, let's see how far did we get with our goals for the stream. I say we have a check mark. We've got ourselves a check mark for the building 10,000 accumulators thing. And we don't actually need new copper for green signs, so we give ourselves a check mark just because we did the iron. A bit cheap, but oh well. Landfill mines for landfill mines. No, not gonna do that. Rocket parts and design. That is what we're gonna do. That is what we're gonna do right now. Alright. Let's clear a hotbar. Oh, what is going on? No, I do not want to make screenshots. Go away, Windows. Clear a hotbar. Not this one. This was 9. 9 is fine. We're gonna need a rocket silo. We're gonna need a cargo landing pad. This thing. And this thing has got to be accessible because we need to extract like at least like the plan is to extract 8 red bells of iron from there, probably with inserters. We might downsize to 4 bells of iron if the space platform UPS consumption gets too crazy. What else do we need? This is about it, right? We need like stuff for the rocket parts. We first gotta figure out... we figured we need 50k space platforms. Every space platform needs to be met with 1 blue chip, 1 low density structure and 1 rocket fuel to be sent up to space, which is quite expensive indeed. So not only is it like it is like 100 iron and 10 copper for the platform itself, it additionally costs a blue chip, a low density structure and a rocket fuel. Because we can only send up 50 space platforms at a time, and this is 50 per rocket. So basically a space platform costs 20 steel, 20 copper cable, a blue chip, a low density structure and a rocket fuel. That's basically how we can consider the cost. It's actually not that crazy if you really think about it. The space platform costs 110 resources and cannot be productivity module. I don't have it here. Yes, that's 100. That's 110 resources, 110 ore. I think this is a blue chip is cheaper than that. It's 64 plates and some plastics. Let's call it like 65 then, for easy calculation. A low density structure is 30. Just 95, and a rocket fuel is basically free. So that's this is about equal, the cost, right? So the cost of a space platform is about as much as the cost to send it up if you produce it on Norvis. So there is a point to be had for producing it in space, but I mean, our space platforms, the infrastructure for our space platforms is 1,000 times cheaper compared to the research projects we're doing. So I think we can afford to double the price and make it 500 times cheaper than in a normal playthrough and just send them up in rockets. I think we can afford that. That means we are going to need to launch 50k space platforms at 50 a pop. That is 1000 rockets. I don't even need to open my calculator for that. 1000 rockets. How long does it take to make a rocket? 3-second crafting time for a rocket part. 50 crafts times 3 seconds is 2.5 minutes. 1000 rockets. That's okay, that's quite a while. So 1000 rockets at 2.5 minutes per rocket from a single silo without modules is 2,500 minutes. Or in other words, 42 hours. Okay, so we definitely want more than one rocket silo. Yikes, that is slow. We could put productivity in there or speed. Productivity 1 will, if we put rare modules, it actually makes the rocket significantly cheaper, right? 24% productivity bonus. That makes basically 10 ingredients discount per rocket. Yeah, rare pot ones will be slightly faster than without any at all. Is 10 hours acceptable then, though? So we said 42 hours. If we use like... Maybe we can use more. Yeah, 40 hours. It was 40 hours from a single silo. Let's see how many will fit. I was kind of thinking putting them next to the spaceship for thematic reasons. I think it would be good to have a bit of space between them, maybe 3 tiles. Then we can also do the requester, like requests and belt stuff, like down the middle. Right, let's switch those off. This or chests with stuff. Maybe even logistic network. Who knows, I might play properly at some point. But this would fit between. And we could fit 5 silos like so. Okay, if we can do 5 silos, that is 42 hours divided by 5. That means it will take us 8.4 hours to launch the rockets. It's actually slightly faster. Wait. No, it's not faster. It's not faster. It is 8.4 hours. I think that's acceptable for... That space platform will take probably 8.4 hours to build itself, as it needs to somehow crawl itself out. Building the space platforms with that very slow animation, it needs to branch out like 13 to 14,000 tiles to either side. That's not going to be a fast process. Are we going to be limited? Are we going to be limited by that? Are we going to be limited by the building speed of the platform? Are you kidding me? Am I seriously thinking about that? Alright, we said 1 rocket every 2.5 minutes, so this is like 1 rocket per half minute. So 100 space platforms a minute. We can send up 100 space platforms a minute. And it takes 500 minutes to send them all up, so that's indeed about 8.5 hours. Okay, it's time for a test. Does it even make sense? 100 space platform a minute, just for memories. So let me quickly load the test I did. It's just this is how the space platform is supposed to look when it's all complete. It's stupidly big. Stupidly big. Not this one, of course. This one. Ah, wait, no, that is the wrong save. Here I was trying to build it out. Yeah, it was not going well. It is this save. This is how it's supposed to look. This is real time, 8 belts of iron coming in, 240 a second. To do that though, stupid. This thing is so large that if you try to make a blueprint of half of the structure, just like it's rotationally symmetrical, so we can make a blueprint of just this part, but look at what it tells me when I try to do this. Ordered to create blueprint with unreasonable size. It just refuses to make the blueprint. It's too large. Did you ever encounter that message before? I didn't. It is literally like 13,000 tiles wide, and it is a 1 tile wide bridge for the vast majority of it, with some asteroid collectors on the side. So the 1000 space platforms a minute thing is kinda... We need to check, can this thing build 100... This is gonna take forever. Let's zoom back a bit faster. Almost there. Okay, there we are. So I gotta throw some space platforms in there. And just measure the build speed, I suppose. If it cannot build 100 platforms a minute, I have to set to not instant blueprint building. It has the platforms inside now. Let me just make a blueprint off of 100 bells or something. Without the bells. So that's 100 units. If I paste this, the platform will begin building. How long does it take to place the 100 things? Let's have it build upwards. We'll start when the timer is on 40. 39, 40, there we go. Let's see it build. I mean, there's no use in sending hundreds of space platforms a minute up if it can only build 50 space platforms a minute. Because the vast majority is just a 1 tile bridge. Okay, 20 seconds in. Looks to be about 1 a second. Let's go to the 50 mark. This is 50 high. Three, 24, 15 more seconds to go. Okay, but we can build out 2 sides at the same time, so it looks like 100. It's probably 1 per second then. The animation is set to last 1 second. Or not. 56 to 57 pieces. Alright, it can build... I cannot believe I have to take that into account, man. A space platform can build out at a rate of like 56 units a minute. Let's say 1 per second. So 1 per second, right? And if we go all the way out to the edge on a single tile wide line, kind of get an idea of how ridiculously wide this thing is. just because we're scrolling to the left like this. 9k and counting. 10k and counting. I cannot, it just rounds to the nearest k now. The number is that large. 12k, 13k, about 13.5k platforms, right? How long does it take? How long does it take the space platform to build itself out? About 13,500 platforms side to side at a speed of about 56 platforms a minute. That is 4 hours. It takes the space platform 4 hours to build itself out if it has unlimited access to resources. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Oh man. Okay. Oh, that is stupid. Let's just quit the save. I'm not gonna scroll back to the middle. That's not safe. So the space platforms will take at least 4 hours to construct itself, right? And that does mean, since I have, yeah, I can send up 200. We can send up 200 a minute if we really want to, because we needed twice the amount of what is used to build out side to side. So technically we could do 10 rocket silos. We should do them staggered then, if we do that. Something like so. Alright, so either 5 or 10 rocket silos to make the stuff. Holy moly. You cannot, you can no longer build the station vertically. You can go up a maximum of 200 tiles, and then there is just a limit. There's a hard wall. You can go south as much as you want, but you cannot go vertical. That used to be a thing in the test days, but they nerfed that quite justified to do that as well. Thanks, Luco, for this level 1 subscription. I think that Limitless was introduced after Team Troepen. I don't exactly remember. I wasn't there, but I think Troepen built a spaceship called the Intended Way, which just was so large that asteroids didn't have a chance to spawn, or it arrived instantly at the next planet or something like that. I forgot exactly what it was. But yeah, you could cheese flying to the next planet like that. All right. Kind of thing. I think I want to build this maybe over here then. This is the landing platform. Maybe over here. It's a bit close to the platform. It doesn't need to be on the center of a chunk, of course, except it does need to be on the center of a chunk. Maybe here in the debris field. I don't know yet. This should have like good access though, because as you just saw, 8 red bells of stuff need to come out of there. Alright, let's assume that we want to launch... let's do first the 5 rocket silo scenario. That's 1 rocket every half minute. We just deduced with productivity in there. We will be needing only 40 units instead of 50. So basically 80 blue chips per minute. That would require 80 blue chips a minute. 80 low density structures and 80 rocket fuel. I think we should take a look at the calculator. How that lines up. Let me resave this. Man, so much information. I gotta note it down somewhere. Let's go 5 rocket silos for now. We probably just want to build out 100 platforms a minute. That is roughly build speed of platform. All right. So 80 a minute is a sizable amount. Let us take a look at the calculator. I'm gonna open that while we stand like somewhere in the middle or something. I already prepared that a little, not completely though. So I just found that if you do the ratio of 45 items a minute, 10 blue chip buildings, 20 low densities and 30 rocket fuel, so 1 to 2 to 3 is the ratio if you use efficiency. We're probably going to use quality, to be honest, for blue chips for sure, for the modules. The Mark II modules, which are soon to be unlocked after we go to space. Probably also low density structure, we want some quality in there. For like personal gear and whatnot, and asteroid collectors and that kind of things. Rocket fuel we don't need in quality. I don't think there's anything which... I think quality fuel is not a thing in Factorio, right? Alright, so if we want to go 80, approximately how many assemblers is that? 17. Okay, maybe we just go 20, 40 and 60 then. So just 90 items a minute. What is 45? 45 times 1.6 if we use rare ones. 45 times 1.6. Probably we should use rare assemblers actually. That's 72. Alright, so 72, okay, 16, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, actually no, wait. We don't need to provide this at a live speed. That is absolutely unnecessary. The point is, we're gonna do it now so it can produce for 14 hours before we even need it, right? Then we probably do want to go with the 10 rocket silo scenario so we can quickly spend it all. But we have like, until we build it, probably like 10 hours at least to produce that. So if we have 10 hours to produce 40k blue chips, divided by 10 hours, which is 600 minutes, right? We should be producing, actually we should be producing about 72 a minute. Okay, maybe we'll do that then. On the other side, it's also going to take a lot of time to actually launch all the rockets and build them, so we have some production time left over. Yeah, actually, yeah, we have 8 hours of launching time. 4 hours of launching time if we build 10 silos. And 4 hours to build the platform. So we actually have 840 minutes. So we're looking at a roughly 45. Well, let's just go 45 then. We'll go 45. We'll not go 45. We'll not go 45. Check. 45 is good with normal assemblers, but we want something that divides by 1.6. What divides by 1.6? 8, 9.6. 9.6 would be 43. The next thing is 11.2. So it's basically 6 or 7 assemblers. 22.4 I guess for these. We'll have quality results though, so we probably should go a bit higher. Maybe we'll go like 8. 8 quality assemblers, 8 times 1.6. 8 times 1.6. 12.8. Alright, 57.6 a minute. I think that's a good number to aim for them. Some of those will be quality results. Wait, the assemblers will be slower. Dang it, the assemblers will not run 1.6 times speed. They will run at 90% of that. Okay, then we'll just do... Let's go back to 45. Right, so one assembler runs at speed 1.6. A rare assembler runs 1.6 times faster than a non-rare one. But then we multiply it by 0.9 because of the quality modules. That brings us down to a crafting speed of 1.44 relative to a normal assembler. So we don't take the 0.75 into account. This is just how many we need. So if we go back here now, basically every 1.44 assembler is one rare one, and it will produce this much chips, including rare ones. So we have to be a bit higher than our goal of 45. So if I build 8 of them, we have 11.52, which is 52 items a minute. So I think we'll do that. We'll build 8 rare blue chip assemblers. That's equivalent to 11.52 normal ones. So the point is, we can see the resources we need for that right here. That was the whole goal. .3 belts of iron, 2 belts of copper. That kind of sucks. Are we just gonna go back to 45? I think the numbers are nicer for that. We need exactly 3 belts of copper. I guess that's because of sulfuric acid. The weird iron. 1.7 belts of iron. Basically 2 belts of iron. Half belt into steel. 1.2 belts in green circuits. I think green circuits is divided into one belt goes to, one belt goes to blues. 0.2. Okay, this is a nice ratio. Let's just build this ratio. That's easy to build. It's close enough, and it doesn't really matter if it finishes an hour later or so. We also still need time to actually make the rocket silos. We're not going to be 100% efficient keeping all the balls moving at all the time, so let's just go this ratio. But we'll do it with rare assemblers then. But we'll just feed in the nice numbers. We can multiply it by 1.5, will be 67.5. That is basically about 10 rare assemblers, but slightly under. That would also make nice numbers, I bet. It's 4.5 belts of copper, 1.5 belt of green chips, blah blah. Okay, so we'll have to look what is available on the map. 4.5 belts might be a bit much to ask. Let's have a look. There is, of course, this nice copper patch which we didn't start mining yet, next to those problem biters over here. Probably won't be able to give us 4.5 bells, especially not if we put a quality mine on that. I don't really dare mine this yet, especially not if I want quality. Probably I don't want quality. I think I have enough quality stuff coming in, but this will probably generate too much pollution. I don't think I can take on like super big bases with a lot of big worms like these yet. That is something for later. We might be able to grab the small copper, maybe this copper. We got a copper here as well, which we skipped earlier. So that might be a good copper for rocket stuff as well. There is another copper, but that's in prime territory for the expansion chunks, so I rather not touch that. I think this is the best patch. Maybe we'll just take this 5 million iron patch then for the rocket silo stuff, together with this copper, and we might be able to mine this copper off the shore just to give it a little bit of extra oomph to this copper patch. So let's see, if we can get 4.5 bells of copper off of there, we'll build big. If we can get less than 4.5 bells, we'll build around 3 bells. I think that's the first consideration we'll make. I think size is not really going to be an issue. Even if we build the full 10 assemblers. So let's have a quick look. We need then 10 of those. Also pretend it has some pipes. It has an input belt and output belt. Let's set it up big. So something like that for output, I suppose. A full belt of input and a belt of red chips for input, so it's going to be about this size. That is blue chips. Low density structures needs twice the size. If I just take a quick peek, the calculator itself is going to require exactly 1 belt of copper. Okay. So that's basically the same. And output on one side. That's low density structures complete. Suppose plastics, we'll make plastics somewhere else. That is low density structures, but we need that times 2. Now let's just put it on the forest. So that's like that if we use a lot of space. Blue chips is like this. Of course, we also need green chip assemblers. 1 for every blue chip assembler, so that's 10. Plus 2 for the red chips, that's 12. Which is basically the old setup everybody knows. Copper cable, green chips, output belt, input belt for the iron, input belt for the copper. If we build it like using a lot of space, it's gonna look something like that. Red chips. I think also 12 red chip assemblers. Yeah, 10 seconds and 6 seconds, so it should be 12. Okay, so that's the infrastructure for that, and then rocket fuel, 30 assemblers. And if I remember correct, it's basically one chemical plant per 2 rocket fuel assemblers, which is most likely gonna look something like this. Solid fuel from light oil. And then just output it on a belt. Just imagining the size. And that has to have 3 copies. So rocket fuel is about this big. It would fit vertically in this 3 chunk area here, which actually might not be a bad idea since we can flip it around. I didn't think we were going to put it in a line, but looks like we might. It does exactly fit, with a bit of room to spare. You just gotta bring in the belts of stuff then. This is just steel, copper, plastics, that's prepared. This is... we need green chips for... Okay, one of these is for red chips. We also need copper cable for red chips. I forgot about that, so that's going to be a bit bigger still. Plastics are going to be made somewhere else. It even looks like even if we build it big without much regard for anything, it will still mostly fit in this top area exclusively. Probably, yeah, that's a good thing to do. We can then move this thing out somewhere else. Maybe we'll move it under here. The cargo landing pad. I also want a personal rocket silo which launches up over the labs if I can help it. So maybe centralized on the labs somewhere over here. So if I go to space myself, I can fly up over the lab area. That would be pretty cool. Maybe even... If this area... I think this area is obsolete, if really. It was a mistake to build it like this. I should have just done something either like this for solar panels and just made them on demand. Or, yeah, probably like some chest fed setup. This takes a lot of space and it's useful only like 2 hours out of the 200 so far. So it was a mistake to make a permanent build for that. But maybe we can do a rocket silo actually under the Johnnies. I don't know if that would... We can figure out, will the Johnnies shoot at you if you fly up? Like, you're sitting in the rocket. Will they shoot at the rocket while it's going up? And will we take damage or get destroyed? That could be a nice question to answer. This could go right on top of here then. We can stand below, and then when we enter the rocket silo, will the Johnnies shoot at us already? And then we can still fly up over the red ship area and partially over the labs. Zoom out, we can see most of the labs, we can see the lake, the fish, the Johnnies. I think that's going to be glorious actually. So yeah, maybe one here. I do not really want to... something like that then. I do not want to force blueprint that though. This thing needs a lot of access. We need a lot of iron to go out from this thing. So if we have 8 red bells of iron, that is most of the iron we need. 2 of those could go to these areas directly. Steel smelting, right. Now we do steel smelting very remotely. Over here. So maybe we have to either send down steel as well, so I have to change my design. Or just build a steel smeltery close by. Just a single... Basically it's just a single furnace stack but feed in iron plates and out comes steel. It doesn't even need to be that big, it is literally this. So that would even fit like in my base here still. That could be 4.5 belts of the 4.5 of the 8 belts could just go towards engines. Then we have 7 belts, 7 yellow belts or 3.5 red belts of iron left over. Let's count yellow belts because that's what we're having currently. So of those 7.5 belts, 5.5 could go to signs directly, right? Green signs, 5.5, and the other 2 could go to red signs, right? Is that 20 belts? Is it exactly 20 belts? Let me check. Red signs is going to be 2 belts. This is 5.5, 7.5 belts. And engines. Engines should be 9 belts. 9 and 7.5. That is 16.5. So I'm half a belt short basically. I'm half a belt short of having everything for red signs, everything for green. How great would that be, man, if I just could do the entirety of red signs, green signs and engines just from space resources. That is a giant amount of resources, man. There's all of this. That is steel. It's all of this out to here. This mining patch. There's also still engines. It is all of this. Okay, what if I kept the steel on northeast, but I did red chips instead? Red chips is 3 belts of iron. We can still do these parts, so that's 7 belts of iron. 7 belts of iron. Then we've got the 7.5 belts of iron here. 14.5, we have 1.5 belt of iron left over, which we can use for personal projects, I suppose, and for some back pressure. Yeah, we can smelt that into more steel to quickly fill up those chests again for purple signs. I think that's a good way to do it. Just so steel will keep being on steel. We can keep the quality in steel as well, which we kind of value. But steel from space, that's probably not going to be the case. It's going to be too power hungry. Maybe not. I have solar panels, I suppose. We can place an infinite amount of those. But yeah, if we do that, then this would be a pretty sweet area for the cargo landing pad, somewhere in the middle of here. We can have a lot of space for distribution. Roboports, inserters, belts, you name it. Just hook it in here. That is 4 belts gone. Probably just exchange these ore belts for plate belts and just skip the smelting step and go into signs directly. Same for red signs. All of these furnace areas will no longer be needed. Oh man, that's gonna be great. Lots of throughput, green inserters and trains. Well, surprisingly, I can unload I can load the cargo pad with. I could load it with rare fast inserters if they had inserter stack bonus, 1 level of inserter stack bonus. But that requires the research of bulk inserter anyway. You cannot get the stack bonus on normal inserters without researching the bulk inserter, which has a cargo size of 2 from the moment you research it. So yeah, we're basically going to have bulk inserters with stack size 2 in rare quality, loading and unloading 8 red belts of steel. That is possible. Which means we would need to research those things, which means we actually would have to research fast inserter. I think we can no longer get around it. We have to do it. This is the moment where we'll start doing fast inserter, I suppose. Alright. So yeah, then the low density structures is basically just ferry in resources from somewhere. We could use like... Oh, I messed that up. I hope I did not mess up sulfur. Okay, sulfur is still going. And then the blue chip takes up the most infrastructure with the accompanying stuff, but even for that there's plenty of space. We can move this out of the way a bit. So I think all the rocket silo stuff, the rocket projection stuff can be done up here. And the silos can be here. I think we'll go with 10 silos. Maybe we can sort of make a pyramid. Can we sort of make a pyramid? Like a skewed pyramid. We can make a 9 silo pyramid. We can make an upside down pyramid. Also 9. I mean, this is 10 silos. I don't like how that looks. I think we'll just go with the standard line design. Offset, so they don't fly on top of each other. Then they crash. You know, right? If you build rocket silos like this, the rockets will crash into each other. You should never do that. You should always build them offset. Like this. No comment on these two. Alright, so we have enough space. Let's get rid of it. Wait, before I do, I'll make a save here. That is the rough layout. Rough size idea of build. Alright. Cancel deconstruction of everything. Okay, all of this fits within the lines. Something like that then. Nice next to the spaceship. I think it's gonna be sweet. Alright. Then we gotta go out mining basically. Will we have 4.5 belts of resources from that copper patch? Then we'll do the big build. If not, we'll do the smaller build. Use a spaceship as part of the upside down pyramid. That has different dimensions though. If I do that, I will block the coal belt. I think we'll go for this. And then a personal silo down there. So we need 11 rocket silos, basically. I need concrete. I need concrete. Yeah, okay. Concrete is made like in minutes. So let's first go set up all the blue chip stuff. I think that has the most priority now. The mining things, we've got 190 of them. I think we need a couple more. I need to mine 4.5 bells of copper and 3 bells of iron, something like that. So that is at least 240 miners and probably more because the patches will be bigger. So we gotta go reclaim some of them. We have 4 stacks left, so take 4 stacks of efficiency modules. And we're gonna deconstruct some. Wait, efficiency or quality? That's a hard choice. I probably want to go quality because blue chips. How many rare blue chips am I gonna have access to? If we make 50,000 rare, if we make 50,000 blue chips for the rocket silo, for the rocket launches, I'm gonna have a 3.2% chance to roll a uncommon or better result. So there is 1600 uncommon or better, and 1/10 of those are gonna be rare ones. So that's only 160 rare blue chips out of the 50k we're probably making for the launches. That will probably make a bunch more, so let's say we get about 3000 in total. That does not sound like a lot, because these things are used in the expensive modules, 5 a pop. Ooh. And they're used in all the the good armor stuff as well, and all the good armor upgrades. So I probably want quality modules in my mining drills, so I can get some more of that. We may need to go out and laser this nest, or maybe this area as well, pretty soon after we set up the blue chips and whatnot. If we go with even more pollution right in the dense area of the cloud, it's gonna push out more. Quality it is then. For now, let's just take a couple of these. I'm not really interested in building the smelting areas, not everything just yet. Just want to see how many mining drills fit on the patches and then decide how big we'll build it. And my system won't really back up with quality, I think. Eventually I'll set up bots to just pick the quality stuff up and deposit it into these chests themselves. Speaking of that, do we still have time? I think, yeah, I can do this at the end of the stream again without problem. This won't fill up before anything else. Steel is not gonna fill up completely, sure. Okay, now we have time, we don't need to empty out anything just yet. Power lines, we need a lot more power lines. Some splitters as well. Second stack of those. No inserters just yet. I think we're fine. We're good to go. We're gonna have to deconstruct some miners all over the place to get enough of them. But we can first go place the copper mine. Not that one, this one. 1.2 kilometers. Copper for rocket parts, I suppose. All of them. Will you put quality modules in the asteroid crushers? No. I'm gonna give everything efficiency in space. Maybe I should rethink that, but I'm not gonna do quality. That's gonna be too much of a mess to sort out. I want easy quality. Does quality coal speed up trains and cars? I didn't know that. Does quality fuel do something then? Hey, vehicle top speed and acceleration. Can you make trains go faster then? Can trains now have different... I suppose trains already could have different top speeds if you feed them different fuels, but now if you feed them different quality fuels, looks like that goes up even higher. Ah, interesting. I thought The vehicle top speed of nuclear fuel and rocket fuel was the same, 115%. Precisely for that reason, that all trains would go at the same top speed. But looks like, yeah, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. The fuel value stays the same though, but you burn through it faster then, or how should I see this? Let's not think about that. Do wagons have bigger inventories? We have 300 more meters to find that out. No, they don't. Just storage size 40. So chests do, but cargo wagons don't. Fluid tanks don't. I suppose fluid wagons don't either. Ah, they have now 50k. I didn't even know that. A couple more mines off of here. Alright, we have arrived. This patch does actually not look that big. First of all, let's move that raider out of the way. We'll switch off the roboport and take the easy blueprint. Like, we have to be either all the way at the cliff or one tile to the front. I know there actually is copper here. Alright, so we have to be all the way against the cliff. Take everything out. That's going to be the back end. That is then easy. So I suppose that's going to be the front. Are we going to bring it out to the right? Yeah. And the bottom has the cliff stuff in the way. We can just underground belt it inside and then do the splitter room things. And we probably also have to look at this cliff over here. Okay, this is the furthest copper tile. So it has to be like so. Okay, that that kinda decides how this mine should be laid out. Okay, there's still some copper even over here. I suppose trees are no longer really an issue, at least not in the way they always were. So, being optimistic, that's 131 miners. That is not quite enough to do the 4.5 bells. It is for just a little bit, but most of these miners are fake even. Like, they don't actually do anything that other miners cannot do already. I suppose this one is fine. Yeah, I think we'll just build this. Let's build a bit smarter. Okay, trees don't matter. Let's keep that for now. And let the bots... we need to upgrade it to quality modules, I suppose. I think I still have the upgrade planner. I have one with the quality modules as well, so I should use that one then. Why don't you research world editing and delete the cliffs? Yeah. That would be nice. Alright. Okay, actually there is some copper on that side, so we need one mining drill there. Yeah, I think we're about okay. That one can stay. 4 belts. How long can we draw like half a belt off of this patch then? Maybe we should just build it for 3 belts. Keep it all simple. Let's do 3 belts. We'll just take this patch. This will provide 3 belts for a very long time. And then we just need to 2 belts of iron from there. This patch is good enough for 2 belts of iron for quite a long time. Yeah, let's not make it more difficult than it needs to be. Alright. Yeah, I think there are like 2 real center things over here. And then we'll just join together the outside belts to form the rest. We do need to do the quality thing. I didn't do the quality thing for forever. Normal quality goes straight and the rest goes out. Alright, let's just join it up like so for now. Sure. If we do this as a red, it can provide once these start to fail or something. We have the red belts, we might as well use them. Alright, so quality goes out there. We want 3 belts of copper. I think we can make the rest a normal splitter configuration again. That's not entirely correct, but so be it. That's 3 belts of copper coming out. Somewhat balanced-ish. We can do the cursed side loading of the quality ore, maybe. All the quality ore goes on there. More quality ore on there. Side load. Quality ore on this belt, alright? The quality copper ore needs to meet up with this quality copper ore here, so it should be on the top side of the belt. Ideally, it's now at the bottom. It will be at the top if we just simply do this. Flip it vertically, put it back. Right? Now it goes up, and it will be at the top of the belt. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it looks. I think that should be good. Now we just need to go past this mine somehow. This can actually move there now. So we can pass this without too much of a trouble if we just go 1, 2, 3, 4. Just a little bit of the biter base in the way, but not too much. We can go exactly here. Let's do that then. Then we just join the giant boss. It's gonna get a bit tricky here. I suppose this is already our area anyway. We might just delete those 2 chunks and try putting the belts up here, because we're running out of space, man. On the other side, we can just go straight and just cross this. We go up here again. Yeah, I suppose. First of all, we need to bring it home. There's a lake in the way at the moment. We need 5 belts. We need to bring 5 belts over there. We might need to do something like over here, like a temporary merger on the red belts. Bring the 4 yellow belts across. Rather than something like this, that's probably won't. And maybe that fits actually there, we'll see. But for now we need to go to this line. Okay, and the quality is on top, so that is perfect. Now normal ore is at the quality belt. Oh god, did I F this up? I don't think so. You have to switch the filters for the quality ore. Normal quality goes straight. Always confusing. The dots is where the normal ore goes, not where the quality ore goes. I think we're good. Let's just switch it on and see if we're good. I just saved, so what could go wrong? Don't see any quality ore just yet. Right, so far so good. It appears to be okay. Quality takes time, a lot of time, in my case. Right, let's set the bots to work. Who put this miniature cliff here, man? Oh, we can bridge it with the yellows, huh? Okay, that is fortunate. Do not shift click here. If something is in the way, I need to first investigate what is in the way. We just go on the southernmost leg. We can actually join the copper ore on the iron ore belt if we just do a normal splitter kind of thing here. Let's just temporarily disconnect that. That means the copper ore just does this. And the other 3 belts have to go up here. Late. Copper already on the belt. Alright. So copper ore goes on the top. Other belts. Just follow along. Let's first fix that quality copper thing. Suppose we can drag these belts ahead. That 3. That was not very dead. Of course. Would always sabotage my work. Normal splitter looks like this. So let's be sure that the correct ore is on the correct side. Copper ore was on top, iron at the bottom. Copper ore is at the top, iron at the bottom. Alright. So far so good. Am I taking this to the base already? Where am I gonna smelt it? Yeah, maybe I will smelt these plates already. Or I will need another like 5 smelteries worth of space. Just for the rocket parts. I suppose it's possible. But I might as well build it outside somewhere. So actually let's not bring this in yet. Maybe we'll smelt it right over here. And it was a little bit of an oopsie. But we know what we wanted to know. That is how many belts of copper we're gonna extract. The answer is 3. If the answer is 3, that means we're gonna do it like so. The 45 items a minute ingredient demand, which says 3 belts of copper and 1.7 belts of iron, which is just going to be 2 belts for now. Somebody already had the spider eye, no, not spider eye, hawk eye, and saw that that belt got skipped. The treason of the bots. How is it going with the coal? I think we are... Okay, we are already fueling. Let's hook this up to the power line. There's 9.3k coal in there. Let me see if that goes up or down. $9.4. Alright. Basically the chests are full. That is what the status is. So if these chests start getting drawn empty, then I have a problem. So let's just change it to 9.8 then. I think it's time then to do the other mine. I've got 74 mining drills left, which is not a whole lot. But I bet I can scavenge enough drills off of these patches here to build this mine without having to go all over the place. Hey, rocket silo, 19%, only 13 hours left. I think I have to just add a couple of these things. Especially at the most edgy edge miners. Right? Up to 101. And we've got some stone miners here. 5 left. There's still stone coming from the south as well, somehow. Literally 1 mining drill is still active. 1.1k is under there. We gotta grab the upgrade planner, the downgrade planner. The only way to switch mining drills which are out of resources. The upgrade planner. As far as I know, only 1 drill left. You know what? Let's grab that. Let's unupgrade that one as well. Let's upgrade that as well. And we don't need to come back here. This mine is done. This guy can mine 1.1k. That means there's 58k of inaccessible stone under this biter base. For the time being. What is the range of big mining drills? Is that 3 outside or 2 outside of the range? Oh yeah, we can basically mine all the ore from under the biter base with big mining drills in the future, I suppose. Okay, we don't need to come back there anymore. This will leave. Then we just have the North Iron Mine, which also has lots of depleted miners. Maybe I can grab this mine for my personal use. 6 million to 4 million is a lot closer than to 2 to 3 than 5 million to 6 million. So we'll change this one to help out with science. We'll use this one to produce rocket parts. Yeah, that might be an idea. Yeah, we could place back the walls, but it's kind of nice to have the obsolete miners next to those next to the biter base. All right, that's a belt and a half remaining. Look at how giantly big this patch used to be. I already even deleted some of the belts there. Alright. I suppose we're gonna be losing some chunks now. Not too many, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for sure. If we can. Yeah, we should not build in the chunks north of the patch, then at least we'll keep these chunks. Good. These chunks are gonna disappear anyway. These chunks will disappear. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that. That is just the way it is. So I suppose we'll bring out the ore to the south. There is room for a splitter hole. Then just bring it out to the left. These lines are nicely aligned though to sides, so perhaps we'll just grab this one and make that for the rocket parts. We can always feed in some more copper later from somewhere else. So I suppose we go south, even though it looks like we should go the other way. 6 wide. That is about, looks about right. Of course, one tile off. We can go one tile back here. Yeah, we can. Alright, we'll go one tile back. So that is the alignment. And this time we'll build it a bit smarter. Just one at a time. One row at a time. Don't overload the bots. Still a lot faster than all the hand building we had to do early in the game, so I'm not gonna complain that I need to wait for these slow bots. I'm not complaining. Alright, 10 mining drills remaining. Perfect. Just perfect. 10 remaining. Or 11. 12k, 2.7k, that's a fake one. Okay, that's what we need. 10k. 10k can stay. 3k really? That one is needed. That one is needed. Okay, that's about the minimum we can get away with. That is definitely more than 2 bells. Yeah, that's 4 bells. Actually, no, it's not 4 bells because quality. Suppose it's a 6 belt outputter. We just built a 6 belt outputter. We cannot see it because I failed to build a raider, but we technically still look into the fog of war with the blueprint. And this should just fit on top then. The rare ore should be on the bottom. So we have to flip it around so the rare ore is actually on the right side. Oh. Alright. The difference is we actually just take 2 belts out of here. So we can simply... We don't need a 4x4 splitter really, but let's just have it anyway. And this is just the quality ore. It is on the left side of the belt. Which is going to be the top side, so that is good. Too much Control Z. Okay, Control Y. Right here. Okay, we're gonna take the 3 belts. We can maybe help out science a bit. We've got too much iron in here anyway. And then it looks slightly more cursed. Cursed is always better. So we stay on the chunk border. Can we actually cross that nest like so? We can. We actually need to go 1 chunk lower. We can also cross there. Fine. We're gonna have to drag the bells to the base. Maybe I should just put those bowling alley rails on there. First we're gonna hook it up to power. Maybe just follow along. Do I have radar coverage here? I do, but not great. So let's plop a radar down in this chunk. Always 1 belt. Why do they do that? This part I'll do myself. Gotta make sure to use the absolute minimum of underground belts. Those things are expensive. Forest. I think we should be good here. This is gonna be the rare belt. Alright, miniature version of the cursed splitter thing. So that should all stay at the top of the belt. I caught some of this, so let's throw it on there. Alright. And then we have three belts incoming. Maybe these are just gonna move up 3. Exactly fits next to these chests somehow. Yeah, that stone was never gonna reach the base anymore. Actually, I have 2 bells left over now. Hold your horses. Stop that right here. Keep the stuff going for signs. I have 2 belts left over. Those used to be for stone. Let me put some guardrails on those. Those are never going to be used for stone anymore ever again. Let's go half speed. Alright. So that could be my 2 bells of iron which go to the base. And I just need to bring 3 bells of copper. Straight, straight, straight. They go here, they go here. They go here. They don't mix with anything, they just go here and they end up over here. Alright. So... something I don't have. Okay, so there is where those belts come out. If we put it on there. So we might. One of these bells actually was to help out with signs anyway. So we actually only have 2 new bells here. One and 2, I suppose. And the 3rd belt is just used to help this out. So I keep the gap then. I probably should make something equally cursed again, so we don't keep the gap. Something equally cursed. Alright, iron comes in here. This is the helper belt. We should bring in one of the bells to join with this guy, which keeps input priority on top. Right, it's starting to look like something, I promise. Or does it? Cannot float myself anymore. Okay, this joins here. This can just end. That is cursed, if it just ends there. Perfect. I think inline belt joiner. Wait, did I do it right? I think I did it wrong. This goes here, it goes here, it goes here, it goes here. That belt just goes straight. This belt actually should not get anything, but it gets... it gets... this is no longer a... It is still a... Wait, what is going on here? Belt goes in here, join that here, goes here. What is happening? This gets split here. How does this... this gets through. Here, choose that one. Okay, that is correct. But this should not connect with this then. Should it? Alright, looks like my cursed brains are not working today. I don't know what I'm doing. This splitter does nothing. Let's take it out. It does nothing for now. This goes here. So we are splitting it, but we're not splitting it. It just goes here. We're splitting it here. This just goes through completely. It should go through completely. Goes here and then goes here. Alright, so we want to merge this here. Right, we want to split this off independently. It looks like I need another color of splitter. Okay, looks like I cannot do it. I need a third color. Bypass it is then. I can still do the fake one there. Bypass of shame. Alright, now if I disconnect one of these belts, they should no longer mix and match, right? Yeah, they no longer mix and match now. If I make a gap in one belt, it stays there. Alright, so that's correct. And then iron which comes in here will join in with both of those. If only I had blue belts, I could just bridge that with a blue belt. Alright. Enough with the fun. Let's power it. That was too much time spent on that. Well, we are researching a long project, so maybe we have that time. There goes another very polluting mine. Yeah, 111 drills. That's 4 belts compressed for now. Let's hope I did the quality correct here as well. Should be, it's just a copy paste. Okay, it does appear quality goes on the bottom. We have a little bit of time to prepare for this. This should work. It's actually on the wrong side, isn't it? Yeah, it's on the bottom. No, no, no. Okay, I'm doing it all wrong. Don't go in the underground just yet. Suppose we'll do that. Brings it to the top. Because here it lays on the top as well. And then comes in on the top. It should merge on the top. Alright, so that's correct. At least that's good. This is just normal iron. Suppose let's watch it a little bit just to see what happens. How long is the rocket silo research gonna take? In total, almost 17 hours. So already 4 hours in. Okay, this does not connect. Okay, this goes straight. That is okay. This goes straight, that's okay. And this one just mixes in with the other belts, giving priority to whatever is coming from here. At least that's the plan. There's only one priority splitter, so I have messed up something. Yeah, this one. Okay. So I suppose that is good. Now we just need to bring this down. That's slightly annoying. I'm not gonna do curse splitter here, no. Let's not do a curse splitter, that is a bad idea. I just do standard. Standard annoying corner. Okay, so this are 2 belts of iron. Those can then go onto those 2 belts of stone. This will just never be connected to anything ever again. This can go then. So this already goes to the base, but do I want this to go to the base? That is kind of the question. Or do we want to just smelt that and bring plates to the base? What would be a good place for a 5 belt smeltery, if any? This area is already messed up anyway, there's a power line there. This area is already messed up anyway, right? And actually there's some green chunks there. So if I want to smelt it, I just should smelt it like literally on site, like right here, copper smelt it, and iron smelt. Smelt 2 belts of iron just on site as well. Yes, there is space for smelting here, but it's also like some sort of a passageway, maybe for later, I don't know. 5-bell smeltery is quite large. It would actually fit between here. The biters are already... making this area less green. We will lose these 2 chunks if we build it here. We might lose all of this anyway. This is not really prime biter expansion land, not like this or something. So maybe we shouldn't care that much. We also already brought the ore over here, at least in this case. So yeah, let's do it. Let's just build a 5-bell smeltery like plop between the cliff and the biter base right there. So this can connect, at least for a while. Reusing the old bells. Alright, and then these bells just need to go straight instead of to the base. And then later they can come back again. Once the plates have been smelted. Alright, and here comes the copper. Here's the smeltery. So I guess the next step is to actually bring the smeltery, which means we need to go back to the base and resupply. House pollution. Firmly into this land now. This is going to explode in quite a bit. Thanks to our new mining patch. Actually, not until we start smelting it, probably. Well, we are helping science a bit. And of course, these bells are still backing up. But in general, I think we're okay until we actually start using the ore. Is it important to preserve green chunks when you already have laser turrets? I would say yes. Because every time a green chunk gets selected, that is a time a biter expansion does not happen. Every time they make an expansion, they put new nests on the map, which limits my freedom of movement, as well as it can become so dense with biter expansions that everything just becomes one continuous big nest, and then that laser turret stuff is quickly gonna get out of fashion, as basically you are triggering all the nests all the time without really having like distances between the nests, which you can utilize to like stop your assault. It's going to be a lot harder. Grab a couple more. No, I missed most of the stream. Are you sure? Maybe we'll be going for quite a while still. Did I just make a tiny mistake? On the output prio, I think I don't want to mix. Yeah, we'll just leave it as this. We don't want to mix the different input bells together there. Alright, looks like these chests are full. So the rest of the coal is just gonna go further. I am not in the mood to fix that, so we're just gonna leave it. Yeah, we did turn off the modified tech tree. but we're not gonna leave until we prove that we are boss of the Bytes. Basically, the new challenge is gonna be main base stays on Norvis. Research can only be done on Norvis. So we don't have the option to run away and let the base die. We have to keep control of the planet until the end, basically. Right. Then the next step was those furnaces. 5 stacks, 120 furnaces. 240 of those, which we don't have anymore, so I suppose it is time to make some. Let's start at first, because that takes a bit of time. Since we're at it, let's... I think I can just easily devote like a full chest to that. We're gonna need more of those Mark II modules in space as well for the space platform. All the crushers, all the furnaces in space are gonna have these modules. So... Uh, 10k circuits each. That should become... How many modules? Man, I cannot do math anymore. 2000 modules, right? Yeah, 2000 modules. That will keep us going for a while. Let's check the space platform thing. What is on there? 48 crushers. There's 900 modules on the entire platform. So let's not overdo it with the uncommon efficiency modules. The collectors cannot have it. The rest of the addition to this platform is just collectors. So yeah, we only need like 1000 modules or so to send up to space. So we are not gonna overdo it. Let's grab the furnaces. These, unfortunately, I already made those before having the quality. So that was kind of a mistake. I don't have any quality furnaces, I think. Oh no, I do. I'm a liar. I did make those, apparently. Right. This has long-handed, right? 1 and 1. So 120 inserters. Of each type, additionally to what I already carry. So power lines, I'm sure. Actually, yeah, maybe 1 power line per furnace. Bunch of belts and undergrounds again. Can probably start grabbing this. We need a lot of belts then. Some splitters. Replenish the red undergrounds. And then the modules for the furnaces. Yes. One more, please. Please, no rare one. Thank you. 240 exactly. How did I make the blueprint? In my free time. I don't really like the blueprint designing in space to do that on stream, because it takes forever. It is very finicky. You need to test it, then change something small, then test it again. It's a lot of sitting around and waiting, basically. So, not the greatest to do on stream. And if you want it to work the way it should, then you really have to do the test and be patient and change something and then just retest it from the beginning and etc etc. As I will be a bit rushed, I suppose, if I do that on stream. So decided to not do that. Right, so it kind of looks like this. Let's grab it for the width. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Switch off the pots, right? Could actually stay in this chunk. Oh, actually we will not sacrifice any chunk if we stay in these chunks here, so I think we'll try to do that. So then we just need to align it with a power line somehow. We can hang it over the edge like so, it's fine. Oh, we won't align it with a power line. Let's do this. And then we'll just check if we're not blocking any pipe. This is fine. Let's do this already so the power keeps being connected. Then we have resources flown in. Suppose we start with copper. Is this the input belt? No, the input belt is on the other side, so we want to flip all of this. Flip it around. The input belt is now on the left. This belt goes down. Ah, the power lines. Okay, we need to go up one more tile. This belt goes up, so that's correct. Alright, so we can delete all of this. This one is now correct. Let's also cut this one because it needs to go up one more tile. And then paste that 5 times. Redo the power line. Right. That will stay connected. Probably should have not done everything at the same time. We can still do it in steps. Belts. Inserters is a step. Modules a step. Deconstructing everything a step. Sure. Power lines. Power lines is the first step then. Alright, furnace area. Between a rock and a heart, please. Yeah, the problem with Fulgora is a little bit you cannot really build big. The power lines got placed. Right, next step, furnaces. You cannot really build like a repeatable pattern since every island has a different shape, the resources are gonna come in from different areas, etc etc. You cannot use a landfill on Fulgora for a very long time. Modules, I'm doing this in steps so the bots return to my armor every time without charging up, keeping my battery full. Since that is very limiting. Inserters. This method actually works pretty well. Alright, and finally the bells. That's probably too big of a step. That's gonna cost me a bit of battery power. And there it goes. Not quite poof, but heavy. Let's just quickly light it up. Now it's still night. Sure. Oh, come on. New furnace area goes brrr. Hey, let me grab a sip. Yeah, my blueprint is saved in multiple parts. Factorio refuses to save it as one blueprint. It just says, I'm not gonna make this blueprint, it is too large. Can you make something normal, please? It looks like something is wrong. Is it only this one? How is this wrong? How is it not wrong on this then, if I copied it from here? I didn't copy it from there. I modified it. Yeah, okay, I probably messed it up myself then. This is correct though, it's kind of weird. Only this inserter is wrong. Probably like when I moved it over or something. Right, all the symbols are on there, so that should be good. And the output bells, I suppose. Copper is going to occupy these spaces again. And iron has to go up here somehow. Okay, iron goes there. And that comes out, we decided, over here. Is that okay? Or does it need to go up? It needs to go up here already somewhere. So yeah, let's visualize which bells these are again. Let's verify. Okay, these indeed come back all the way here. Military science has stopped working. The chests are full of military science. 153k. Should we make that into bigger stuff as well? Maybe not. Maybe it's good that it stops working. It will help a little bit maybe with pollution. As we are not out of the woods yet there. Alright, let's figure out where this is gonna go up. It's actually just these bells, these bells, these two bells here, and then probably somewhere here it already can start thinking about moving up those bells. We probably should like compactify this. This was the old size. I kinda kept it around. This red chip storage is in the way. This is all temporary stuff which can move away. I think, yeah, if we can get all of that behind this line. It's already all behind this line. Only this needs to go. This can go. This can just stay. These bands can just all be way closer to the actual assemblers now. Then this entire area becomes available for passing belts through and whatnot. So we'll probably do that. Maybe that coal belt can actually not go through science anymore, but just go around the back to meet up over here. It's probably a better idea. So we want that stuff to go up soon. Let's cut it off. Over here. Right, and the copper is a different story. We have to figure out something for that still. 1, 2, 3 bells. I suppose we can just go on the south side. Here we have a little bit of an issue. There is not much space anymore. I don't think we can get through on this level at all, really. These 2 bells are now in use. So we kinda have to go on the top side, I suppose. Not here yet though, but somewhere after the split we go north then. This Vita base is blocking off this area in general, so this is gonna stay red even if we deconstruct the spine. I go on the top, just cross all of this madness. This is now our base, so this chunk belongs to us. And then we can go up somewhere like so. Yeah, something like that. Wait, for now we just need to start going this way though. Don't think we can do that in a very scenically pleasing way. Can we do it in a cursed way? We can. Should I do that? That's up for debate. Oh. The pain. Oh god. 3 bells. Right. 3 bells of copper will come here. That is step 1. That is step 1. And that is step 1. Now we're gonna do the cursed noob splitter thing, I suppose. You see where this is going, don't you? Can I just make another stairs right after that? I suppose we can switch that around instantly. And just have this ore go like that. Well, you didn't ask for it, but here it is anyway, I suppose. Here, nothing comes out of here, right? Yeah, that's just that. Don't ever come into this base with an upgrade planner, it will break absolutely everything. Something is wrong. Ah, it had a reason that it... Alright, I see. But why not? We can do that as well then, if we're already destroying every single principle of Factorio. Is this a normal smeltery? Will that do? It's annoying that it has to do this. Does it have to do this? We could make this into a red belt. Something like this. Oh god. No, 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 no. No, no. This is gonna mess everything up. Oh man, oh man. Why do I need to do this kind of things? I cannot stop myself. It's just happening. I feel like I don't influence this. I do not have an influence over what is happening. This can still be this line. And now we don't. Now we no longer need to. Right. We're looking at a Mexican standoff here. But in this case, both of the belts can win. Nobody has to move aside for the other party. The idea was that this belt should not have to make a corner. That was the entire idea. Alright. That's better. Let's see how many viewers I lost during this 10 minutes. The thing of this is like, it seems fun when you are designing it, you know, but when you later need to make a change to any of these horrible systems, you basically spent the first 10 minutes comprehending what the heck was going on and why the F did I build it like this. With the exception of this guy has every right to exist. This is one of the most beautiful contraptions, in my opinion, in Factorio. The pizza slice splitter, my personal favorite. It's like a double pizza slice splitter, which reverses the belt order. This one has a right of existence. It's clear what's going on. It looks beautiful. Yeah. Not so with something like this. This is just let's just stop looking at it. That is just horrible. We have things to do. We only have 12.5 more hours before Silo completes, so we are running out of time. Apparently. This tree is dead anyway. This tree is dead as well, but this tree is dead. You're gonna lose, bots. Right. This is makeable. This is also makeable. I think I already need a red one here, so I can fit the power lines in. Okay, the good thing is now, if I ever momentarily mess up anything, there are some parts of the base which are still gonna run on the accumulators then, because they're kind of spread out over the entire area. This, of course, one tile, not enough. We're gonna fake that one. there we go. Perfect crossing. Actually, I didn't think it would be this easy to cross here. It looks like we're gonna have to do, oh god. 3 more belts of deforesting. That should connect. We have the copper laying on the belt, so I suppose we can see it if it doesn't follow along. I was gonna say that was the most of it, but no, we're still in the first forest. I thought we already were on the second one. Right. We can make it to here now, I think. That is not too bad. Alright, we made it out, I think. All the copper's still flowing. Yeah, don't tell me nothing about when the game didn't have smart bell stuff, man. Holy moly. So just keep going here because, I don't know, we're already past the chunks which are bad. I suppose we postpone going up. There's not more belts which are gonna go through this area anyway, so we might as well just switch around like right here or something. So we're already there. My Roboport area is right on the edge. Okay, one more section of cutting. This is a bad one. Okay, let's just grab some annoying parts ahead of time. That's a dead tree. Some stumps here, alright. Alright. It's all possible now. I think we made it. Okay then. We made it over here. Now we kinda need to go... Where do we go even? I think we just cross at the bottom despite the trees. Iron has made it to here, so that's good. Oh, we can continue this staircase splitter kind of thing. 2 belts of iron, the belt of coal. 2 belts of iron, the belt of coal. copper can go through here. We have to just move all of that out of the way. That just has to be done. And then the 3 belts of iron can go... Oh, sorry, 3 belts of copper can go here. Why is this belt not full? What is going on? Gaps in the belt somehow. So if we output priority to the right here, I think we should get rid of that. It looks like we need to do some better balancing here. There is still some iron patch in the forest here, which I didn't touch because we kind of liked that the forest was absorbing pollution. Alright, we do not really need that steel belt to be absolutely full, so suppose for now... Okay, it's gonna be fine. We take input priority here as well, that will back up, so this will now push here all the time. So now we're using the top part a bit more. Should probably mix this in with here as well, just draw some belts out here and plug it in these things over there, because here we got half of the mine inactive. All of these are now working, many of these mining drills have run out. That was a 16 million patch, 10 million is still left, so quite a lot. Suppose we just cross. Let's not mess with these belts, apparently there is a possibility for quality. Going across here then. For symmetric reasons, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know how to make this look good. We just go 3 and 3, but that is not great either. Or is it? Maybe it is. Maybe it's okay. I suppose that looks the best from afar. I was looking at the resources on the belts, but yeah. Alright, then we just go here. Don't think we keep any space for anything. We can just go straight all the way. Yep, yep, yep. That's fine, 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 fine. Now I have minions to clean up my mistakes, so I can be a bit more careless. Okay, now we gotta cross this thing. Let's just start by chopping the trees which are dead. These trees still absorb pollution, so I do not want to chop those. Still have bricks on the belt. These bricks are actually, yeah, those are useful. Those are for walls. We are at the bottom here. Prevent myself from getting all that junk in my inventory again. I think we can now cross the bricks belt and these 2 iron belts in one go. So the iron belts need undergrounds. Maybe, just maybe, we can make it to the other side. Almost. Okay, that is actually pretty okay. That could have been way worse. Now here though, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 belts would be good if we cross those in one go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 14 belts? Well, then the solution is kinda simple. Another couple of max lengths. Look, I'm finally using underground belts the way you're supposed to, making max distance crossings all the effing time. I know how to play this game. Why is this suddenly a yellow one? Why does it so if I do this, does it it upgrades only half the underground to yellow if I accidentally move over there without connecting it or something? That's interesting. I'll keep that in mind. That could go very wrong very fast. Something else went very wrong very fast apparently. This is not connected, alright. Let's save the trees. Team trees. There we go. We've got we've researched logistics too for a reason. Lower belt is disconnected. I knew it. I always immediately look at chat after I do something like that, and if not one, it's usually like a couple people who have noticed already. Alright, I'm gonna stuff my face with a small cake, so we'll be sounding like this for a bit. We might exactly be able to continue this pattern. Because here we gotta go the other way. This one doesn't actually have anything on there, but I suppose we'll just keep it in there for the effect. It's kind of cheating to use a red belt for this. Alright, then the pattern becomes clear. Just gotta do this for a bit. I think we're far enough. That connects now. It's like magic, but real. Alright, we won't use red for that either. Alright, and these bells don't have anything on them, but we'll just connect them anyway. Let's get rid of the old power line gap thing. Alright, we're picking up these bells. Dead end bells, obsolete. This is actually a nice way to cross belts if you need to cross like say your maximum underground length is 4, which was the case here. So we need to cross 5 belts with more than 5 belts, so you cannot simply cross one under the other. And this kind of staircase formation nicely lets you cross the belts without making any gaps in them. That's not all too bad. Let's also beautify up this one, but already on the subject anyway. It's not too bad. I can live with this. Most importantly, out comes the stuff which we need, which we set out to get for our rocket silo adventures. Holy moly, it took a while, but we've got it. I think here we start breaking it. Here we just come out. This is the out point where we come out. And we got these random trees. Will we respect those? They do absorb pollution, so I think the answer is gonna be yes. This guy is dead though. This one as well. Let's grab that. Okay, so we got our bells. Let's bring them up, because we are definitely gonna keep them over here. So that seems to be a given. Four and 5. Alright. The belting adventures always take longer than you think. Well, it wouldn't if you didn't want to do it in a very peculiar way, but oh well. Transporting 3 belts of copper, 2 belts of iron and 1 engineer. Coal in the fast lane. Ah yeah, okay, that I thought coal was going wrong, but coal indeed has the fast lane. How is our 1k SPM doing? We are back to 1k over a 1 hour time frame. The 10 hour thing, we have the dip here. That was the, I think this was the tech change dip. Yeah, this was the tech change dip. That was normal, that was expected. This was the brownout dip. That is bad. This is okay because we switched from 30-second to 60-second technology, so half of the laps are active for 30 seconds. It takes a bit of time to get the rest of the signs to all the laps again, but production just continues. Or not, production was backed up apparently. We get the reverse things when we switch from 60 seconds to 30 seconds. Eventually, after this disappears, another 10 hours, so a bit more than one stream. Hopefully we'll have 1k SPM over 50 hours. That would be cool. That also evens out the tech switches a little bit. This is definitely creeping up a bit now, but since we are not producing blue chips just yet, we should be fine. Where are we at now? I think we don't have time to do that all today. We've been going for 9 hours. Building this is probably gonna take at least 2 hours, which means it's probably 4. We gotta move this out of the way somehow. I think I should do that with a fresh set of brains, because this could really easily go wrong somehow. I do not want to interrupt science, that's the big issue. So we gotta like remodel this while everything keeps flowing. I'm not sure if that's gonna be possible. So maybe I'll postpone that and just send the 5 bells up right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How about that? Is that an idea? It might be. It very well might be an idea. And we can clean it up later, right? You can always clean it up later. I suppose one thing we could get out of the way is the coal belt. I think the coal belt, however it's gonna go, it's probably just gonna go straight up from here. And then just keep left as much as possible until we come over here. And just go here to the edge of the chunk. I gotta be so careful to not go over, or all these chunks will be wasted. 780. I think designing all the stuff is gonna be a bit beyond the scope of today, but we can still do a little bit of prep work. Oh god. This area needs some cleaning. That's a very clear... I'm pretty sure editing Mike 2 months in the future will definitely know what I was talking about, so don't worry about that. Everything's fine. Look at that. Right as we're standing here, this chunk gets selected for expansion. Another expansion which will not happen on the map, another nest which we don't need to laser. Gain access to some future resources or something. Right? Then we just go up here, right? That's the plan for the coal belt. I'm out of belts, so we're gonna pick up some. Yeah, we're gonna reroute that coal. And perhaps the water as well. Maybe we're gonna separate it. The water from the steam plant can come from here. I guess we pick up these trees. The water from the steam plant can come from here, but the water for oil we can just take from somewhere below, if we have any water. I don't know if we do. Over here. Do we have an empty pipe? We kinda don't. We do have an empty space though. The quality coal belt is empty, so we can hijack that one. Oh no, we cannot, because it interweaves with the oil, so we cannot do that. There's also water here, but that is in the forbidden zone. Or we just reroute the water around as well. That's an option. Let's go grab some pipes and some red belts and we'll see. Are we on 100% solar yet? No, we're not. We still are using steam in the night. We don't have the option to prioritize it just yet. Alright, let's check my luck factor. I emptied out these chests when I took the modules, so I didn't mess with anything. 69 out of 1.5k. They're almost done. Let's check it when it's done. When it's done, we'll check it. Right, red belts I said, and pipes. Everything is available in my mall. That's way too many belts. That's fine, I suppose. 69? Wait, what's on 69? I missed the 69. We will need the space eventually, then I'll clean it up probably. For now, I think we'll just pretend the coal comes out here. A bit dangerous. I have to connect it immediately. I know this tree is good, but it annoys me. Didn't mess it up yet. Be careful. Right. And this belt can disappear basically. And we also have the power line. I suppose the power line can go next to the water since a power line comes here anyway. We kind of do the thing. Where we draw power lines next to the water pretty often, so it won't stand out too much. Again, gotta not go over the chunk border. Redundancy, but not for long. Okay, the coal belt is empty as well. What is this belt? What does this pipe even do? That's probably just a remnant. Just gonna carefully pick this up myself. Looks like not. We can get this guy in here. Let me just verify the coal is coming in as well at the splitter. Okay, it is. Okay, it is connected there. That's good. So coal is going around now. The base is now connected through this power line. A little paranoid. Doing approximately the right amount of power. I think military science finished around here and then we did less again. Right? The bots cannot pick up the spaceship, so that's good. Let's go former coal belt. I suppose that is where it ends for now. Let's also let's hide it. Okay, coal belt hidden. Now the water, though. The water is going to be more annoying. Suppose, can we take the water from over here? I probably shouldn't, because later I do want to do some pump shenanigans here. So I probably should not take water from the end of those boilers. It's probably a bad idea. We can actually bridge the water in the same way that we did the belt, but we cannot exactly because there's the exit from steam, so we'll have to settle for something like so. I'm gonna do the water through this? No, I don't think so. I cannot really, because then I would have to go in this chunk. So suppose... I think eventually I'll take water from somewhere else, but how do I do that? It has to just connect to here somewhere. And that would be fine already. It's pretty annoying. I mean, it could just go through, literally through these chunks and just go under the copper. It doesn't have to be so difficult like I make it. I think we'll just do that. Yeah, let's go do that. I want to just clear the entire area of belts, traversing and whatnot. Okay, the modules are done, so now we can check our luck. Let's see if we are overestimation for a change. I have way too much stuff in my inventory. I'm gonna use more undergrounds now. I took way too many pipes. We don't need any pipes really. Okay. Let's check. We've got 77 out of... How many is this in total? 1755 plus 77. And 77 of these are rare. 77 out of 1832. I think that's over 3.2%. Oh yeah, look, we've gotten compensated. But I would rather have been compensated on the laser turrets, to be honest. Where we only got 2.6% rare results. Looks like now we got like 5 in the bottom 5% of possible bad luck for the laser turrets. I think we're now in the top 5% with these efficiency modules. That's a really good score. That's a really good score, like a game file altering good score perhaps. But it's spent on rare efficiency modules, unfortunately. So yeah, no, not really that useful. We did have some more attempts, but I think that was still quite way too good of a result. Right, I was coming back here to see if I had an offshore pump in my obsolete chest. Looks like I do not. So I actually have to make one. Should be a roll for a good quality pump. Let's not spend time. Hey, Johnny's! Alright, so I do want the pipe to come out over here. We can kinda continue this pattern, I suppose. And the pipe will come out here. And then we can hook it in something like this. It's a bit dumb, but it works. This is probably gonna be too long of a network. 154 tiles already. It can be disconnected after this point on, so I can just rotate this. Ah, there's a pump here. Alright. Okay, so then it is not of influence. Of course, we're gonna try to match this. Now it just has to hook up somewhere. These belts are both fake, so that's the perfect opportunity. Okay, that could be water then, like so. Alright, that's not bad. Okay, I'm spending too much time on doing decorative tasks now. Okay. Gotta end up there somehow. I think we'll just I have no idea where to go and make it look nice. We're at 189 of 300. Do we take this line? Kinda could. That's a 2-tiler. So we might be in the perfect position to place a pump. Alright, we should be close. I'm on the belt, I think what's moving. Can we go here? Now we gotta figure out where to decoratively place the pump, I suppose. Yeah, that could be it. Can we cross this? I think it's exactly too long. Okay, that's annoying. There's a space here. That would work. Yeah, that would work. Alright, let's go there. No bots. No, not there. Here. Alright, I think water is connected then. So if I connect this, will the fluid network be too long? It is not, but it's pretty close. $20 tiles, huh? I think we have exactly those 20 tiles of distance, really. This distance is not very big, it just goes to here. I think we can try going pumpless completely. That way it cannot fail when power fails, so there's something. It's not that the battery assemblers will work when power fails, but oh well. Forgot what are we working on now? Basically rocket parts, so this will become low density structures and blue chips. We don't need that many compared to the rest of what we're doing, because we're not gonna have a steady stream of rockets exiting the base. Let's try this. Okay, that's now too long, but that is because it's connected to this. 303 tiles, so that's perfect. Can get rid of the entire water snake here, including all of those annoying gaps we had to make for it. Right. No longer this water line straight through the base, it's gone. And we have the space we need to do our blue chip shenanigans. No more coal belt, no more water pipe, no more power line. This area is now nice and open for us to use. For the rocket silo area, the blue chips, the low density structures, the rocket fuel. Pretty good stuff. Man, this is a mess. I'm not sure how I'm gonna clean that up without interrupting science production and distribution. I suppose I could pick up red chips, just throw a full stack of red chips in every science assembler while I remodel that area. I just need to keep the science output belts going. But I still, sulfur is... I could do the same for sulfur if I just collect some stacks of sulfur in a chest. That would keep it going for a while. 50 sulfur times 24 seconds, a little bit less, let's say times 20. 1,000 seconds. So if I put a stack of sulfur in there, I have like 15 minutes to do the remodeling. That is tight, I think. But I just need to get the belts hooked up approximately in the right area. But on the other hand, I just might remodel this like off stream. I'll just make a blueprint off of it, and then we can just delete it and rebuild it quite quickly with the bots. Without interrupting science. I think that's the way to do it. So we won't mess with this area today. Kind of think, what time is it now? Yeah, that's probably gonna be it for today. %30 on the way to rocket silo. We won't even get there next stream, I'm pretty sure. That's pretty sweet. Let's take a let's save here. I can override the save once more. End of stream. save, clean up rocket silo area. So we're ready to go from a fresh start, I suppose. I haven't even deleted a single piece of spaceship debris yet. But you know you can use this as a chest. This tail piece. A chest with one slot, but still. Is it still a chest if it has only one inventory slot? I guess it is. Right, so rocket silo design, check. And thinking, let's say thinking about the rocket parts, how to do it, check. We just need to still build it. We already built this. We did make sure science was okay. We cannot build the rocket silos yet because we are still researching them. And rocket parts, we still need to build those. So let's just add some feel good. Think about it. A skull, I guess that could be a brain. We did think about it, but did we actually build it? Let's check out the new map tags. There are so many new ones, I didn't really check them out just yet. Build them, there we go. Thought about it, yes, build it. In progress, I suppose. There we go. End of stream save, right here. How is the quality stuff? I think it's about time. It's about once every 10 or 15 hours I need to clear out these chests. Suppose we only need to clear out the red chips though. This is still not really that full. Steel is good as well. It's really just the red chips. So perhaps I just upgrade these chests then and call that good. That could be something. Let's have a quick look around for the pollution, especially here. Still okay. This area is now okay to pollute. Here we are okay. Belt full. Belt is full. South is okay, we're no longer mining stone. All of this easily okay. Here is... Actually, we're starting to approach on this one. Not really sure how. Maybe just too many trees are getting destroyed. That's a thing as well. The forests become less and less efficient over time in absorbing the pollution. So if you look the last 50 hours, this is the damage absorbed by trees. This is the pollution passively absorbed by trees though, so that's pretty good. It used to be different. I think this is the big efficiency module switch. This is going to be the post green science gap. When we set up green science, we had a long gap where we did 6 streams of the same thing. Then we switched on the base again. We pretty soon went for efficiency modules. And after that, we stopped really damaging a lot of trees, apparently. Probably because most of the trees are already severely damaged. But yeah, it's pretty good. So tiles and trees, passive tree absorption is about the same. Damage almost non-existent anymore. That is good. That means if damage is non-existent, that means the passive pollution absorption of the trees is stable. Stabilizing at least. The more you damage trees, the more this passive capacity goes down as well. So that is pretty good. Biter base absorption not visible on this kind of scale. Not even on the damage kind of scale. Damage tree kind of scale. That's basically just the pollution cloud growing and affecting new bases. Pollution is overall is pretty good. It also means that trees are getting damaged if a pollution value is above 60. The value here is like 440. It means all of these trees are basically already locked into their final state. They have 3 final states. No leaves at all. You can see it in the mouse over as well. No leaves at all, which means they stop absorbing pollution completely. There are a tiny bit of leaves, that's 1/3 of their starting capacity. And a lot of leaves still is 2/3 of their starting capacity. I don't know if they can get locked into a full state. Some of these trees go pretty gray. We can actually maybe see that. No, this also is progress 1. Progress 1 means it has lost leaves once. Progress 3 means it has lost all leaves, and progress 2 is in the middle. Zero pollution 1/3, 2/3, and healthy trees do 3/3, or basically the full pollution absorption. So these trees are definitely not worthless. Many of these still have 1/3 or even 2/3 of their original pollution absorption capacity. So even though they don't take damage anymore and don't absorb pollution by taking damage anymore, their passive pollution absorption is not nullified completely. That is why I've been keeping around. That's why I've been painstakingly keeping around all these forests, and it definitely was painstakingly. Though it could have been a lot more painstakingly in Factorio 1.1, I suppose. So yeah, only where probably like where pollution is just above 60, we are still damaging some trees in those chunks here and there. Alright, I'm happy with progress today. It was a bit slow, but yeah, it's always a bit slow. We did do good stuff though. The accumulators have been placed. We solved a couple problems. We know how the rocket silo area is gonna look. It's gonna look nice next to the broken spaceship. We have some actual unbroken spaceships. A personal rocket silo, which is gonna go under the Johnnies, hopefully, after we either get rid of this area or just like let it rot away. We can launch ourselves up to space over the labs, over the Johnnies. Maybe they'll shoot at us, maybe they won't. Who knows, we'll find out as we do it. The silo has 5,000 hit points, so it's gonna take him a while to shoot that thing down if I'm sitting inside of it. So we should be good. And next time we're probably gonna try to go full solar. We're gonna go obliterate some more nests. Or claim some more nests at least, and then we're gonna expand to 10 or 12,000 solar panels. Try to go full solar accumulator without going for steam in the night. And then just hooking this up so we keep these steam tanks full, and just hook up some pumps to this accumulator, and when the accumulator drops below a very low number, we're just gonna shoot the steam into the steam engines here. It's basically a one-time save. It's not gonna automatically refill, but at least it's a one-time fail safe. We can survive a couple minutes to undo our mistake, like disconnecting a single power line or something by accident and not seeing it. We have a couple minutes of leeway then if we hook this up to be a one-time fail-safe mechanic. We cannot do it in the traditional way where accumulators are prioritized over steam, or we have to change the entire build, which I don't want to do because I'm nostalgic like that. Or annoying like that. Some people call it that, I suppose. Yeah, and after that, maybe first we probably should do the blue chips, low density structures and rocket fuel first, so we can start building that up in chests, and only then start doing the solar panel thing. That's probably the order to do it in. For now, looks like we're not going to be lasering a whole lot of nests, only the ones which are in the way of our direct goals. I think these are in the way of our direct goals, maybe these actually. That's also not too far, so maybe we'll go along this edge a little bit. And some easy nests on the south here. Then we can just produce pollution a little bit harder everywhere. I don't think we're gonna go full megalomaniac just yet with our laser turrets. There's gonna be a time for that. It's probably gonna be... I don't think we'll have much to do anymore when we will be researching the thrusters and the planet. That's 1.5 million signs together. We're probably gonna have a lot of time then to do some laser neutralizing. On the other hand, we also still need to set up an entire logistics network which can do stuff while we are away, so who knows how much time we have to actually laser some bases. I have no idea. We'll find out. How many hours before launch? I suppose we're gonna have things ready mostly before the technology completes, so I think the first launch might just be within 12 hours already. Provided science keeps going at full pace. Hour-long call with more than only plus 10% research. Heck no, you're way overestimating that. 1 hour is more like 7 or 8%. Use the pipette tool on the armor slot then click. Oh, genius. That is brilliant. Okay, quick change armor. I just learned that from Super Deluxe Flex. Thanks, that's probably the most useful first chat message a person has ever chatted out. So instead of doing this, open the inventory and do this and then quit it. Like we've been doing. Apparently you can just pipette tool on the armor. Just to showcase what's going on. Let's say the inventory is on. It will basically grab this armor from the inventory if I do it. Now it's in my cursor. And because the cursor was on top of this already, I can just hot swap it. And press Q to clear the cursor. And we can do that without the inventory open. So now I have the running armor. Now I have the bot armor. Oh, that is such a useful shortcut. It only will work if you have 2 armors though. If you have more than 2, you're just gonna select the same one every time. Because I don't think you can assign a specific slot for a specific armor. You're gonna have a fixed order just like Spilotrons. That is very useful though. Thanks, I'm gonna use that a lot. If I don't forget about it by next stream. Somebody remind me. ETA on rocket silo 11.5 hours. You can bind multiple to hotbar. That's true, but then you still have to go to the correct hotbar, then pipette the correct armor, and then plop it in there, which... yeah, you can still select the correct one. That is true. Yeah, this is gonna be useful. Quick change. That's good for speedrunner-like reflexes. Alright, that's gonna be it for me today. It's been going on for quite a while. 9.5 hours. No record stream, but still pretty long. I'm gonna walk around a little bit. I didn't get up enough today, despite C-Rex trying to tempt me. I should have listened, but I always forget. Oh wait, I will just, the Factorio curse, I will just quickly do this and, okay, 5 hours later. Good game, good luck, have fun, good night. Okay, I'm still young if I can read that, I suppose. When will be the next stream? Most likely next Friday and then next Sunday again. Sorry, C-Rex. As well as Sheep, you're doing all the redeems. I'm hardly paying attention to them. Let's have a sip right now. Man, this lab area is awesome. I can keep this lab area. It just comes to mind. I can keep this lab area. For all 12 science packs. How? Actually, no, I can't. Okay, first I can because bots exist. So we can simply do this. This. Request whatever science spec we like. These chests. All different types, no matter how many. And just insert it from there with a fast inserter, I suppose. Then we just gotta get our bot coverage up here. I don't think we can do that though. The roboports, quality roboports don't have a bigger bot area. And the bot area is pretty limited, as far as I remember. That is annoying. Yeah, that is tiny compared to the lab size here. We can. It'll mess up the power network, which is also annoying. Technically we can do it. That's a reason to use our rare power poles. I'm gonna grab those. Let's have a quick check. We can integrate roboports in there. We can grab those. We will need those. I got roboports in my logistics bar here. Alright, so let's say the closest roboport is somewhere out here. The next one's got to be not further than this. Alright, so we switch this to stupidly OP. Power line. Get rid of this one. Underground belts. Like we also need zip along. Now we're doing it. Let's grab everything. I'm not gonna save this anyway. I've been messing too much with my signs. Alright, then robot goes in the middle. It's not powered, but of course we can power it by doing this. There we go. And we don't need chests here. This is just science ingredients. We can still do the requester chests over here. And these things can fill up the entire area as much as they need to. It looks a bit annoying, but I guess it's a necessary evil to power everything. So this exactly powers this inserter without doing anything to the power network, and it still kinda looks okay, just some window in the power network. Of course we gotta centralize this so that it looks nice. And we gotta make sure we have enough roboports, or we can have better roboports with more charging ports, faster recharge rate. Okay, not more charging ports, but looks like a faster recharge rate. But only 60% faster than normal roboports. Gotta make sure enough ports can transport the signs to the chest and still recharge themselves. But I suppose we're gonna have like 9 or 12 roboports in here. And a bunch on the edges then. Then we can keep the science area. Let me just save this as a separate save. Test maybe. Roboports and rec chests allows keep lab area as is. That will be very nice if I can pull that off. I've already been experimenting a bit with new lab setups. Where is it? Actually, I imported the blueprints from here, I think. So this is a solution for 12 science packs in the labs. Science packs in the labs from red and green belts only. So we got the first 4 on here, then the second 4. And when we eventually get to Aquilo signs and Prometheum signs, that will have to go on to... Wait, how does this work? Right, that goes on this belt. We pick it off with an inserter, sideload it, and that goes in here. So let's pick this apart real quick. This is the final stage. We don't need that just yet. So here we have only 5 inserters. And this belt is unnecessary as well. Alright, so that's 5 belts. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the 6th belt is the problem. That is why it looks so clunky. But in general, this is 5 belts. But before you have 5 belts, it actually looks quite normal. With just some standard belt weaving. That's the basics of it. And I just figured out a way to fit in the other belts in some horrendous way by just shoving a splitter in the middle so I could grab that. And then there was this space available, but how do you get a belt there? The only way is to do it like so. So you gotta get some 2 science packs on there, and I figured this looks the cleanest. That is how that came to be. Yeah, like it or hate it, probably hate it, but that is how you can do it. 6 all science packs in these labs. Probably by the time we got these, we will want to switch to biolabs, I suppose, for the free 100% research productivity bonus, which is multiplied by productivity modules. So it seems unlikely that we'll use this, but it exists. It exists. All right. Yeah, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. No, it's not going on. It's not going on. We are stopping. We are finished. We're gonna stand here. Call it quits. Yeah, this is the first real slow technology. The first million. It's not even the worst technologies in the game. We're gonna get up to like 2 million, 3 million later on. That is like, oh, that's like 50 hours of research. Exactly 50 hours of research. 50 at 1k SPM. So hopefully we'll have some better stuff at that point in time. Mike even gets sidetracked on trying to finish the stream 5 hours later. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna stop right now. So thanks everybody for watching. Have a great evening or day or whatever time it is. And hopefully I'll see you all next Friday. And if not Friday, then at least it will be, this is the worst outro ever, next time.